meets a greener future. We are delighted to offer personalized one-to-one solar consultations right here at our new facility. With our advanced PV software, we can remotely analyze your energy bills and property, providing you with detailed insights into the benefits of solar power. And to demonstrate our commitment to solar power, we recently installed a 15 kilowatt hybrid system with battery storage right on our own roof. Imagine the possibilities for your own home or business. By harnessing the power of the sun, you can reduce your reliance on traditional energy sources and contribute to a greener planet. Join us on this journey towards a sustainable future, powering your world today and for the generations to come. Solar Generation.
I find Solar Generation very good to work with, very patient, very friendly, and I think if it was not a local installer, it would have been more difficult to get people to come back and check things up. So shop local was really important for us, but also because the grant was available, and that was a nice incentive. But we love looking at the app and seeing how much money we make every day when the sun shines. The grant application process, Solar Generation were there to help us, so it was very, very easy relatively. I'd highly recommend working with Solar Generation. Local firm, great to support, local company and local staff.
When plumbing problems strike, who can you count on in the Northwest? Nordic Plumbers, that's who. From boiler services and installation to heating system upgrades, Nordic Plumbers are your first call for all your plumbing needs. Visit us online at nordicplumbers.ie or call 083 38 55 812 and get a free quote today. Nordic Plumbers, just one call or click away. For all your plumbing needs, head to nordicplumbers.ie today. RGI and Offtech registered.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, priced at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
As a business, we are operating in as green a fashion as possible, so solar panels was the obvious choice. And Solar Generation, they're a local based company. We've heard good things about them, so they were an obvious choice for us to go and get a quote from them. We compared what they had to offer against other solar providers, and it really just became quite obvious that they should be the company we partner with on this journey to a more sustainable operating system. The grants that are associated with taking on a project like this play a huge part in our decision-making process. They obviously radically reduce the payback period, so the subsidies that you're getting from government in the installation and then your accelerated capital allowances play a huge part, and definitely so far Solar Generation have delivered everything they said they'd do. Everything's been done in a timely and professional manner, so no hesitation whatsoever in recommending Solar Generation.
the main benefits transitioning to solar for us was the savings on the bills, and we obviously had an extra few pounds that we could put into somewhere else in the business. We're a family-run business. We like to give back to the community. Well, I shopped around and got a few quotes from different companies, and I just thought solar generation were the most professional that I came across, and it was a no-brainer at the end of the day to go for solar generation, really. I'd 100% recommend solar generation to anybody that's thinking of getting in solar. Everything was top class. They're a local company that looked after me 100%. I couldn't have asked for any more from solar generation, and really looked after me very well.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
Welcome to Solar Generation, where the power of the sun meets a greener future. We are delighted to offer personalized one-to-one solar consultations right here at our new facility. With our advanced PV software, we can remotely analyze your energy bills and property, providing you with detailed insights into the benefits of solar power. And to demonstrate our commitment to solar power, we recently installed a 15 kilowatt hybrid system with battery storage right on our own roof. Imagine the possibilities for your own home or business. By harnessing the power of the sun, you can reduce your reliance on traditional energy sources and contribute to a greener planet. Join us on this journey towards a sustainable future, powering your world today and for the generations to come. Solar Generation.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, priced at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
And a very good morning to you and welcome along. It's day 2 of the Ocean FM general election coverage for 2024. You're very welcome along to what promises to be a marathon edition of our coverage for the second day. Already across the country, there have been 41 seats filled in 37 of the count centres. Well, the big news from Sligo Leitrim is that no seats have been filled as of yet from this particular count centre. We have, however, had one count, and that's doing a little bit better than 2 of the constituencies so far in Cavan Monaghan and I think in Kildare North, where no counts have taken place. Just to bring you up to speed and to recap on the events of yesterday and from the first count which took place here late last night, just after 12 o'clock, and then the decision was taken not to go any further in relation to the counting of votes for day 1. But after the first count, Frank Feehan came in and topped the first count with a return of 8,980 votes, followed by Martin Kinney on 7,764, Michael Clark 5,979, Eamon Scanlon 5,913. Then Chris McManus, Sinn Féin 5,173, followed by Edel McSharry 4,466, followed by Marion Harkin 4,347, and that was followed by Paddy O'Rourke on 4,066. It went all the way down then to the bottom 3 candidates who were all eliminated after the first count, and those were Molly Condon, also Caroline Corcoran and Dermot McConville. All of those candidates were eliminated after that first count, and as a result of that, their votes now are going to be distributed among the candidates that are remaining in the field. Let me introduce our panel who have joined us again for day 2 of our count coverage. We are joined by John Perry, Mark McSherry and John McCartan. John Ellis is also here with with us today and will be joining us shortly here on our panel for day 2. So let's maybe give everybody a recap for what has taken place over the past 24 hours. There was a lot of speculation, a lot of guessing in relation to where the seats were going to go from yesterday, and we were fairly much, I suppose, confident that we had an idea that obviously Frank Feehan, Martin Kinney, Eamon Scanlon was widely regarded would be fairly there or thereabouts in relation to the first 3 seats, then a little bit of guesswork for the 4th. But to just maybe talk us through the early stages of today, and John McCartan, I'll start off with you on this. As I mentioned, 3 candidates eliminated after that count last night. So, how is that going to impact the overall picture now? Would it be anything huge or significant?
Well, the material impact isn't going to be huge because there's only about 487 votes being distributed currently. There are some indications now already from Ocean FM staff here as to how that's going to break down. I guess if we're trying to look at a trend, again, it's quite a small number of. It's we're just looking at, is it 3 people, three eliminations?
3, yes.
Yeah. So. I guess if I was taking anything away from it, and Mark McSharry caveats it for me before I even get going, he tells me not to weigh too much on this, but I'm seeing that Michael Clark has taken 11% of those, whereas Marion Harkin has only taken 6.3% of those, and as if Marion is to close that gap and be in contention to retain that seat, as the day goes on and more eliminations comes, she would need to be doing better than that.
All right. Mark, they're relatively small numbers that we're talking about here. Have you noticed any trends or anything significant?
No, I don't think so yet. I mean, certainly, as John says there, if this elimination was to be replicated in terms of the spread by all further ones that we're going to see over the coming day, then Clark is going to maintain his lead. Now, that's not likely to be the trend because you'll have an awful lot of people coming in around Sligo town. So the question today really is, the chasing pack have to make up 1,500 votes on, in the transfers. One or other of them have to get more than 1,500 than Michael Clark in order to put Michael Clark in danger. But then, we're not going to have anybody elected for quite some time. So those leading 3 are going to be hoovering up an awful lot of transfers along the way. So there can be bends in the road. But this particular transfer, and I suppose for some of your listeners, if you wanted to, this is just a tally. It's not the official numbers. Will I read them out, John? Or?
Yep.
Yeah. So basically, it was about 487 votes. And that would be Casserly picking up 75, Clark picking up 54, which, as John informed us earlier, is about 11%. If that was to continue as a trend, he's home. 63 for Cosgrove, 24 for Feehan, 22 for Guckeen.
The following is the result of the second count.
We have a second count coming in
the
immediately.
Distribution of Molly Candon's 423 votes, Caroline Corcoran's 69 votes, and Diarmuid McConville's 64 votes. Total of votes distributed 556. Casserly Marie, non-party, plus 75. A total of 2,494, 2494. Clark Michael, Independent Ireland, plus 54. Total votes 6,033, 6033. Cosgrove Nessa, the Labour Party, plus 63, 2,149, 2149. Feehan Frank, Fine Gael, plus 24. Total votes 9,004, 9004. Gallagher Blauheen, Green Party, Coentus Gloss, plus 57. Total votes 782, 782. Gucky and Des, non-party, plus 22. Total votes 909, 909. Harkin Marion, non-party, plus 31. Total votes 4,378, 4378. Kelly Michael, Irish Freedom Party, IFP, plus 39. Total votes 809. 809. Kenny Martin, Sinn Féin, plus 30. Total votes 7,794. 7794. McManus, Chris, Sinn Féin, plus 27. Total votes 5,200. 5200. McSharry Edel, Fianna Fáil, plus 20. Total votes 4,486. 4486. Monaghan Graham, Ainthu, plus 14. Total votes 1,126. 1126. O'Boyle Gino, People Before Profit, Solidarity, plus 65. Total votes 1,722. 1722. O'Rourke Paddy, Fianna Fáil, plus 10. Total votes 4,076. 4076. Scanlon Eamon, Fianna Fáil, plus 13. Total votes 5,926. 5926. Non-transferable papers non-effective, 12. As no candidate has reached the quota on this count, there is no surplus for distribution. I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute her votes. And that is Bláithín Gallagher's 782. And that will be the next count. Thank you.
All right, so there you have it, an early count here in Sligo this morning. By the way, just for the benefit of our Donegal listeners, to remind you that the Donegal count will resume at 10 o'clock this morning. There'll be coverage on our 105 frequency, and indeed, just like here in Sligo, you can watch that coverage online as well. We are live in the Clayton Hotel this morning. We've had the distribution, as you've just been hearing, of Molly Camden's votes from Animal Welfare. So, Mark, we now have the official figures. I know we're just coming to terms with those and crunching those numbers as we speak. You were just running through the tally figures a little bit earlier on. We have the real thing now. Yeah. Just before we look at those, I suppose, to pick up on it, and we spoke to her yesterday, Bláithín Gallagher, from the Green Party perspective, it was always going to be a hard sell to get the Green message out. And I suppose how Bláithín has performed has been replicated by the party across the country. It's been a bad general election campaign for the Greens.
Yeah, it has. I mean, certainly there would be a view that the amount of input that they would have had was disproportionate in a government that was centrist. Certainly they'd be getting the blame for holding back certain infrastructural projects, including the N17 here, which was part of the programme for government and the funds in place. And that bemuses a lot of people. And then, while all of us are with the programme, are accepting the fact generally that we've a very serious climate change problem, and all parties and all governments are going to have to get with the programme in terms of adequate policies. There is a level of bemusement of, we're prosecuting 6 or 7 wars around the world, but here in Ireland we think we can do it all on our own in terms of, carbon taxes and so on. And I think it was John McCartney yesterday that rightly said, it's one thing seeking us to embrace a new way of living, but to do that and to penalise people without a viable alternative, particularly here in this constituency, a predominantly rural constituency, is not acceptable. Yeah. And I think the Greens are bearing the brunt of that nationally and certainly in this constituency.
Just on the point that you made about their disproportionate, maybe the amount of power that they had in government, the amount of times over the last number of years, I presume we've all heard it, that we've heard the saying, the tail is wagging the dog here. In many ways, that they had so much power, they were able to influence so many of those decisions. Let's go back to those numbers that we're just looking at and the transfers of them so far. Too early to say, but again, very little maybe to pick up from what we have.
Yeah, I think so too. Really, we're going to have to get into the bigger trend. Like, if somebody is to catch Clark, you're going to it's the Sligo town sort of large transfers that are going to tell the tale. If he keeps ticking, getting 10% each time somebody goes out, he probably won't be caught. But when you get into the big numbers, and they are big numbers in Sligo town, and obviously you're going to have Paddy O'Rourke before that. that could change the complexion entirely.
All right, okay. John Perry, you've been having a look there at what we've seen from Bonnie Candon's transfer.
Yes, and just looking at the figures there, where Michael Clark is on 6,033 and Eamon Scanlon 5,926 and Marion Herkin on 4,378. The difference there between Michael Clark and Marion Herkin is 1,655 votes. So that, and the difference between Michael Clark and Del McSharry is 1,447 votes. So he has a considerable gap, and I think the point there, if you take the transfer that he's getting and the vote he got in all the boxes on the first preference votes, and the fact that he's got 10% on those eliminations, which normally wouldn't be a prime source of transfers to an independent. If you look at the Greens and all those, they have to be totally contrary in their views. So I think that looking at it, my opinion doesn't change from yesterday. I think that I would certainly, if something extraordinary happens, which I doubt will happen, I would certainly be calling, as I said yesterday, that Michael Clark to take that seat.
All right, okay. Nothing has changed for John Perry. John Ellis, what about you from the early data that we're receiving here this morning?
Well, I think if you look at the transfer pattern, as Mark said earlier, he's picking up votes off a group that you wouldn't expect him to pick up anything. Them votes you would be expected. Okay, Nessa Cosgrove got a decent transfer out of it, or Sinn Féin didn't get as big a transfer as you would expect them to get. And whereas Clark picks up 50 odd votes from that, and as Mark said, he's getting that 10%. If he's getting 10% out of that, he's going to be coming out with 15 and 20% out of some of the ones farther on. Because remember, when it gets down to 4s and 5s and 6s, he's going to be picking them up big time, because name recognition will come. All the postering, well, it mightn't get you any votes, number ones. It can make sure that when they're finished with their own, that you might get an old scratch here or there. And as I always said, if you can get one in the top 7, it's useful.
John McCartan, it's interesting, when you're trying and analysing where transfers are going to go, where surpluses are going to go, where candidates get eliminated, where their votes are going to go. Interesting that and John picked it up there already. Nessa Cosgrove picking up 63 votes there.
Yeah, well, it was clearly a left vote. If you look at, Marie Casserly, 75. You have Nessa Cosgrove 63. You also have Gino Boyle picking up a fair few there in 65 votes also, and Blahin Gallagher, who her figure is actually missing off mine, but I think it's 54 if I remember correctly. Was that what she?
Yes, 57. Blahin 57.
57. Yeah. So clearly that was a left vote. I guess if you were to say there's an outlier in it, and it is Michael Clark picking up that very steady 54 votes, 11%, which has actually beaten the trend that he took from the general field and first preference votes. So again, early days, small numbers, but if that trend were to continue, the opinion of the panel will crystallise into reality.
All right, okay, let's maybe develop that point a little bit we're making about the Green Party, and no doubt about it, it's going to be a disappointing election campaign for them. John Ellis, that's one of the big national stories to emerge from general election 2024, the performance of the Green Party, and we'll talk about that actually inside the next couple of minutes. We'll take a break and we'll come back and we'll discuss the Green Party in more detail.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
solar generation very good to work with, very patient, very friendly. And I think if it was not a local installer, it would have been more difficult to get people to come back and check things up. So shop local was really important for us, but also because the grant was available and that was a nice incentive. But we love looking at the app and seeing how much money we make every day when the sun shines. The grant application process, solar generation were there to help us, so it was very, very easy relatively. I'd highly recommend working with solar generation. Local firm, great to support a local company and local staff.
When plumbing problems strike, who can you count on in the Northwest? Nordic Plumbers, that's who. From boiler services and installation to heating system upgrades, Nordic Plumbers are your first call for all your plumbing needs. Visit us online at nordicplumbers.ie or call 083 38 55 812 and get a free quote today. Nordic Plumbers, just one call or click away. For all your plumbing needs, head to nordicplumbers.ie today. RGI and Offtech registered.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, price at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
Welcome to solar generation, where the power of the sun meets a greener future. We are delighted to offer personalized one-to-one solar consultations right here at our new facility. With our advanced PV software, we can remotely analyze your energy bills and property, providing you with detailed insights into the benefits of solar power. And to demonstrate our commitment to solar power, we recently installed a 15 kilowatt hybrid system with battery storage right on our own roof. Imagine the possibilities for your own home or business. By harnessing the power of the sun, you can reduce your reliance on traditional energy sources and contribute to a greener planet. Join us on this journey towards a sustainable future, powering your world today and for the generations to come. Solar generation.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
Well, the main benefits transition to solar for us was the savings on the bills, and we obviously had an extra few pounds that we could put into somewhere else in the business. We're a family-run business. We like to give back to the community. Well, I shopped around and got a few quotes from different companies, and I just thought solar generation were the most professional that I came across, and it was a no-brainer at the end of the day to go for solar generation, really. I'd 100% recommend solar generation to anybody that's thinking of getting in solar. Everything was top class. They're a local company. They looked after me 100%. I couldn't have asked for any more from solar generation, and really, really looked after me very well.
When plumbing problems strike, who can you count on in the Northwest? Nordic Plumbers, that's who. From boiler services and installation to heating system upgrades, Nordic Plumbers are your first call for all your plumbing needs. Visit us online at nordicplumbers.ie or call 083 38 55 812 and get a free quote today. Nordic Plumbers, just one call or click away. For all your plumbing needs, head to nordicplumbers.ie today. RGI and Offtech registered.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, priced at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
And you're very welcome back to the Clayton Hotel in Sligo, day 2 of our general election coverage. And just to give you a quick recap, we've already had the second count here this morning, following hot on the heels of the one count which took place last night. Second one is taking place here this morning, and as a result, Blahin Gallagher has been eliminated. That's 4 candidates now reduced from the field. We were going to pick up on that point in relation to the Green Party. And John Ellis, I think I was about to start with you on that before we went to the news. A disappointing general election campaign for the Green Party, and again it looks as if they're in a position that they were in a few years ago, a major rebuilding job now on the cards.
Well, it doesn't surprise me in the least, because the damage they've done to rural Ireland, to farmers, with all the extra charges on diesel and extra payments. They blocked everything that was infrastructure for rural Ireland. They blocked the N17, they blocked the N4, they blocked the bypass of Carrick and Shannon. Like, it's ridiculous to think that government provides money in a programme for government, and that because Eamon Ryan knew how to sit on his hands, and that's basically what he did for his 5 years. Barrett was a benefit to Dublin. The rest, he was definitely a minister that lived within the pale. And while they might have a few rural reps, I think we say where they finished, like a Pippa Hackett, for instance. We saw where she finished. We see where Garvey girl is going to finish in Clare. Bottom line of it is, people are sick and tired of green policies that are hurting them everywhere. Hurting them financially with regards to fuel taxes, hurting them with regards to future development of their areas. Like, it's a disgrace that the N4 is still there in limbo, and that the Carrick and Shannon bypass is there in limbo. The N17 is there, and he talks then about rail lines and everything else. He didn't do anything to make sure that the Western Rail Corridor was implemented. Like, they talk both sides of their mouth, and they have definitely left themselves in a position that they're going to find themselves with more than likely 0 TDs. And why did that happen to them? Because of the fact that they decided that they were going to force people into this totally green agenda. Now we're all pro-green, but let's do it properly. Let's use technology where possible, and there's plenty of technology out there for the green agenda and to implement it. And if we're going to be into this green energy and all that, we're going to have to look at retrofitting. And remember, retrofitting might look grand on paper, but very few people can afford to pay the balance of what they would have to pay to retrofit a house.
Yeah, there's a cost factor on that. There's no doubt about it. Mark McSharry, if I can bring you in on this, the Green Party were never going to be hugely popular, I would argue, in the Northwest, for the reasons that John mentioned: the N17, the Carrick-on-Shannon bypass, the legacy over the N4. It was, however, maybe expected in more urban areas where public transport, for instance, maybe was more readily available, that perhaps they were making inroads, but they've got a bit of a pasting this time round.
Strangely, they could be very popular in rural Ireland if they took a different approach. Like, for example, in this region, we would have constantly heard talk of, the offshore wind potential of this region. It's off the northwest coast where all this wind is, okay? But we don't have the infrastructure to bring it ashore. Not remotely. So if the four of us here, or the five of us here were developers and we said, right, we're going to build a big offshore wind farm and it's going to power the whole country off the west coast, we can't bring it ashore because there's no Aberdeen here. I mean, if the Green Party come out and said, right, you know what we're going to do? We're going to turn Killybegs into Aberdeen to make it really be able to capitalise and bring in offshore wind. We're going to put a train to Killybegs. We're going to put a motorway to Killybegs, linking it to Dublin, and get the economic corridor going. So what the Greens approach, in my view, what they've taken is, Ireland can do climate change all on their own, right? And unfortunately we can't. We can do our bit, absolutely. But they must take cognizance, and they never have, of the legacy neglect situation of the regions. From an infrastructure perspective. So no matter how much the country is on fire, the northwest and west of the country and north of that Dublin-Galway line are going to need health services. We're going to need roads. We're going to need public transport. And to capitalise on this wonderful resource we have off the coast, you need to put billions into Foynes and Killybegs, and we haven't even started to plan it yet.
Yep, they're very valid points. John Parry, in some ways, has the action or lack of action by the Green Party in rural Ireland maybe led to the popularity in independent Ireland? In the likes of Michael Fitzmaurice, Michael Clark maybe in this region, have they played right into their hands?
Well, I think they have. When you look at the Green policy, and it's very much Green is very much implemented into mainstream parties anyway, so they have an exclusivity on the Green agenda, and I suppose to give the impression that they had. And I think the best example there would be when you look at the West on Track. If you take 435 million would reinstate the whole track from Clooney to Tiermorris, and when you look at the metro in Dublin, 1 kilometre, that's what it costs the same, 435 million as well. So, the talk, but when you look at, and more importantly, I suppose, when you're the N17, which is quite treacherous, we fought tirelessly for the N4 from Carrick-on-Shannon down, but like that, the Carrick-on-Shannon bypass, all of those have an impact. But equally, I suppose, when you look at the decimation of the Greens, it's not really in rural areas where they were decimated. They were decimated in urban constituencies, so that which wouldn't be, which there be no farming influence, whatever. I think that it was just the, and I suppose when you look at Roderick O'Gorman, you know that he was dealing with immigration, Germany, and I think that really has, the whole, that really was part of his main ministry, which was dealing with the immigration issue and how that was handled, and very controversially for a lot of people. And
do you feel the mother and baby situation and the very few people that were able to get redress from that, do you feel that would have impacted them as well?
Well, but I think there wouldn't be a full acknowledgement on the extent of the damage caused by that. But I know that when you look at the integration into rural communities, where I certainly would be in support of it in a very intelligent way. But there was a lot of controversial debate with regards to the putting migrants into smaller communities, not having the facilities. I think when you look at that, that really was, but that was an agenda. That's where I say that in the urban areas affected more than the environmental issues in the rural areas. So when you look at there's two very, they were dealing with environmental issues, but also dealing with immigration. And I think that, initially when they announced that campaign at the very start, there they were given while the payments had been reduced, but they offered a huge premium for people to come into Ireland, and obviously in many ways putting in the facilities to deal with them in a very understanding, concerning and respectful way, I think is very important for people who come into the country. But a lot of that issue there was, I think that Roger O'Gorman, and his sort of insistence on that and his domination of that.
Yeah, all right, a number of reasons. Mark, you want to come back in on that?
Sorry, yeah, I just have numbers. They might interrupt with the official number, but we're hearing from that Casserly plus 38, Clark plus 6, Cosgrove, the big winner here, plus 321, Feehan plus 86, Guckian plus 10, Harkin plus 79, Kelly plus 1, Kenny plus 45, McManus plus 25, McSharry plus 35, Monaghan plus 16, O'Boyle plus 77, O'Rourke plus 20, Scanlon plus 16. So Nessa Cosgrove was a huge winner there, huge winner, at sort of almost a 50% transfer. I mean, that's relatively unheard of.
That's the early trend that we've seen from so far here this morning. Is Nessa Cosgrove being transfer friendly?
I don't have the same figure as Mark. Just
sorry. Okay, and these are tallies now that are just sent to me.
I only have her on 63 picking up from that. So I have...
No, unless it's it.
I think that might be a mistake, Mark, in the figure that you were given.
Yeah, okay. Sorry about that, guys, if it is.
And just scanning down through it, it probably would be a mistake. So as I have broadly in agreement with what you have. I have Casserly picking up 38, Clark picking up 6, which is low for him now. So that's not that is not a continuation of the trend. I have Cosgrove picking up 63, Frank Feehan picking up 56. No, that's... Yeah, well, because there's a pickup here for Blahin Gallagher on this as well, so I'd have to question the way that this is presented. I have Des Guckian picking up 10, Marion Harkin picking up 79, which is a solid pickup there. Kelly 1, Martin Kenny 45, McManus 25, McSharry 35, Monaghan 16, Gino Boyle 26, Paddy Rourke 20. And Eamon Scanlon 16.
All right, okay. All right, that brings a little bit of clarity to it. John, we were just discussing the whole situation surrounding the Green Party there. And in many ways, they faced the perfect storm. There were the minority party in government. There was the whole issue about how rural Ireland was treated. Independent Ireland probably saw the niche in that. The big one as well, I suppose, from a Roderick O'Gorman perspective, was their stance on immigration, how they handled all that. Is it a number of all these factors you feel that's reflecting on how they've done in this general election campaign?
It may well be, but I do feel, and for the first time, their lack of attention to any of the major infrastructure projects that need to be done to keep this country moving, I think has cost them both in country and city. And as John Perry pointed out, in the cities they've lost out as well. So you're looking at Dublin there, traffic jammed up everywhere. Bus lanes and cycle lanes everywhere. No stomach to talk about doing a metro. No way to get from our capital city to our main airport without travelling on the road. You come down here, and if I live in Leitrim, West Coast County. If I want to go to Cork, West Coast County, I have to go through Dublin, East Coast County. There's no proper infrastructure, the Western Corridor. Like if you're talking about towns like Letterkenny, Sligo, down into Castlebar, Galway City, Limerick, Cork, that should be a corridor. That should be a rail corridor that the Greens should be actively pursuing. We are one of the only countries in the developed world who are moving more and more freight on our roads as opposed to rail. And that trend not only plays, obviously, and one of the panelists, maybe John Perry, said we're all green and we all should be green, and the green agenda should not belong to one party. Everybody has a duty in all of this. But we need to take an absolutely holistic approach to what we are going to do to offer the alternatives to people. It's all stick and no carrot from the Greens with the way they're trying to implement their admirable aims. But they are punishing people before they're giving them the tools that they need to keep an economy moving.
Here. I'm told that those figures are correct.
Right.
Yeah, I'm told those figures are. So that would be a huge transfer.
Isn't it? Yeah, we were just picking up the big trend that we've noticed there, I think, from the last two sets of figures, but especially on the ones that you've just given us, is Nessa Cosgrove, the transfer that she's picked up on that.
Yeah, 321. I mean, a 50% transfer. I mean, Blóhin lives in Leitrim, doesn't she?
She's originally from Mohill.
So I mean, that's
massive.
Really, really a huge transfer to Nessa. Yeah, well done to her there.
Her brother owns the Boxty House.
Yeah, and again, it's interesting. John Perry, would you be surprised at how transfer friendly Nessa Cosgrove is on that?
Well, she's a very good candidate, and I think I believe I listened to her interview yesterday, and that the way that she, I say, a very good canvasser, and I think that anybody that meets her would be impressed by her. So that it's quite a remarkable achievement, and it's certainly. I'm not sure if it was did she target her tools potentially unlikely, but it will be the biggest transfer of any candidate in this campaign so far, and will be the biggest one before when it's finished.
It's a natural home, John, for green transfers, because the Green Party themselves were talking about transferring to Labour, so that's, I think, part of it.
Yeah, possibly.
Nationally, they were at that sort of talk, so it doesn't surprise me. But what does surprise me is that Jean O'Byle, 17, Paddy O'Rourke 20. Now, they're Leitrim votes, because remember, Blóhin Gallagher is from Mohill originally. Family would be Sinn Féin, but she definitely just basically held what had been the Green vote in the last number of elections. Yes. It hasn't increased. So it does show that a decline, if you're not increasing, you're in decline, even you're staying static.
There was an interesting point that was made on the floor yesterday. Des Guckin, one of the Leitrim candidates, an independent candidate, and again, a higher figure for him than the Green Party. It probably shows that the Green Party just have failed to make any type of connection in any part of the region.
Yeah.
And Blóhin Gallagher, John McCartan, living now in North Leitrim, but would have had traditional links to Mohill, obviously, in the past, family connections to Mohill. So it just didn't happen for them.
No, but I would say that, underlying all this is a personal respect that there is for Blóhin. People like Blóhin.
Yeah.
And she's done an awful lot of work, that there's no payment for and very little thanks for. So I would say that there's probably quite a personal vote there for Blóhin that has managed to hold the Green vote where it is, and without a personality like her, I don't think the figure would have been as robust.
At this stage, I just want to talk a little bit about and I know the word was announced last night. It was very late in the evening and we went off air afterwards. But the three candidates that were eliminated at the very beginning, let's maybe look at that for a moment or two. And I know there was some discussion in relation to last night in relation to Corcoran, the second candidate from Independent Ireland that was ran, Caroline Corcoran, based in Strokestown. And there was a suggestion made in the lead up to the election that she was going to be deployed as somebody that would maybe be transfer friendly for Michael Clarke. Now, it was and there's low-key campaigns, and I've seen low-key campaigns in the past, but this is as low-key as it gets. This particular campaign that was ran, no benefit there to Michael Clarke and the votes, but it's interesting, and I know the gender quota comes into play here again. Was that the reason you feel, John, that perhaps the second candidate was added?
It sticks out like a sore thumb that they had to get the balance right as a party. Remember that they're not individuals; they're running as a party. So therefore, they had to get the gender quota right to be able to claim their expenses. So, but it has gone on in all parties. We have it in all the parties. Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, Labour. Every one of the parties have the candidates to make up the gender balance, and I think that it's a sad reflection in a way that basically women are being put on tickets to achieve something that's totally anti-woman, and we've all seen it. And the one thing I'll always remember Mary O'Rourke, that she always said that it didn't matter whether you were male or female, that you had the same rights and you had the same opportunities. And why should there be any discrimination one way or the other? And she was actually right.
Yeah. Mary Bohan echoed those sentiments yesterday as well, that it should all be about the best candidate. Mark McSharry, I just want to come to you on that. The low-key campaign run by Caroline Corcoran. In Mollycandon, we knew what she was about. We knew what she stood for. You could say the same for Dermot McConville. We definitely know what Blocking Gallagher is all about. But there was a huge amount of the unknown in relation to Caroline Corcoran, I would argue.
Yeah, with no disrespect intended to her at all. I mean, I think it was tokenism by Independent Ireland, effectively just to capitalise on the financial aspect. Obviously, there are penalties for parties that don't meet the quota. They all engaged in it. Fianna Fáil engaged in it in Donegal and Wexford. I think it amounts to the tokenisation of women, and I don't think we should be supporting any rules that sort of promote that. You know, yes, we want more women in politics. Yes, we want it to have equal opportunity. You know, I think focus on maybe making political life a little bit more conducive to allowing family and so on. It might be better. And so I'd be with Mary Bohan on, look, go for the best candidates that are available to you in your party, in your community and so on, of whatever colour or no colour. And go that route rather than, you know, I think quotas lend themselves to tokenism, and I don't think that's a good thing.
Is that a flaw fundamentally that's with the system, John Perry?
Well, I suppose what we have now is the 40% is in. I think that came in. This was the year that it had to be delivered, and I think that the incentivization was originally down at 20%, so that the factors was brought in to encourage political debate across the whole spectrum of the economy. I suppose in many ways I saw the promotion of the integration of women into politics and the encouragement and all that. I suppose in one sense, you know, it's important, judgment that it's not all totally male dominated, and obviously the best candidate will win. But when you look at the political representation, I suppose that has been elected, and some very effective ministers, women in politics has been, you know, throughout Europe. When you look at, you know, some of the notable leadership roles in every country. But I think that we are where we are, I suppose, and I think that it's and normally it's the electorate will decide on the final adjudication whether it's a man or a woman that's elected. So that I suppose there is a choice there, and I suppose people feel they're not discriminated when it's encouraged. But I suppose when you look at I was listening to into his leader, and he was saying that they were trying to get a number of TDs elected to get the state funding for running their political office. You know, I think that he was saying that a quarter of TDs they would get up to 7 or 8 staff funded by the state. And I suppose when you look for Independent Ireland, they will all be targeting that. You know, that number of seats. I think the cut-off is 7 or 8 seats to get to be entitled to state funding, which means they could employ a general secretary and the whole lot. So really, there's a lot of behind the scenes in the political game by all parties. There's to maximise the taxpayers' funding to give autonomy in how they manage their parties, and that's where a lot of them are operating at the moment. And I think that's why even the parties at the moment, Labour will be entitled to more funding on the seats they're going to get 10. And if you look at the Social Democrats, they would have been entitled to state funding. Now they'll be entitled to state funding. So I think there's a game being played here at the moment to see, you know, how they can maximise funding from an administrative point of view. But I think the debate at the moment where the choice by the electorate, I suppose it's good that you have a representation. I suppose it's encouraged by the national campaign in the last year and a half, you know, about the engagement of encouragement because they're in. If you look at the business world, you know, the state boards, you know, they're very much.
It does, and it comes across very evident. John McCartan, it leads me nicely into a point, and I know you did an interview and I just picked up on the Irish Times and other outlets as a result with Niall in relation to the difficulties that most of the parties were having at attracting candidates to run in the local elections. We've heard on the floor a number of times yesterday that it was a major struggle in Leitrim to try and get candidates to run for Fine Gael. Paddy O'Rourke was at it very late on for Fianna Fáil. So and I believe we're soon going to be getting maybe details of another count taking place shortly as well. But just until we get word of that, could you link the two of those, maybe what's going on? Obviously the funding issue, the gender balance, but there's a real difficulty in getting candidates as well.
Yeah, there is, of course, and if the councils and local politics has traditionally been the nursery for national politics. And a seat on a local council has become a full-time job, but it's not treated like a full-time job, and you are not catered for as though you have a full-time job in politics. You're not paid as if you have a full-time job. Yet, in a rural constituency, it's almost impossible to get elected to a council seat if you're not at every dogfight, if you're not at every social function, if you're not at every funeral. And if you live in a constituency with 10,000 people in it, there are a lot of funerals to go to. So funerals become almost half a job. Functions become half a job, and then you've got the job of actually doing the representation properly, and then you've got to turn up to your council meetings and your committee meetings and engage there, and it's more than a full-time job in local politics now, and it is not resourced or paid like a full-time job. And then again, we've been discussing the gender quotas. If we look to try and broaden the spectrum from society from which we draw our local politicians, traditional party structures. We have meetings held in old dusty hotel rooms at 10 o'clock at night, where invariably there are 25 old white men giving out about De Valera or Michael Collins. Now, who in their right mind wants to sit through that?
What was it? Was it Albert Riddles that described it as the chicken and chip circuit, wasn't it?
It was said of Haughey that how he ended up leading Fianna Fáil was he did the rubber chicken campaign, going around the country back in the mid-70s to secure the leadership of the party.
Mark, that's correct. He did do it. He did every constituency, and he did the dinner dances and all that. He did all them. But there's a far more worrying situation in politics at the minute. If you're 25 years of age and you decide that you run for the Dáil and you get elected, and you're lucky enough to get what's now become the average 15 years, you walk out the door at 40, you have no pension until you're 65. Where do you do? Why is anyone with any sort of a decent job or anything else, the only ones that can now afford to go in, and I know I'm going to get rapped for what I'm going to say next, but actually Michael O'Leary was partly right. The only ones that can go in is public servants or extremely wealthy people whom it doesn't matter to. But that's what you're gone into. And we're losing the broad base.
If you had anybody that was self-employed, John, or had their own business, if you spend 5 years away from that business,
gone.
It's gone.
Forget it.
Yeah.
Been there, done that.
We have another count coming up. Let's return here to Padraig O'Grady, the returning officer. I think that's going to be coming up momentarily. This will be our second count today, count 3 in total.
The following is the result of the third count, which consisted of the distribution of Blauhin Gallagher's 782 votes. Total of votes distributed 782. Casserly Mary, non-party, plus 38. Total of 2,532. 2532. Clark Michael, Independent Ireland, plus 6. A total of 6,039. 6039. Cosgrove Nessa, the Labour Party, plus 321. A total of 2,470. 2470. Feehan Frank, Fine Gael, plus 86. A total of 9,090. 9090. Goki and Des, non-party, plus 9. A total of 918. 918. Harkin Marion, non-party, plus 79. A total of 4,457. 4457. Kelly Michael, Independent Irish Freedom Party, IFP, plus 1. A total of 810. 810. Kenny Martin, Sinn Féin, plus 45, a total of 7,839, 7839. McManus Chris, Sinn Féin, plus 25, a total of 5,225, 5225. McSharry Edel, Fianna Fáil, plus 35, a total of 4,521. 4521. Monaghan Graham, Aontú, plus 16, a total of 1,142. 1142. O'Boyle Gino, People Before Profit Solidarity, plus 77, a total of 1,799. 1799. O'Rourke Paddy, Fianna Fáil, plus 20, a total of 4,096. 4096. Scanlon Eamon, Fianna Fáil, plus 16, a total of 5,942. 5942. Non-transferable papers not effective, 8. As no candidate has reached the quota on this count, there is no surplus for distribution. I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes, and that is Michael Kelly's 810. And that will be the next count. Thank you very much.
All right, so confirmation there of the third count. Still waiting for somebody to be elected here in the Sligo-Leitrim constituency, but things moving at a fairly lively pace this morning. John McCartan, we're just coming to terms with those numbers that we've had there from the returning officer inside the last few minutes. Michael Kelly at this stage been eliminated. Again, from the transfers of the votes, they are interesting to see. Nessa Cosgrove, who we had spoken about, obviously picking up a healthy transfer. From a Fine Gael perspective, the point has been made a few times throughout the course of the day, yesterday and again this morning, we're expecting Frankie Feehan to be, many expected to be waiting for a while just to get enough of those transfers to eventually get him across the line. But he's picked up 86 votes there on that last transfer that went out on the third count from Blahin Gallagher. Just give me your thoughts on how transfer friendly Frank Feehan is and the votes that he's picking up there.
Do you have him at 86? I have him at 56.
86.
It's 86. It's 86.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's good for Frankie. He's that would show that he's going to attract the sort of transfer that he needs to attract. This shouldn't be happy hunting ground for him. A more left-leaning vote. However, there is a Leitrim connection to that vote, and Frankie has been transfer friendly in Leitrim. And one would have to guess that when somebody has gone for Blahin as opposed to Martin Kenny or Frank Feehan, or Martin Kenny or Paddy Rourke, who would be from that part of Leitrim, that there's a personal element to the vote, and Frankie is obviously able to draw down on that. But the big surprise there is the Nessa Cosgrove vote. That is a very,
all right.
I
don't want to go too much down the gender route here again, but we've seen the Ballycandon vote go to Nessa. We've seen the Blahin Gallagher vote go there. Do you feel there's a large female vote transferring?
Well, I mean, is this just coincidence? Generally speaking, women don't vote particularly focusedly for women. So I'm not going to assume that that's a woman vote. No, because, if that were true, we should see more of that trend as the day progresses, and I don't believe we will see more of that trend as the day progresses.
But
John Ellis,
if that were true, Edel McSherry should be getting more than 35, and Marion Harkin should be getting more than 79. It's basically the fact that the Greens had basically recommended the Labour Party as their number 2 choice, and that's where it's coming from. But the trend that you're not going to see the trend until you reach. Gino Boyle is one that will start to show the trend of where that left vote is going when it gets round to him. But you see, the more you look at this, the more you see that the 4 front runners, as they are at the minute, are stretching away now. Okay, Michael Clark only got 6 in that, but his nearest rival, Marion Harkin, only got 79. So all she gained on him was 70 votes. And if you'd be a long time gaining 70s before you get to 1600. So that's maybe I'm wrong, but that's my opinion of it.
Okay. I know we spoke about Frank Feehan there as well. You'd be upon the same opinion as John McCartan, and you mentioned it yesterday. I think to paraphrase you said he's somebody that never really offends anybody and stays in with everyone.
You couldn't have a row with Frank Feehan if you died. As the man says, and to be fair to him, he's done we talked about the chicken and chip circuit. He's done the show circuit, he's done the football circuit. As the man says, I saw him regularly at matches, you'd see him in Leitrim. He's always around. And he's also extremely good on the funeral circuit. He goes to most funerals.
Yeah. And it's obviously working. There's just something that I just want to pick up on that. And John Parry, I'm going to bring you in on this one. And we're talking about Nessa Cosgrove, and I'm just reading an article here as well, where she was quoted yesterday, and I think her views on this were probably known prior to yesterday as well. But we're talking about maybe how some parties could align, how could come together. She seems to have a real, I suppose, preference there in relation that, there could be amalgamations taking place, the parties could come together, and she would like to see Labour being more closely linked with Social Democrats.
Well, I suppose they come from certainly the same gene pool, and I think it's the Social Democrats, I believe they've polled exceptionally well. I see Harley Kearns was elected as leader there today, and so that left, I suppose when you look at this, the potential there of Social Democrats or Labour form the next government is very strong, really, because the party structure will be very appealing for the fact that they were in government before, for mostly Micheál Martin and likewise for Simon Harris, that the Labour, if they have 10 seats, and if you take the combined total there at the moment, if figures are correct, they're talking about 85, Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael. So, if they get a combined total, and even if what they could do is bring the two of them in, not a reconfiguration into one party, but the Social Democrats will be brought in, and I've no doubt they'll bring in the Labour in, so they could bring the two of them in, and that would mean that they would have a very good. You see, although it's not just about getting the majority, they're going to need a cushion, and they're going to have a cushion of they'll have a cushion of 5 or 6 seats if they're the two of them.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Thank you indeed for that, John. No, I think we have on those figures there that have just been updated on our website as well, and people can view those there from Blahin Gallagher's and her transfer, and where the various votes, as we mentioned there, have gone. 86 obviously to Frank Feehan, 45 to Michael Clark, Martin Kenny, 6 to Michael Clark. That's maybe something that I could pick up with you, John McCartan.
Yeah, that's a little bit of an anomaly in the trend there. The 6 is quite low.
In some ways, would that support the findings of the exit poll?
Not quite sure if it does, because the exit poll, I assume, was focused on number 1.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of second preferences.
Yeah. I'm not quite sure if it does. I mean, if we're talking about a Green vote and somebody then who is widely regarded as being a sort of a farmer's man, or a man who's got his feet firmly on the ground in the agricultural community, maybe that is a difficult ideological jump for those number 2s to take. But
if you compare maybe Marion to Michael Clark there, 79 as opposed to 6.
Yeah.
Still not enough that you'd feel that the gap could be significantly closed.
There's a big geographic connection there. So you have North Leitrim, the Manor Hamilton area there. So I would have expected Marion to do well out of that. But again, it's still early days. We've only had 2 rounds of eliminations and transfers so far, which is not enough to see whether or not there is a sustainable trend for anybody. The next 1 or 2 counts will tell a big tale. But definitely that is not where you would, it's not a figure you'd like to see from Michael Clark's point of view, but probably an isolated one.
All right, okay. John Ellis, just to go back to where some of those votes went from Blahin Gallagher, we've touched on the Frankie Feehan factor, which already we've touched on the Michael transfer. Michael Clark transfers that he's after picking up there as well. Just looking down through the field, obviously Nessa, the big winner there. Gino O'Boyle again, 77 he picked up from that.
Yeah. It's a left leaning vote, And whether the Greens like to accept it or not, they're classed as left. And that's the reason. And that's, as I said, it's the way that the Greens have promoted the Labour Party as their ideal companions. And that's the reason that the big transfer goes to Nessa Cosgrove. Now, to be fair, Nessa Cosgrove is a good candidate. And Nessa Cosgrove, in my opinion, is somebody with enormous potential for the Labour Party. And I'll tell you,
You'd
one
feel
thing,
there's a big personal vote there for her as well.
there is a personal vote. But Nessa Cosgrove, I never came across Nessa Cosgrove until yesterday. And I'll be honest, I was highly impressed with her. She knows politics. She knows how to be, let's put it this way, direct but humble. And that's an art. And she obviously has a very political background, seeing that her brother is running for Fine Gael in Cork, South Central. So she's somebody that will continue to grow. Now, whether she's ever able to grow back into the heyday when Declan Bree won a seat for the Labour Party, but definitely she's somebody that they should be promoting and should be moving on. But going back to it, you're not going to see any big shift in this until you reach the eliminations of those in the 4,000 and 5,000 bracket. That's when you're going to see the change, whether if it comes.
All right. Just looking at Mark, maybe from a Adele McSharry perspective for the time being, and the way that those transfers have walked out this morning from the candidates have been eliminated, do you see any cause for optimism there?
It's too early to say. You really need to get into to Sligo town, to those larger. When Cosgrove and Casserly go, we'll have a much better indication. You'd sort of expect, but I don't know. When O'Rourke goes, there'll be half for Kenny, and then half split between Scanlon and McSharry, more or less. So I wouldn't be prepared to call anything.
I wouldn't see Martin Kenny getting 50% of them. I would see him being lucky to get 25 to 30.
Well, getting a big share is what I'm saying.
Yeah, the Fianna Fáil candidates will have twice as much as Martin Kenny will have, and then there'll be the rest.
All right,
because
okay.
Michael Clark will get a lump out of Paddy O'Rourke as well.
But
all right.
The rural votes.
I did notice in Paddy's vote, when I just look at my own local booths, Paddy has definitely picked up a portion of the Fine Gael vote.
Yes.
And that's, Paddy has worked very hard in the area. He's a local man and everybody regards Paddy as a worker. So it's not hard to see why Paddy picked up those votes, but they will come back home.
All right, I'm going to come back to John in a moment. Just on that, it's just put something in my head that I'd be anxious to put to the panel as well. Widely regarded, and John Ellis, you can correct me here if I'm wrong, that maybe the introduction of Paddy O'Rourke on the ticket was in some ways aimed to try and damage the Martin Kenny vote. If that was the case, has it worked in any shape or form?
No, it should never. You wouldn't be damaging Martin Kenny. You see, Martin Kenny already had lost the bounce that he had in the last election. And if you look at Martin Kenny's vote is down about 12 or 1,500 in Leitrim, I think, from the last. So the basis
of adding Paddy O'Rourke was maybe going back to the council elections and the impact that he would have had on Roisin Kenny, Paddy O'Rourke, in her own heartland. That maybe that was part of the reason. And again, speculation.
No, it wouldn't, because Paddy O'Rourke, even when Martin Kenny was running in the locals, Paddy O'Rourke was beating him in his own area. He was beating him. See, Paddy O'Rourke is in the happy position that for a local election he has about 4,000 votes and nobody contested him since you were the last John that would have been in the same area with them. So he's picking up, and I can understand that. People in local elections vote local. They're not going to be sending their vote 20 mile away. No. But and you have that again in the Ballinamore area. You have 3 in Drumshambo and 3 in the Ballinamore end of it. And that's the way it, and
John,
it won't change.
No, Barrett, if that was the strategy, it's ineffective.
These strategies are, there's a little bit of crystal ball gazing in them. You don't know how they really work in the end, but I imagine Fianna Fáil's idea there was, if we put Paddy in the field, we will take out the Fianna Fáil vote, somebody who might not come out to vote. And there were people, neighbours of your own, John, who said to me, how am I going to go out and vote with no Leitrim candidate on this paper? I do. Now, these will be people, say, Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil people that didn't want to vote Sinn Féin. They're saying, I'm not being given an alternative to Sinn Féin here, and I'm not going out to vote. So this was a sort of an effort. Well, let's get that Fianna Fáil guy out to vote. Let's make sure that he doesn't stay at home, so that when he has got himself into the polling station, that
We
he's
get a
the
preference.
number 2.
Yeah.
Now Paddy has done very well here. That's a good vote at 4,096 already. You know, he's up there in the mix with the big names. So there's
was merit, definitely.
Just saying it's just a sweeper. That wouldn't be fair to him at all.
There was merit in running them. John Perry, my apologies. I know you've been waiting to come in there.
Just when you look at the all of the eliminations that we potentially will be, which will be definitely going ahead, you see that I think it's going to benefit the 4 main state candidates at the moment, because with, say, if you take Sinn Féin, there could be nearly 2,000 votes off the quota, and you know that's if you take the well, actually there would be even more, actually, nearly 3,000 off the and Frank it would be approximately 2. So that in many ways, when you look at the eliminations that's coming ahead now, in the next period would be Michael Kelly, Des Gricken, and you have Graham Monaghan, and before you go to Gino Boyle. You know what I mean? So that all of those people, it'd be different if somebody was stealing the march and reaching the quota. And so that I think a lot of the distributions will be going to those, will be going to the candidates who are going to get elected. So that I think therefore it's going to consolidate the 4 potential candidates that are there at the moment. Will be Frank Feehan, Merton Kenny, Michael Clark, and Eamon Scanlon. So it'd be different. On the last election in 2020 was similar. Marion Herkin was waiting, was taking votes the whole way through to the very end. So potentially, and you could have people elected here without reaching the quota, and that therefore those who are seeking to catch up on the West Sligo seat with Michael Clark, they would have that gap of 1,600 votes or 1,500 votes. They'll have a very huge difficulty in closing that gap unless something fundamentally happens. And then if the Marion Herkin is eliminated, I think that would be very much aligned towards Michael Clark.
All right, in fairness to you, you've been making that prediction from early, and you're sticking to your guns. You don't see anything that's changing on that.
John,
sorry, John.
There's just one thing that's sticking out now already. At this stage, Sinn Féin has 1,500 votes in excess of the quota. Now that's before whatever comes out of the left vote in Sligo. So you could well see Sinn Féin with Martin Kenny getting elected with maybe a surplus of 3,000 or 4,000, the way it's heading.
Yeah.
And if that were to happen, then you don't know where you're going.
That Sinn Féin transfer, John McCarthy, just to pick up on that momentarily, obviously Chris McManus, does it go anywhere else after that?
Well, we used to, I suppose, disparagingly say about the Sinn Féin vote that they were plumpers, that they dropped dead after they voted for their own, that they didn't transfer. But in later years, that hasn't happened. And this might seem strange, but I used to get a transfer from Sinn Féin. Now, I lived in Newtown Gore, and Ahawillan was a parish beside me that would have had a strong Sinn Féin support base there. So I used to get a transfer from Sinn Féin, which seemed a little bit strange. This time round, so if you end up with a transfer from McManus to Kenny, putting Kenny over, and that surplus is distributed, the surplus that will be distributed will be the portion that came from McManus, which will be a Sligo vote. It will be a left-leaning vote. A lot of the left-wing candidates will be gone at that stage, so they'll be having to take these papers and look. Well, we're gone past number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, and they're all gone. And I'm not so sure that there will be too many to distribute at the end of that. At the end of that trail.
Is that how you'd see it?
There'll be some. No, I wouldn't be like. I'm not saying, John's prediction is wrong. It's just too early for me to be putting money on it. I mean, that's how it would look today, but there's far too many votes in play. And I mean, I don't think any of us would call 50% of the last transfer for Cosgrove, no matter how many hours we're talking for. So I don't know. At this stage, I'd call 3 of the seats, but I don't know the 4th.
Yeah, that 4th one, you wouldn't make a shot at it yet. John Ellis, what's your view in relation to an overall prediction? Would you be going along with Mark here too early, or would you have a similar confidence level to John Perry?
I'm inclined to sit on the fence, which isn't normal.
That's not like you.
No, but until I see Gino Boyle, who else is in town, and Nessa Cosgroves, when you see where they go, that'll determine where your fourth seat is going. But I still
Casserly
think,
too.
yeah, Casserly, yeah, you're right, Mark. But until them three are distributed, you will get a trend at that stage. And if Michael Clark is getting the same out of them or close to the same as Marion Harkin or Edel, Michael Clark will get the seat, because Sinn Féin aren't going to be able to get enough votes pulled together to be able to pull two of them over the line. They could only do it if they ended up that where you were on 9,000 each. That can't happen because Eamon Scanlon is over that, Frank Feehan is over that, and they're also going to be there for mopping up of these other candidates. And that's where you're going to see until, as I said, Casserly, O'Boyle and the rest of the lefties and Cosgrove are distributed, you're not going to get the trend.
Okay, John, I'll put the same question to you. See that I know it's a dangerous business making predictions at 7 minutes to 11 when we still got so many counts, so many transfers to go. But what's your reading of it?
Okay, well, if we look at, we'll say the impactful eliminations that will come, and Paddy O'Rourke is going to be a very impactful elimination. Paddy, if Paddy transfers, pretty exclusively to Eamon Scanlon with the Fianna Fáil portion of his transfer, well, then that makes it difficult for Edel McSharry to be in contention for that fourth seat. Now, so the next question is, can Marion Harkin pull enough from the left-leaning transfers to put herself above Michael Clark? Look, I'm going to sit between the two camps here, and I'm going to say I wouldn't call it, I wouldn't bet my house on it, but if I were to choose somebody's position to be in right now for the last seat, I'd choose Michael Clark's.
All right, 0833 500 530. Just on some of the messages that we received so far, to Niall and all the crew at Ocean FM. I was at a wedding yesterday, but to hear my brother's voice again after almost 2 years was very emotional but joyful day, and very proud to see my daughter Laura put her hand on his shoulder for comfort. That comes in from Kevin Comiskey, who's tuned our way today. Some more of the messages again, congratulating our panel. Great coverage, well done. Can you ask the panel if Marion Harkin's eventual elimination and likely female-friendly transfer could push Edel McSharry into the final seat, assuming Edel will have already benefited as from a similar situation with Marie Casserly and Nessa Cosgrove, and not to mention the O'Rourke votes. That comes in from Thomas. On the Green Party, the Green Party preaching climate responsibility and blocking roads in the northwest, but at the same time giving big businesses licences in relation to mining, with exploration licences at least. And again, a lot of people not happy with that. And finally, for the moment, some more of the situation of agriculture. The importance of agriculture in the general election is very evident here when the votes are going to some candidates. Farmers are driving round in big 4x4s and hoovering up all the clean energy that's in the environment, and we have more and more on that. Mark, have we time? We're 5 minutes away from the news. That remark there in relation to Edel benefiting from those likely transfers.
It all depends on the trend. It depends on a woman-to-woman transfer. If that was a trend, say the last, the Cosgrove, the Blaughin Gallagher to Cosgrove, sort of 50%, if that was a trend, I mean, what the listener is saying, it certainly is mathematically possible. But again, as John Ellis was saying, we need to see the Cosgrove and the Casserly transfer. I mean, I think O'Rourke, I know what John is saying, he's thinking, well, maybe will O'Rourke favour Scanlon over Edel McSharry. He may, but I think it's just as likely to split.
All right,
I think it's just as likely to split between the two of them in terms of the proportion of Fianna Fáilers.
Okay. It won't be. The worst, the biggest it will be would be 60-40.
That. Okay, we're going to stay with it. We have no news at 11. 12 o'clock we'll have our next news. Some more of the queries coming in, and I want to make sure that our listeners are involved as much as possible on this. Can you please ask some of your speakers to stop saying that the N17 road needs upgrading? It doesn't. It just needs some islands and a few junctions. All roads are safe, especially when travelling at a slower speed. It's speed and dangerous driving that causes accidents and kills, not the road. Sligo needs a railway. We have the road already. How would you respond to that? John Parry, I'll start with you on that.
We certainly need the road and the railway, because when you look at take the Atlantic corridor coming up, and I wrote out in 17, that when you travel the Atlantic corridor down to Gort, and I know they're doing the lower end into Cork City, but that route has to be finished. When you look at, there's a direct route from Galway to Dublin, and motorway on the east coast as well. So I think when your questioner has raised have inlets and all that, but pulling in on a motorway, we need a dual carriageway similar to what's on the N4 coming into Killooney, and we certainly need. When you look at I know we have 7 trains out of Ballymore every day. I know going back a number of years ago, there was a potential that track would have stopped when there was a derailment, and Mary O'Rourke was minister, and I think there was at that time determination to finish the rail track at Longford. And there was a huge campaign then that ensued, and it showed that and we now see over 500,000 up to 1 million people go using that track. Ballymore station is packed every day, 7 trains a day, every 2 hours. It is a phenomenal success. The amount of, for not alone elderly, but for students and everything else. So I think when you have remember that, I suppose going back to Joe Cawley, Lord Mercy and Joe Cawley, and in fairness to him and O'Crieve, the track on the Western Track is within state ownership. It is fenced off. There was fencing put on funded by the state going back a number of years ago. So we don't have to acquire it. It's a state asset. It's a no-brainer to if you take from Killooney into Killandy into Tubbercurry up to Claremorris and then up to down to Galway, down to Limerick, and that track was there going back 50. I know I was talking to people who used that track 40 years ago. It was regrettable that it was taken up. People are now, when you go anywhere on the continent, rail track is the way to go. So really what we need, and I sincerely hope that the next government prioritise the West Coast. We need the motorway and we need the railway.
Yeah. Just on freight and it being brought by rail, there was a lot of publicity given, Mark. I remember wasn't it Ballina and Waterford, I think, that was linked up over the last number of years. There was a new line established there for bringing freight. Now, I would travel that stretch of the N17 on a fairly regular basis, maybe heading to the Connacht GA Centre of Excellence from Killooney. And I know the text messages that came in there saying there's nothing wrong with the road. I disagree with it. I don't know what your view was on the N17.
Well, I suppose my first reaction is I didn't realise Eamon Ryan was listening to Ocean FM. So, hello, Eamon. I certainly disagree with that. It's a road. My children live in Galway, so I'm very regularly on it. It's probably one of the worst stretches of road in the country. And I think while we all must embrace the green agenda across all parties, the reality is there are legacy issues here in terms of infrastructure that have to be dealt with, whether people are like it or not. And the N17 is top of that list. Sure, let's have roads and so on, but I'm sorry, I wouldn't agree with that listener remotely. I think it's a death trap. It's one of the few roads where I'm driving, and I drive a lot, where I genuinely am afraid. You see a truck coming at you, say between Killooney and O'Connery. The worst stretches of it, so it must be done, and I think any of us will be lobbying very hard to make sure that it is.
Yeah, I think it's a road very much, I'd agree with you, it can be a challenging road to drive. There's absolutely no doubt about that. I'm going to stick with some more of the messages that have come in here, and I've got Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael representation sitting right in front of me here as well, so I can put this one to the two Johnsons beside me. How well Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael have done to pass all the blame onto the Greens. Whoever takes the mudguard seats will be very wary of these two parties. You can see the parties that took the gender quotas and seriously put in years of preparation to have organic level of balance, and in contrast you can see the parties who threw in women late on and have a long way to go. So has this been a masterclass, John Ellis, on the behalf of Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, that the Greens are getting a kick in something similar to what Labour got a few years ago? It's the legacy again of being a minority party in government, and you've thrown, Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael have thrown the Greens under the bus, if you pardon the pun.
I don't think they've been thrown under the bus. I think they jumped under it themselves. Because the simple reason is that their actions in government, right across the board, like the Mall basically went against the thinking of the general public. Eamon Ryan, with all his tax increases and so it's ring fence for this or it's ring fence for that. But you can have all the grandiose ideas, but if you don't have the money to do it, you're going nowhere. And does he expect that the general public in rural Ireland, who can't go out and hail a taxi or can't go out and get a bus and are dependent on rural lift or something, which actually has probably been one of the best things, that I'll give him that much credit. That was the rural lift has been very, very helpful to a lot of people. But people are sick and tired of energy taxes. And remember, you couldn't manage without a car tomorrow. And in most cases, families need at least two, because husband and wife going to work, kids to school, the whole thing is all changed. And what he has to realise is that the other thing, that they're talking about electric vehicles, that nobody wants to touch them with a barge pole. People are running away from them for a number of reasons. First of all, the cost is affected, and the reduced contribution from the state, the grant. The next thing is that I'm told by people that have them, set of tyres, 10,000 kilometres max. They don't know how long the battery is going to last. They'll tell you it's 8 years. What's going to happen to the batteries after 8 years? Are we going to have a skip for electric vehicle batteries? Are they going to be recycled? Are they going to be able to be redone? There's all this stuff out there that are frightening people. And the bottom line of it is, you go out and get into your old diesel or petrol car, and once you have a battery in her that she'll get you from A to B, and you won't be looking at the meter to see, can I turn on the lights or can I turn up the heat? Am I going to get home? Am I going to end up 10 miles down the road and having to get somebody to take me to a charger? This is why this stuff is not. It's suitable for urban, but not suitable for rural Ireland.
They've done a good enough job of wiping themselves out, and you can't blame Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. I tell you what I'll do, I'm going to begin John McCartan and that in just a couple of moments, but for the time being, we'll take a break. We've got loads more comments that have come in from our listeners as well. Wherever you're watching, wherever you're listening, keep those comments coming in. I get the feeling we could be here for a considerable period of time, and indeed we'll discuss as many of those as possible in the company of our panel. We're back right after these.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
I find Solar Generation very good to work with, very patient, very friendly. And I think if it was not a local installer, it would have been more difficult to get people to come back and check things up. So shop local was really important for us, but also because the grant was available, and that was a nice incentive. But we love looking at the app and seeing how much money we make every day when the sun shines. The grant application process, Solar Generation were there to help us, so it was very, very easy relatively. I'd highly recommend working with Solar Generation. Local firm, great to support a local company and local staff.
Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, priced at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
And you're very welcome back to the Clayton Hotel here in Sligo. It's Ocean FM. It's day 2 of our coverage of the general election results for 2024. We've got some more figures to hand. Mark McSharry, what have you been hearing and what's significant about these?
Yeah, Casserly plus 56. This is a tally. Clark 174. So it's a very good transfer to Michael there. Cosgrove plus 11. Frank Feehan plus 13. Des Gucking plus 73, Marion Harkin plus 67, Martin Kenny plus 28, McManus plus 34, McSharry plus 10, Monaghan plus 205, O'Boyle plus 45, O'Rourke plus 10, I think, Scanlon plus 10. This is Michael Kelly, so it's clearly an anti-government vote here. But significant votes for Clark there, and so that's the most significant thing for me anyway.
The big thing there is that Clark has now stretched 100 votes ahead of Marion Harkin. He's now 100 more ahead of her.
100 more? He's a lot more than 100 ahead of her.
But no, on that transfer,
yes,
he picks up 170 odd. She picks up 70, I think, isn't it, Mark?
Yes.
Yeah, so that means that he's
67
now,
and 174.
Yeah, well, he actually moves 110 roughly farther on, and this is where the variance is going to come. If that were to be continued, he will very quickly be 2,000 ahead. And at 2,000 ahead,
it's a big lead.
Sure.
It's a big lead.
Yeah. John, I want to bring you into this as we're just, for the benefit of our listeners here again, to recap, we're talking about the figures where the transfer of the votes from Michael Kelly, the Irish Freedom Party, where they are more, what we'd always be expecting them would be an anti-government vote, as Mark described it there, would predominantly be transferring left. Is that the way that you're seeing this played out, John?
Absolutely. When you look at that transfer is put Michael Clark, it was 1655. The difference between himself and Marion Harkin, that brings it up by another 100 up to, not for short of 1800. And I suppose the other message in this is that if Graham Monaghan has got 200 votes, and if you take his elimination, if that left leaning is continuation, I would expect a considerable transfer from Graham Monaghan to Michael Clark as well. So that, and as John Ellison said, the Marion Harkin, he has gained 100. Whereas if Marion Harkin was making speed, it would be in reverse.
Yes.
So I see it very clearly, that on the trends, on the first preference votes for Michael Clark in all the boxes, it automatically follows logic that the eliminations and those going out will follow in the same trend, and that trend is 10% there plus of a transfer, even higher actually.
So it needs, like, Michael keeps taking away. Michael Clark keeps taking away there. His home, but when you get into those bigger transfers, I mean, you need to totally dry up.
Yeah,
possible. Of course, it's possible.
And if he keeps it going per rota with when it gets into the bigger numbers, it's going to be very difficult to see him being pulled in by any of the other candidates. John,
one caveat I would just give that, and this number could be a little bit of an outlier in that. So this is from the National Party. It's from or is it for what do you call it? The Irish Freedom Party.
Irish Freedom Party.
Yeah, which is that's Herman Kelly, Nigel Farage's party, basically. Like if you do look at this, you're seeing Aintu picking up 205 and Michael Clark picking up 174. And we talked about the Michael Fitzmaurice influence. Michael Fitzmaurice's big breakthrough and big impact was a sort of a Eurosceptic outburst he had at a Jim Higgins meeting in Bornacooley years ago, where he rampaged against EU regulations that, in fairness, didn't exist, but he had a good run at them. He had a good run at them at the same time, and he became a sort of a Eurosceptic lightning conductor in that election. So this could be a nationalist Eurosceptic vote right here, and I think there's an ideological trend in the way that has transferred. So that might not just continue. I don't think we can break it down as left or right. We can't break it down as geographical. I think those two, Aintu and the Fitzmaurice element of Michael Clark's vote, I think that could be just a nationalist Eurosceptic expression.
There's something else here. Next man to go, I think, is Des Gucking, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's yeah.
Yeah. Now, it'll be interesting to see where Des goes, where Des's votes go. Do they go to Marion Harkin as the independent, or do they start to break everywhere? Now, I think they'll break everywhere. Because a lot of them are kind of a semi-personal.
What about Martin Kinney and Paddy O'Rourke as two Leitrim candidates?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I still think that they will go everywhere because we're a personal... Des Gucking has basically got his council vote.
That's exactly it.
And the people that vote for him in the council election, a lot of them vote for him because they see him as somebody that basically...
Rocks the Casbah.
Rocks the
establishment.
And in some cases, I'll have to admit, I think he's right. Like you see odd cases there where he'd be pursuing, and definitely the hierarchy don't like him, and he doesn't. That doesn't worry him. But you see him drawing up issues there that other politicians wouldn't take the time to do, and sometimes they're relevant to quite an amount of people.
Yeah, he's a lone wolf, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
There's two sides of an argument there, that it's very difficult to get anything done when you're operating on a solo like that you probably need the support of the other councillors to really implement an awful lot of
you do, yeah,
anything meaningful.
But it's the personal ones, you see. It's not the big ones. It's the personal ones that he may be able to achieve on the side that we know nothing about. That's where he gets his vote.
Yeah,
I suppose he was an outlier in Leitrim County Council in being the contrarian voice, because I have to say in my time in Leitrim County Council we almost never had a vote.
No.
We knew exactly where we stood on everything, and we agreed with each other largely, and Des would typically be the only one who would be voting against a particular motion or maybe proposing a counter motion, and so he was that contrarian voice, and he has carved out a name for himself in that. And he would have voted I'd say exclusively against every single chairperson that was elected, including myself, even though Des and I were quite friendly.
It's no different. There was always a troublemaker in it, because I had the pleasure in about 1974 or about 1975 of marching out of an AGM when I felt that we weren't getting our share of the goodies, and marching out the door in protest.
Well, Des went to he went to do his walkout when I was being elected Cathaoirleach of Leitrim County Council, and there was a kind of a tradition, probably still there, where your family would come into the chamber when you were about to be elected. So some of the council staff went out and said to my wife, "Come in with the kids, John's about to be elected." And Des got to his feet to make a big protest speech, and the first thing that happened was one of my twins pulled the chair out from under him when he was walking by. And the next thing, Des was only getting back into a stride when one of the twins bit the other one and started to squeal. And Des's protest came to little prominence in the chamber.
It was all about the time, and we're talking about the Michael Kelly transfers, and we've just discussed them there in great detail. I suppose, again, for the benefit, and I know people are logging on and tuning in on a regular basis, and we're getting more and more new listeners. In relation, Mark McSharry, to that fourth and final seat, I think the general summary, if I was kind of paraphrasing what you've been saying, is that if Clark keeps taking transfers the way he's taken them, it's going to be very difficult to reel them back in.
It's over if that trend continues. But look, you don't know. We maintain that caveat of Casserly, Cosgrove, Gino, and Graham Monaghan. You know, when we see those, we'll all put our house on it then, I'd say.
Yeah. John, again, it's very much backing up your prediction that you made from an early stage yesterday.
John could always see the future, though.
I wouldn't say that, no.
That's it.
In hindsight,
it's a gift.
In hindsight, it's a good wisdom too. No doubt.
Okay, I've been told 5 minutes and we're going to have another count. 5 minutes and another count.
That's the one that
stay tuned for that. John, back to you.
Well, but I think that's unless something changes with the Graham Monaghan and Des's transfer and Gina Boyle, and that's Cosgraves. But I genuinely believe that. I think that Michael Clark, what I've seen, he's going to get he's going to get quite near the 10%. You know what I mean? And the difference there is, it's a huge. There's a huge catch up there. Even for Del McSharry, there's a huge catch up there. up to 1,600 votes and up to 1,800 votes, so that it would be a remarkable turnabout, but obviously one can never tell, but I don't see it happening now.
Mm-hmm. All right. Again, there's a number of messages coming in here, and in relation to the various guests that we've been interviewing yesterday, will we be seeing more of those interviews today? The answer is you will, of course. We'll be adding to the panel throughout the day. We'll be having on-the-floor interviews, but as you could probably envisage, it's a little bit quiet here as of yet, and I say people are waiting and judging by when the more counts will be taking place later in the day, and more will be coming in. Just while we're waiting for that count, a flavour of some of the messages in here to us so far. Politics is a full-time commitment, and many women who may be rearing children just don't have the time. Women are excellent at doing much work outside of politics to support their male colleague who is a politician. I think in every job, if you pick the best person, irrespective of the gender, if a woman is excellent, she gets the job, and vice versa. I don't agree with gender in selecting people to get on to the ballot paper, says one of our listeners. And again, that message coming through time and time again here, that it should really all be about the candidate, and the gender balance in some ways being overstated. But in many ways, John McCartan, is that a flaw that's in the system, that you're penalised if you don't hit that 40% quota, and as a result it's an anatomy that's bordering on a flaw?
Yeah, well, first of all, the gender quota is just purely an excuse not to tackle the problem. It's tinkering around with the symptoms, but doing nothing to solve the root cause. And we touched on it earlier, an environment that has been created over the years by old men to ensure, well, not to ensure, but it just suits them. So the engagement at branch level within the main parties is certainly not there. And a texter earlier on did allude to the fact that some parties had embraced a more holistic approach to bringing women into politics and had been more successful at it than the larger parties have, and certainly more successful than Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil have. Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil have embraced gender quotas, which are demeaning to women. We should be creating the environment in which women can comfortably and happily engage with politics, and we haven't been doing that. And I think that the gender quota just gives us an excuse not to do that.
Okay, just to give you a brief picture while we're waiting for details on the count to come in here, I think we're now ready to go back to the returning officer.
The following is the result of the fourth count, which consisted of the distribution of Michael Kelly's 810 votes. Total votes to be distributed 810. Casserly Marie, non-party, plus 57. A total of 2,589. 2589. Clark Michael, Independent Ireland, plus 174. A total of 6,213. 6213. Cosgrove Nessa, the Labour Party, plus 11. A total of 2,481, 2481. Feehan Frank, Fine Gael, plus 13, a total of 9,103, 9103. Gucky and Des, non-party, plus 73, a total of 991, 991. Harkin Marion, non-party, plus 67, a total of 4,524, 4524. Kenny Martin, Sinn Féin, plus 28, a total of 7,867, 7867. McManus Chris, Sinn Féin, plus 34, a total of 5,259, 5259. McSharry Edel, Fianna Fáil, plus 10, a total of 4,531, 4531. Monaghan Graham, Enthu, plus 205, a total of 1,347, 1347. O'Boyle Gino, People Before Profit Solidarity, plus 46, a total of 1,845, 1845. O'Rourke Paddy, Fianna Fáil, plus 5, a total of 4,101, 4101. And Scanlon Eamon, Fianna Fáil, plus 10, a total of 5,952, 5952. Non-transferable papers not effective, 77. As no candidate has reached the quota on this count, there is no surplus for distribution. I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes, and that's Des Guckian at 991 votes. Gormakov.
All right, so there you have it. Des Guckian becomes the next candidate, as we've just been speculating on, that will be eliminated, and indeed we've already begun the discussion on where Des's vote is, or his transfers are likely to go. We've been talking about Des Guckian, and I think it's the second time that he's put his name forward here on a general election ticket. So the attention now very much turning to the transfers. We are wondering, Mark McSharry, could there be maybe a transfer to Marion Harkin on this? We're wondering, would the vote stay perhaps in Leitrim? Maybe they could go in different directions. How would you view it?
Well, you'd expect Leitrim, obviously.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I'm expecting for it. There may be a few others, but I'd say predominantly Leitrim. That last transfer doesn't add very much. I mean, the thing is, it's still about these big transfers that are coming, with advantage to Clark, but still possible. Harkin, Chris McManus, McSharry to come into play, but John is the crystal ball here, Harry, that is, and he may well be right if trends continue. But I think Des Guckian's predominantly. I think I expect to see Kenny strong here, maybe some O'Rourke obviously as well. And a sprinkling after that, I suppose.
There'll be some to Feehan.
Yeah.
Feehan, of course.
Yeah. There'll be some to Feehan, there'll be some to Clark.
Yeah, because Des is Drumsna, and it's only it's only a stone's throw to Boyle. So
and
you'd
imagine maybe the Bay of Rindles factor there, a local councillor on Des Guckian's doorstep, that could lead very much to some of those votes making their way to Frank Feehan.
Yeah.
Just interestingly, John Comiskey passes a note there saying that in 2 counts, the prospects of Chris McManus may well be buoyed. So I expect that Des is 1. We're talking about Graham Monaghan ain't 2, a Sligo vote there, a left-leaning vote.
That's not a left vote.
Is it not? Well, no, but I don't mean. Sorry, when I say left, I don't mean socially.
A non-government vote.
A protest vote.
But it's not necessarily protest either. I mean, Graham's it's into.
Yeah.
So I tell you, that's
more
pro-life.
Yeah.
It's centrist.
Yeah.
I don't see it as left. Yeah.
Yeah, but it is protest. I think if it's going to go to Chris McManus, it's a protest vote because
I know what you mean.
Yeah, because it's not it's not aligned in any other way other than protest.
Okay, can I just throw one question, and Mark would be able to answer this maybe immediately. Graham Monaghan, when we interviewed him yesterday, he spoke about his his historical links to Fianna Fáil. There's no danger any of that to go back to Fianna Fáil, Mark, would there be?
I don't. It's not. I mean, that doesn't really happen. Sort of, it happens in Sinn Féin, it happens in big parties and stuff like that. So I mean, Graham's vote will probably go in various directions. It's not. Some might go to.
You wouldn't be overly optimistic from Bidel's perspective there that.
She'll get a share, but but Graham's vote has come from everywhere. It has come from everywhere. Like I would say that there's the pro-life element in there, there's the anti-government element in there, but it would be centrist as opposed to. I mean, the first preference would be centrist.
Okay, sorry, John. You think you were making a point there?
Yeah, I would know what I was going to say was you look at this transfer that's coming up. It'll end up in the usual. There'll be some for everybody. It's not that major. Unless that somebody were, say, to pick up 200 or 300 of it, which is unlikely to happen. But the one that is going to have most interest to me is when we reach Maria Casserly. And I'll tell you why I say that. Where does them votes go? They're independent votes. Do they go back to Marion Harkin, where obviously quite an amount of them I'd say have come from? Or do they go to Michael Clark?
You would say traditionally, if we were maybe having this conversation 2 years ago, you would have said
Marion Harkin, yes, but not today.
Now I'm not so sure. John?
Yeah, well, that's what you're looking
Carton?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was looking at Monaghan's numbers there.
Making the point, John has thrown it in there, the, say, Marie Casserly transfer. is it more likely to go to, say, Marion Harkin or Michael Clark? And this could be a significant development. And I'm going to bring John Perry in on this as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not aware of how the relationship between Marie Casserly and Marion Harkin.
Well, none of us are. That's between them. But yeah, Marie Casserly would have worked with Marion Harkin
exactly.
in the past.
And while I say I'm not aware of it, I have heard it mentioned twice or three times, even on this panel. So therefore, I'm beginning to wonder, is there something significant in that? And if there is something significant in that, well, then one would expect that Michael Clark's going to pick up a little bit more of them than people would expect, and in which case, that's not good for Marion Harkin.
All right, now we're speculating at this stage. John Perry, what's your take on where maybe that possible Marie Casserly vote would go in transfers? Would it be likely to find its way back to Marion Harkin, or perhaps maybe go to Michael Clark?
Well, Marion Harkin is on 4,524 at the moment, and you take the Michael Clark's on 6,213, and Edel Meshari is on 4,531. So there's 1,700 votes there, of 1,700 votes, and that is a considerable gap. You know what I mean? And I think that answers your question directly with regards to. I think if it comes to the elimination of, which it will be, obviously, of Casserly's vote. I would expect that Michael Clark, we'd say, being an independent candidate, that Marion Harkin will get a portion of the vote. But even on the trends at the moment, I think that Michael Clark possibly could hold the same transfer as Marion Harkin, and if he does, he's home and dry.
That's really where Marion Harkin would need to make serious inroads. Finally, John Ellis, before we go to a commercial break.
Yeah, what I was going to say was Chris McManus is going to pick up off Nessa Cosgrove and off Gino Boyle, but after that, he's homeless. I'm just saying that. So even he passes Edel, which he's well past her at the minute, or Marion. He's going to be stuck on that. I would say around 7,000 after the transfers of the main players in Sligo. 7,000 isn't enough for him.
All right, okay. It's fascinating. We're teeing us up. I know we're looking down the road somewhat, but you can probably imagine why we're doing that in the greater context of things. All right, what we'll do is we'll take a quick commercial break. We're back very shortly, and indeed we'll come back with some more of your comments.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
I find Solar Generation very good to work with, very patient, very friendly. And I think if it was not a local installer, it would have been more difficult to get people to come back and check things up. So shop local was really important for us, but also because the grant was available, and that was a nice incentive. But we love looking at the app and seeing how much money we make every day when the sun shines. The grant application process, Solar Generation were there to help us, so it was very, very easy relatively. I'd highly recommend working with Solar Generation. Local firm, great to support a local company and local staff.
Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, price at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
Ocean FM, whether you're watching, whether you're listening. If you're listening, remember you can log on to our website and watch on YouTube all the coverage live here from the Clayton Hotel. You can look at the tally figures from yesterday, you can look at the count figures online, and indeed we have expert analysis right throughout the day in relation to the destination of the seats in the Sligo-Leitrim constituency. Now, there's a few more points that I just want to go back to, and some of the coverage that came in from, or some of the comments that came in from our listeners to the programme, 083 3500 530. The panel is very careful not to mention the hospital extension that isn't going ahead, says one of our callers. Mark McSherry, you're just after coming out of politics at a national level, albeit as an independent TD in the last number of years. What is the state of play in your understanding now of the hospital extension? And I see Frank Feehan here. We might be able to get a word with him at some stage on this as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's progressing, but it is laughable, the pace of that progress. The first manifestation of this extension goes back to Budget 2010 in October or whatever month it was in 2009, where 50 million was announced in the budget for an extension to Sligo General Hospital, as it was known at that time. And that was for, at the time, Eamon Scannell and Jimmy Devons, relevant to the cancer services and all of that tobacco. And it was put specifically into the budget. And it still hasn't happened. The actual plan of what's going to happen has been adjusted many times from within the HSE or whatever, now to be this 42-bed. It is progressing, it is set in stone. When we'll actually physically see it open is an open question. It's a matter of scheduling and so on within the HSE, but it's going to happen all right. But I mean, it literally goes back 15 years.
All right, it is going to happen. You know, these medical issues, and I know I spoke about Frank, and John McCartan will vouch for this, it was a major crossroads in his career in Roscommon in the past in relation to the hospital there. John, hospitals and medical issues can be huge, and I always think back to Roscommon and Tom Fox. You know, they're big issues.
I remember Tom Fox, lovely man Tom Fox. Started off his career with what is now Chagas in Ballinamore. I remember him in Ballinamore, and Tom was a gentleman, or the mercy on him. But no, health is a major issue out there. It's an issue for people that fear of becoming ill, more than an issue for the people who are actually ill and are in the service. You never hear anybody complain about the service once they get in. Never. But getting in and delays and things like that, and waiting for x-rays or waiting for MRIs or something like that, it's a worry to people. But the bottom line of it is, everybody is forgetting that the growth in population that we haven't provided the backup infrastructure.
And an ageing population?
Yes, in either education, in medical care, in all the other various state services that run. Remember, the population of this country has increased by 500,000 in the past 7 or 8 years. And it's continuing to grow at the rate of 100,000+ people a year. And we need, the actual thing is that most of those people, we need them because they're coming in either here as nurses or doctors or into to provide language facilities for some of the IT companies and all. We need them. But what annoys people is that they see people who they don't see as making a contribution, getting, as they see it, better health care than their own. And that's where it comes. But the Sligo Hospital, what was proposed then, it would actually now need to be treble the number of beds that were proposed then now because of the change in population. And if we're going to grow our population in the region, we're going to also have to grow our facilities alongside it. Like, we have to admire some of the things that have taken place. Like, you look at the Sligo IT. Like, I remember in my early days there was maybe 4 or 5 different faculties available in it. Now it's such a wide range, and it's going to become more and more relevant. But we have to provide infrastructure. It's no different than going back to the roads and the rail.
All right. There's 2 points that I want to put to John McCartan on health here. And one is what we see from January and particularly onwards in the newsroom where we're working. There comes calls in on a daily basis from listeners checking the INMO numbers, wanting to know how many people are on trolleys. And they would openly tell you in phone conversations that we've had that the delay procedures, the delay going into accident and emergency, if they're hearing what the INMO figures are high in a particular hospital, let it be in Sligo, let it be in Letterkenny. And the second point that I want to make to you, maybe from a Fine Gael perspective, that maybe where the Fine Gael campaign certainly hit a bump in the road was down in Kanturk over issues about carers, and you can link that to health as well, probably gives a prime example of how prevalent health is in an election campaign.
Yeah. And well, look, I guess those are 2 quite different issues, and I would caveat anything I'm going to say by saying I am not an expert in this field in any way. And the only evidence I have and the only stories I have to tell you are purely anecdotal. But I have sat in casualty waiting rooms. I have walked past corridors of people lying on trolleys, and you could be there for something simple. I'm in an industry where fellas pick up little injuries all the time. I'd often bring a lad to hospital for dropping something on a toe or breaking a finger or whatever it is. You're going to be there. You could be there for the day. That could be a 24-hour project to get that dealt with. Now, I did, on the other side of it, I ended up in hospital with septicemia myself, and I found myself in a packed waiting room. Now, one thing I will say, I looked around me and I said, if you took alcohol abuse and drug abuse out of the system, I wouldn't have had a waiting list.
You're right.
It was absolutely incredible. So, sometimes there are deeper issues that need to be addressed in health that mightn't be just discussed as a purely health provision management issue.
It's a very interesting point that you make. And just on the second part of that question, I know they're a little bit maybe non-related, but the point that I'm trying to make here, health, was it a major bump in the road, that altercation that Simon Harris had down in Kanturk? Was that something that changed the election campaign?
I'm not sure.
Or is it overemphasised?
I think it was overemphasised. I'm not sure it did, and I don't like to start blaming the media. The media have a job to do, and they have to pick up the little things. They'll be like a magpie, the thing that glitters. That's what they'll be attracted to, and that particular exchange glittered and became quite a sellable thing. However, I'm not so sure in the people I spoke to. I didn't hear anybody saying I'm changing the way I'm voting because of that. I didn't hear anybody giving out about Harris's interaction with her. I think people might have felt, I'm not fully sure if I've seen the entire edit of this or what way this edit has been treated. And I'm not sure if I can blame a man for being, a little bit human at the end of a long campaign. And I know we had a journalist in yesterday who said, the Fine Gael message was youth and vigour and energy, and now we have a guy trying to be forgiven for saying something because he was tired. I think we all read a bit too much into that. I think Fine Gael's polling numbers were soft before that, and that the correction we saw after that was a return to reality.
And even if you made a bad situation worse by trying to influence, or Fine Gael trying to influence the RTE editorial policy on whether they show it or not, still nothing would begin overemphasised.
It wasn't a big deal.
John, in my opinion, it had all the appearance of a setup. And I'll tell you why. You never saw the start of it, you only saw the finish. So how long had Simon Harris put in talking to the lady concerned? She was on about the rate of pay. That's actually in the process, I think, of being addressed. The rate for the healthcare workers.
Section 38 and 39.
Yes. And that's the government at the minute is addressing that.
Yeah.
But you see, it's very easy to have some fellas behind the wall with the camera doing it. And if they had showed it from start to finish, I could see a certain amount of merit if he had. But Jesus, I'll tell you one thing, we've all canvassed and we've all arrived at the door and some fella tried to howl you for an hour and you've known in their heart and soul that he had as much intention of voting for you as you had of going to the moon.
It's an argument that you could not win.
No, you can't win.
You know, it reminds me of something you told me many moons ago, and it was long before social media came on the scene. But you told me about doing pre-recorded interviews on television.
Yes.
That it's very easy for some maybe journalists or editors or whatever to patch pieces of the interview together that makes you sound as if you're saying something completely different, and that's now hugely accessible for people to do that on social media as well.
They're able to edit it to their own advantage, and the only advice I give anybody in politics, let it be local radio, television, anyone, live, and you can be blamed for what you say if you do it live. But at least you did it yourself and you knew what you were doing, and you can come back and try to explain if there was an error made. But when somebody gets in and starts to clip you left, right and centre, you can look a terrible fool. That was done to me once, and I'll tell you one thing, after that I never.
Yeah. Mark, any experience of that in your campaign?
Well, yeah, I mean, I always prefer to be operating live for the reasons that John has said, because, you know, in the print media, you know, you put in your press release or whatever it is, but you've no editorial control. So, you know, and an editor can present the facts in a whole series of different ways, you know, and I often said, you know, there is, you know, the example of, you know, John Lynch arrived at the Count Centre with a blonde bombshell is very suggestive. John Lynch was accompanied by his daughter. But you know, nobody said anything incorrectly, and in editorial media, you know, that is the difficult. But I think on Simon Harris, first and foremost, I remember when he came into Leinster House as a secretarial assistant to Francis Fitzgerald in 2007. He's never been anything other than a gentleman, regardless of disagreeing with policies or any of that. Never been anything other than a gentleman. He does have a lot more lived experience than an awful lot of politicians when it comes to disability, because of his brother and other people. And I think he has a level of compassion that others can't compete with in that regard. I think it was a very bland campaign, so media in general, and you know, we're looking, look, what can we hop on here? And here was the first opportunity, plus he was the Taoiseach. Now, for all the world, I'll bet if we recorded all the party leaders, you could have got any of them in a tetchy retort to people that could be painted up in a certain way. I don't think it affected the outcome of the campaign, and I don't believe it to be representative remotely of Simon Harris.
All right, okay. Yeah. All right, interesting to hear your views and experiences on that. We've got plenty more to talk about, loads more messages from listeners to get to as well. I will continue to do that as we await the next count here in Sligo, Leitrim. But for the moment, we'll take a break. Back after these.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
I find Solar Generation very good to work with, very patient, very friendly. And I think if it was not a local installer, it would have been more difficult to get people to come back and check things up. So shop local was really important for us, but also because the grant was available, and that was a nice incentive. But we love looking at the app and seeing how much money we make every day when the sun shines. The grant application process, Solar Generation were there to help us, so it was very, very easy relatively. I'd highly recommend working with Solar Generation. Local firm, great to support a local company and local staff.
Welcome to Clayton Hotel.
Social Democrats 1, People Before Profit 1, Into 1, Independent Ireland 3, Independent 6 and others 0. That's an early indication right across the country on how things are panning out. More data coming in here. Mark.
Okay, so this is the tally of the distribution of Guckins, which would be 42, plus 42 for Casserly, plus 117 for Clark, again ticking along. Cosgrove plus 6, Feehan plus 110, Harkin plus 154, Kenny plus 189, McManus plus 17, McSharry plus 29, Monaghan plus 78, O'Boyle plus 17, O'Rourke 171, and Scanlon 13. So all the Leitrim's doing well there, plus Marion Harkin, and Clark significantly, plus 117. So continuing there to pick up.
The trend is there.
Yeah.
All right, now from what Mark has just given us there on that Des Gucking transfers, John, going along as you expected here,
Yeah.
I know there was a degree of unpredictability, but it seems to be going pretty much as you could make a shot at.
It's going as the way you would predict it to go. But the significant one is that Clark picks up 117 again. What did Marion Harkin pick
154.
up? So, okay, she gets 35 or 36 votes back off him. It's insignificant. But what's significant is that he is picking up there at the same rate, not having ever even represented it. So it's obvious that there is a trend there of him getting preference votes in the rural areas.
All right. John Parry.
That's a remarkable transfer for Michael Clark, and as John said, the difference there, 35 votes. You know, as I said, like the last transfer, it should have been in reverse. You know what I mean, Jeremy? If it was a considerable, if Marion Harkin was making gains, she should be getting the 100 plus the 100 and plus the difference. So I think if the next trend in the next one or two eliminations, if that trend continues, I think my prediction. I think I stick. I'm definitely on message on the first 4 seats.
Okay. It's very much emerging here, the Clark factor in picking up first preference votes, but how transfer friendly he is beginning to emerge, and how he's able to maintain that significant lead, that healthy lead that he has, particularly on Marion Harkin. There was a lot of talk about the campaign that Michael Clark put in. Hugely effective campaign, high profile. He got a lot of ground in. He had a lot of people involved. Is it fast becoming maybe, I don't know, it's too early to say yet, but it's definitely becoming a big talking point around this election, the phenomenon that is Michael Clark, it seems, at this stage?
Yeah, it was definitely a big campaign, and we did have this discussion yesterday. But you know, Mark McSharry made the point: posters don't win elections, and posters don't get you votes. And I agree with him on that. But not doing them, of course, can lose you votes. But the postering campaign, how quickly it hit the ground, was indicative of a very well-oiled, well-resourced, and well-supported machine from Michael Clark. Now, I have heard that some of Michael Clark's supporters are upset with us talking about him as a fourth seat while he's in third place. Of course, I want to make it clear that we are viewing this as Fianna Fáil having 2 big eliminations to go, that in reality Fianna Fáil are in third place. This is not about trying to downgrade Michael's performance here. We're just simply looking at what is, you know, an undeniable reality that Fianna Fáil will be in the third place there, or the second place, depending on those eliminations.
With Michael Clark, Mark McSharry, with the performance of Michael Fitzmaurice, Independent Ireland, are they going to become more and more of an attractive brand maybe for the next, say, council elections when it comes to attracting candidates and ultimately into the next general election?
Yeah, I mean, if they can organise and come across as a coherent grouping in the next Dáil, definitely. I agree with what the guys are saying about Michael, but what I also was reiterating yesterday was, there's 15 years, 20 years hard work there. There's also in his lifestyle and his family's lifestyle and careers, bring him to every aspect of the constituency on a regular basis. The posters wouldn't have done any harm, but I mean, if he had less posters, I think he'd still be where he is.
Yeah.
In this campaign, and it is looking very good for him, as John has called from the beginning, and that's how the first counts, but we have to tie in the fact that there are other people and there's an awful lot of votes to come. We're going to move into Sligo now, and look, if he's getting 174 in Leitrim and 117 that time, then you'll expect him to be at least continuing to tick along in the Sligos as well. Hargan has now gone ahead of Edel in that, and McManus isn't out of it yet either. So, but look, it's going to happen very quick now. Yeah. We definitely won't be going into Monday.
An interesting one for McManus.
Yeah, I would suggest.
An interesting one for McManus could well be Gino's elimination. Quite a similar profile of voter there, same area, so that could change the landscape a little.
Are we going to bring John Perry back in on this as well before we head for the news at the top of the hour?
Well, you were just saying on the party structure, if the Independent Ireland gets a number of seats, there would be. You asked what the question can they build potentially? Yes, of course they can, because if they get the funding from the state to employ staffers to work with the elected members, you know what I mean? I think that with the base, if they come in with, they're talking about 4 to 7 seats. You know what I mean? I think 7 seats qualifies them for state funding. So as to whether there will be in the next government or not,
Would you put it down, John, to the track record of Michael Clark? And I know you touched on this a few times yesterday. He's a man that has a proven track record. So is it a combination of both the popularity of the party that he's running for now, but also his own track record?
I put it down to the campaign. Regardless of, if you look at the 40-foot lorries let out and the LED lit up and the whole lot, it was a land, sea and air attack really, and the point of view that it was first impressions are lasting. You know what I mean? A lot of campaigns didn't ignite at all, Jeremy. His campaign was the one that ignited in this constituency, and regardless, more people will pass through. You see a 40-foot lorry illuminated, Jeremy. More, say about business, more people will pass than call. So more people will pass than possibly vote, but I'm convinced that it's a mindset, and would say those posters were put up in not traditional areas for someone coming from West Sligo. So I would totally disagree with the panel and with regards to postering. I think it's the point of sale. Definitely is the point of sale. If you haven't got the point of sale correct, Jeremy, you may as well.
You're in trouble. John, we have about a minute or so before we head for the news.
The one big thing about this is Michael Clark's name is on everyone's mind when they go into the ballot box. They'll vote for their party or vote for whoever they want. And then when it gets down to the 5s and the 6s and the 7s, his name will click in their brain. And he'll get that 5, 6, 7 vote, which, while it mightn't seem relevant to them at the time, when it comes to the final, he's picking them up, and you see it there already.
All right. We've got news coming up a little bit later on, but right now, at this particular moment in time, we want to welcome Declan Bree, Sligo Councillor Declan Bree, to our panel. Thank you indeed for joining us. You're very welcome. First question, Declan, that I want to put to you, is it strange coming in here today and not have your name on the ballot sheet?
Absolutely. And it's not only strange coming in today, but I think I've been out of sorts for the last few weeks because, having contested practically nearly every general election for decades, it's not only strange for me, but for
all around
my supporters and those who have been out with me campaign after campaign.
Was it a big decision to take not to run this time round? I presume you would have consulted your various supporters, people who were loyal to you in the past, or was it a decision that you had to make alone this time round?
No, I think we made it was a general agreement. I think there was a recognition there that there wasn't going to be a significant move to the left. We saw it in the sense that we believed that Fianna Fáil was going to take a seat, Fine Gael was going to take a seat, Sinn Féin was going to take a seat. And we assumed that Marion Harkin would take a seat as an independent. Obviously, Michael Clark has changed the dynamic there. But that was our view. And we didn't really feel it was right and proper to bring out the troops, so to speak, to campaign when we felt that there wasn't a chance of taking an additional left seat in the constituency. Having said that, Chris McManus has done tremendously well. And, I'm still thinking he's in there for the shake-up, and there is that possibility.
You've probably been watching, you've probably been listening. The big, I suppose, maybe difficulty might be the wrong word, but I suppose what we're still waiting to see is going to be the Sligo town vote, and where those transfers go after expected eliminations a little bit later on. That's going to be hugely interesting. So as things stand at the moment, what would you be predicting at this stage then?
I wouldn't predict. Now, I must admit, I wasn't listening into you all of the time. I had some other business to transact yesterday. Although I must congratulate, Ocean FM. It's amazing. I've been trying to pick up information from other constituencies in the country. Ocean just stands light years ahead of every other constituency. It's just amazing, and congratulations to you and to the panel, because like Mark and John here, like from yesterday morning talking all day again today, it's what we always expect from Ocean, of course. People in Sligo and Leitrim, South Donegal and so on, they expect this. They assume that it's happening everywhere else, but it's not. And congratulations to you and to Ocean.
Thank you for that. In relation to the likely destinations of the seat, Declan, what's your experience? And again, you're a vastly experienced campaigner. You've been here yourself many times. What's the gut feeling at the moment?
My gut feeling is that Frank Feehan will take a seat. That Sinn Féin, Martin will take a seat.
Martin Kinney?
Yes.
Okay.
Eamon Scanlon.
Okay.
And I think Michael Clark. That's
the good feeling on it.
It's a good feeling.
If it pans out that way, I'd be interested to get your take on what has gone wrong for Marion Harkin this time round.
I don't know. Again, I would have assumed Marion would have taken the independent seat. I knew there was an independent seat there. I would have assumed Marion would have taken it. But Michael Clark hit the ground, running. It was just amazing. It was clear all along that he was preparing, and he obviously put in a lot of preparation. It was clear that he was going to be a strong candidate. But Marion being the sitting candidate, and she was extremely active. There wasn't a week from Ocean FM that we didn't hear Marion speaking, so she was extremely active. But Michael really pulled out all the stops on this occasion. And in terms of independence, I suppose the electorate was always looking for something new, a new angle or whatever, and Michael obviously appealed to them.
The transfers were maybe, say for instance, of Nessa Cosgrove's vote, Marie Castlery's vote, that would be interesting. Marion Harkin will really have to do very well on those if she's to make any inroads into the Clark lead. Would you read it that way?
Well, yeah, and I assume she'll get a respectable number for Marie Casserly. I'm not sure about Nessa. Of course, that there would be that the female vote, all right. But Nessa's more social democrat. Nessa's would have gone to the Greens.
We have another count,
which consisted of the distribution of Des Guckian's 991 votes. Casserly Marie, non-party, plus 42, a total of 2,631, 2631. Clark Michael, Independent Ireland, plus 117, a total of 6,330, 6330. Cosgrove Nessa, the Labour Party, plus 6, a total of 2,487, 2487. Feehan Frank, Fine Gael, plus 110, a total of 9,213, 9213. Harkin Marion, non-party, plus 154, a total of 4,678, 4678. Kenny Martin, Sinn Féin, plus 189, a total of 8,056, 8056. McManus Chris, Sinn Féin, plus 17, a total of 5,276, 5276. McSharry Edel, Fianna Fáil, plus 29, a total of 4,560, 4560. Monaghan Graham Enthu, plus 78, a total of 1,425, 1425. O'Boyle Gino, People Before Profit Solidarity, plus 17, a total of 1,862, 1862. O'Rourke Paddy, Fianna Fáil, plus 171, a total of 4,272, 4272. And Scanlon Eamon, Fianna Fáil, plus 13, a total of 5,965, 5965. Non-transferable papers not effective, 48. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. There is no surplus for distribution. I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes, and that's Graham Monaghan, 1,425 votes. And that will be the next count. Thank you very much.
Okay, the Graham Monaghan vote is now going to be distributed. We'll give our panel an opportunity just to have a look through those numbers, and we'll get some comment on it in a minute. I want to go back to Declan Bree on that. The Des Guckeen vote, as we've just mentioned there, you're reading it in real time, Declan, and I totally appreciate that. So, the Des Guckeen vote, are you noticing any trends that stand out there for you?
No, I haven't had time to look at it now, to be honest with you.
It was likely maybe to remain in Leitrim and move on.
Yeah, that seems to be the case.
I'll come to the panel just on that in a moment. We're talking about the destination of the seats after that, and you were touching very much maybe the performance of Michael Clark, again a colleague on Sligo County Council. Phenomenal campaign.
A phenomenal campaign, yes. It was very clear in the last couple of weeks, even chatting to people on the streets. He wasn't as well known in the Sligo urban area and the North Sligo area, but it was clear from people I would have known from West Sligo and from South Sligo that he was going to do exceptionally well. The Clark name, I suppose, has been involved in politics for quite a number of years. He's a former Cathaoirleach of the council. He ran for the general election, I recollect, in the past. So he had a reasonable reputation in terms of as a worker, as a council worker, as responding to the electorate when they had problems and issues. And like, as Cathaoirleach of the council, I was very pleased to see 5 colleagues running, and the fact that Michael, I suppose, was exceptional in that he was from that. There was no one else from the West Sligo area. So he had to collect a significant number of votes there, and he's a very big vote catcher at local elections. So that came right through.
Maybe a difficult one to answer again, Declan. In your absence from the field, where was the Declan Bree vote most likely to go? Gino O'Boyle?
Gino and Chris and Martin, that would be the left vote. They certainly would have gone that. Some would have gone to traditional Labour, to Nessa, but I'd say with the bulk, Gino O'Boyle, Chris McManus and Martin Kane.
All right. I know John McCartan wants to come in on this.
I did, and yeah, you've just touched on it, John. Yesterday we heard during the day that you had made favourable soundings, or maybe even made an endorsement of Chris McManus and Gino O'Boyle, and we're watching now for, after this, likely enough to be expecting the elimination of Gino O'Boyle, and I'm wondering if that's a Bree sort of a vote and there's a Bree relationship there with those two candidates. Would you expect that there could be a big bounce for Chris McManus in the elimination of Gino O'Boyle?
I would expect he will get a significant amount of votes. I would expect that, because not only in terms of the left politics, but also in the fact that Chris is recognised as a town candidate and Gino is a town candidate. So that should be a fairly positive transfer to Chris.
Yeah, because half of that vote, if it were to bounce towards, we'll say half of it, 900 votes, that's going to put Chris McManus above the 6,000 vote mark, which, if it were at this stage of the game, he'd have leapfrogged Eamon Scanlon. Now, Eamon Scanlon will get some out of it, but certainly not as much as Chris is going to get out of it.
It's a very valid point. Can you stay with us for a few minutes, Declan? Because I know the other members of the panel would be anxious to talk to you as well, but I'm way over time at a break. We'll take that now, and we're back with more from the Count Centre right after these.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
Well, the main benefits transition to solar for us was the savings on the bills, and we obviously had an extra few pounds that we could put into somewhere else in the business. We're a family-run business. We like to give back to the community. Well, I shopped around and got a few quotes from different companies, and I just thought solar generation were the most professional that I came across, and it was a no-brainer at the end of the day to go for solar generation, really. I'd 100% recommend solar generation to anybody that's thinking of getting in solar. Everything was top class. They're a local company. They looked after me 100%. I couldn't have asked for any more from solar generation, and really looked after me very well.
When plumbing problems strike, who can you count on in the Northwest? Nordic Plumbers, that's who. From boiler services and installation to heating system upgrades, Nordic Plumbers are your first call for all your plumbing needs. Visit us online at nordicplumbers.ie or call 083 38 55 812 and get a free quote today. Nordic Plumbers, just one call or click away. For all your plumbing needs, head to nordicplumbers.ie today. RGI and Offtech registered.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, priced at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
And you're very welcome back. It's Ocean FM. It's our 2024 general election coverage, and of course we're coming to you live today from the Clayton Hotel. We have our panel of experts here. I'm delighted to say that Declan Bree has joined us as well inside the last few minutes. We're working along our panel, and I know all of you might want to say something to Declan when we have him here as well. John Ellis, I'm going to come to you next on this. We've looked at the Des Cooking transfer as well. If you have anything to say to Declan, feel free, and indeed in relation to Des's votes, where they've gone.
Well, the first thing I'm going to say to Declan is that Declan and I fought our first election the same day. In 1974, I was a young upstart elected to Leitrim County Council, and Declan was seen as a young upstart elected to Sligo Corporation and County Council the one day, which was some achievement. Like, he had been advocating before that outside of politics with regards to various issues. And Declan has stood by his principles from day one. He has never changed. And I think that he's to be complimented. And I think the greatest honour that was paid to Declan was when the council decided to make him chairman on his 50th anniversary. I think that was a tremendous honour and a tremendous recognition of him and his contribution to politics in Sligo. So back to the modern day stuff. I'm looking at Des Guckings. It's as I would expect it to go. Bulk of it staying in Leitrim with Paddy and Martin. Frank Feehan getting the Fine Gael element of it. But it's the trend that seems to be emerging is that Michael Clark is very voter friendly. And I'm putting that down to the fact that he's getting these 4, 5, 6, 7s because of the campaign that he put in. And they did put in some campaign.
And that's the main reason why he's getting those transfers so far down.
It's all about making sure that they put some sort of a scratch in front of your name. This actually reminds me of a Senate election. If you're going to fight a Senate election, you go out and you see who the list of runners are and you see where you think you can place yourself in the race, and then you decide to go hunting where your preference votes are going to come from. This is no different. This is a case of getting enough to stay in the race and then seeing where you can pick them up. Michael Clark is definitely, in my opinion, voter friendly.
Okay, Declan Bree, I just want to go back to you for a moment because somebody else that you know very well from political life here in Sligo is Eamon Scanlon. Quantify the significance of this comeback for Eamon Scanlon. He's had one of these turbulent careers in politics, wins some, loses some, but keeps coming back.
Yeah, when I heard that Eamon was being added to the ticket, I said that was very sensible from Fianna Fáil perspective. Eamon always struck me as a hugely voter friendly. He did exceptionally well the last time, just last out. It was a fluke, really. It was clear that Fianna Fáil had no one in all that area out in South Sligo. He's well liked. And that's not to take away from Edel, but Edel wouldn't have the same. She wouldn't have had the same exposure. She's only recently been elected to the council. Eamon had that exposure over the years, and I felt it was wise of Fianna Fáil to put Eamon into the mix, and it's obviously paid off for Fianna Fáil.
It's a move that certainly seems to be working. John Parry, if I could come to you next, and bearing in mind that we have Declan Bree here as well, so any comments that you want to make to Declan, feel free. You've also had a look there at the Des Guckings vote. Nothing changing. You've got this concrete prediction all along.
Well, I suppose with Declan, I think I went with 1992. Declan was 1992, and I think I got elected in 1997. So we certainly we have been on the ballot paper together. I think to compliment Declan on his chairmanship of the council. Indeed, he's doing very well. But if you take the two next eliminations that's going out, there's a total of 3,370 votes. You know what I mean? And I think that if you take those two in block, those two, Graham Monaghan and Gino Boyle, and then after that, if you take them two, and those two eliminations will tell a very strong story. And then the next two, and I take them in blocks of two, Maria Cassery and Nessa Cosgrave. You know what I mean? There's four people that's going out, but on the first two that's going out, there's 3,370 votes. I think that will clearly establish the riders of this.
Yeah, we were always expecting that the early part of the day would be obviously getting rid of the transfers from the candidates that would be eliminated. We're now starting to get into the waters that are going to be really, really interesting.
Well, I think this campaign is moving. This account today is moving very rapidly. Compared, the first count yesterday was quite a marathon event. But when you take the effectiveness of the eliminations today, it's moving very quickly. And I think that this could wrap up early afternoon if these trends continue. You know what I mean? So I think that will be you will see a bigger crowd here in the afternoon after this transfer, and the next two transfers will indicate exactly the four. And I'm still quite clear on, as of yesterday, that on my prediction of the 4 seats.
Okay, it's a good and a valid point that you're making. There's no doubt about it. Significant progress being made on the counts here, John Ellis. Could you see if it continues this way? But can you see it becoming a little bit more, the process slowing down a little bit now as we head in towards the afternoon?
Well, there's bigger numbers to be distributed, but I'm just looking at something here. Graham Monaghan has 1,400 votes. Gino Boyle is 1862 and Nessa Cosgrove is 2487. Is there a prospect, and Declan know more about this than anyone, that Gino Boyle could pass Nessa Cosgrove? Or will there be that much of it going to Chris McManus that he won't?
I don't think he'd manage that. I'd say there'd be too much going to Chris.
But you see, he needs 18 and 6. He needs 700. No, I'm inclined to agree with you.
I don't think so.
He'd have to get a disproportionate amount vis-a-vis the rest for him to get by Nessa.
Yeah, that'd be my read.
If he did, it would get very funny.
Absolutely, yeah. And of course, transfers are, so important. And John, you mentioned the first election we ran, both ran in you and Leitrim and myself in Sligo. I learned the lesson that particular election, and I can well remember the late Senator Willie Farrell and Councillor Willie Farrell alongside me at the count, pointing out for the last seat for the county council in the Sligo-Drumcliff area, as it was at the time, myself and John Mulrooney were the two running for the last seat, and Willie Farrell was able to say that Declan, you'll make it. He'd been looking at transfers, and there was 15th and 16th preference votes put me over the bar.
Yeah.
And ever since, like yourself, I vote right down the entire panel. Everyone gets a vote when I get the ballot paper, and I've always emphasised the importance of using the entire ballot paper. A lot of people still only vote 3, 4 or 5 or even less. I think it's very important to use the ballot paper, and I learned the hard way, but no, it wasn't a hard way. I suppose I was elected. I was very fortunate. Yeah.
When you see such scenarios developing that John Declan has outlined there, John McCartan, it shows the importance of going right down the ballot sheet and making sure, as John, to borrow the phrase from John Ellis, that you put a scratch beside each name.
Yeah, and I suppose Declan has always been had some reputation for being a little bit of a rogue and sometimes being back in the underdog. If you're back in the underdog, you need to use the whole ballot paper. Sometimes when I'm voting and you find, was it 18 was on this ballot paper, and I found myself in the polling station having thought about my first 5, 6 or 7 and not actually knowing what I was doing, and I was almost embarrassed that I was taking so much time. I was thinking, are they going to think this fella's confused in there? But I genuinely didn't know what I was doing with the bottom half of the ticket as I had lined them out, and it took me a while to vote the whole way down the paper. But I agree, it's not just your democratic right, it's your democratic duty, and it's your duty to the organised and civic society that we live in to exercise that right fully. And if you don't be complaining during the 5-year term about what's happening if you haven't given your full opinion on the day when it mattered.
Declan, are you disappointed with the overall turnout across the country this time round?
I am. I'm sure all of the people who are participating will be disappointed. Looking at it from the outside on this occasion, it didn't have the same sparkle. There didn't seem to appear to be the same energy. Now, a November election, it's tough anyhow, given, and particularly at the last couple of weeks, the weather certainly didn't help. But it didn't seem to catch people's attention to the extent it should have. I'm not sure why. But it is disappointing, and it's a
very
dangerous
interesting
piece.
point that you're after making, because the discussion was had yesterday here that so much of it was fought out on social media and platforms like TikTok, geared at maybe trying to connect with the younger voters, that maybe more of us, dare I say it, older voters, more mature voters, almost felt a little bit disenfranchised due to the lack of engagement from politicians.
I've heard that from members of the public. I live in the town centre, so I normally wouldn't have canvassers knocking at the door anyhow. But I've heard it from my supporters throughout the town, throughout the county, in fact, that there wasn't the same level of door knocking as they would have wished to. The people, I suppose, lots of people do want to meet the candidates if at all possible. But then again, given the weather, given the early, the dark, getting dark so early, I can understand that the campaign wouldn't have been the same as if it was in the summer. People were reluctant to open doors as well, particularly in rural areas, whatever about the urban area. But certainly the feedback I was getting is that they weren't meeting candidates on the door. Having said that, I was hearing back that Michael Clark was appearing at a lot of doors. So I don't know how we managed it. And I noticed even in my capacity as Cathaoirleach at a number of events that the council ran in the last couple of weeks, despite Michael Clark being a candidate out knocking at doors and campaigning, he was turning up at events that were being organised by the council. And he would, in fairness, I wouldn't expect him to turn up, because when you're a candidate in an election, you have to be.
I was just going to ask you, Declan, this is what I'd be very interested to get your views on. If you were to contest future elections, would you change the way that you run campaigns? Would you consider getting more engaged on social media or whatever?
Yes, absolutely. It was very clear on this campaign. The level of participation in social media had increased, and I certainly would be using social media a lot more than in the past. But that wouldn't take away from knocking on the doors. That's the most important. It's good for politicians because it keeps us in touch with real life, where we're listening to complaints, we're hearing people's views on the doorstep when we call to them. That's really important. And like I was talking to my the Director of Elections there recently, Brenda Barr, who's been with me since back in the late 60s. So she was there in 1974 when I ran first, and she's been there at every campaign since. And we've been out. If it hasn't been a general election or a local election, it was a referendum. So it's maybe every 2.5 to 3 years for the last 50 years. So it keeps you in communication with the electorate all along. It's very important for politicians.
Keep connecting,
yes,
and
absolutely.
keep engaging.
Yes, keep engaging.
All right, okay. Interesting as always, Declan. A pleasure to have you here on our panel. Thank you so much indeed for joining us. When you're here today now and you get the bug of a general election count centre, could it whet the appetite maybe to go again in the future?
Oh yeah, well we've just postponed participation on this occasion. We'll watch and see what happens, but we're still there. We've a significant organisation here, and we're certainly not thrown in the towel by any stretch of the imagination. And I suppose we're keeping our knives sharp.
All right, a watching brief today.
A watching brief.
Declan Bree, a pleasure as always. Thank you so much indeed for joining us here in our count centre. And I just want to go back to some more of the messages that have been coming in here. On the IN17, the comment from earlier on today, a ridiculous message about the IN17. It 100% needs to be improved. Well done on the coverage, and well done to all your panel of experts. Organisers, 12:15 first count. In the morning, it seemed to take a long time, but the counts, in fairness, today are coming in a lot more frequently. Some more messages in here. Well done again on the coverage on the issue on the rail topic. How do the panel think the Western Rail Corridor is going to be addressed by the next government? And we'll take a break in just a moment after that, but I just want to maybe get one comment briefly on that. John Perry, can I go to you on that? Yes. The Western Rail Corridor and how it's going to be viewed by the next government. How optimistic would you be?
I'd be very optimistic. I believe that the Taoiseach made a commitment in. It's coming to Claremorris. He has made a commitment to fund it to Claremorris, and if it comes to Claremorris, that the natural progression will be to continue it to Charlestown or Balahi, Tubbercurry and into Killandy and into Sligo, because it's a no-brainer. Because when you look at fortunately we have the infrastructure that's there, and when you look at light rail and the amount of people that are travelling by rail, I think that I'd be very confident that the funding is agreed for to Claremorris. The line going to Galway has been very successful. Huge numbers travelling on it, so that I think every year a Oireachtas member there will be in the next Dáil should be hammering the table to ensure that we get the N17 and that rail done. It is absolutely paramount for the progression of. If you're talking about regeneration of towns and villages, if you talk about what that would do for Killanny village, what it would do for Tubbercurry and into Balahi, I know from experience dealing with Ballymote, that we have, as I said earlier, 7 trains a day. Trains are packed. The station is packed, Jeremy. The amount of people that are commuting out to work, and clearly they're considering putting on an earlier train going into Sligo from Longford, and that will bring students into the IT and into work. And number one, when you look at it, it's a fantastic mode, and for people who are in receipt of active retirees who can travel, Jeremy. And when you look at it for the logical development of towns and villages, people are building houses now. you can tell you that would really instill a huge amount of people would build homes where the track would be.
Yeah, and I just want to stay on transport for a minute, and I promise I'm going for a break after this. But one more point that I want to put to you on it. I know there's a green element to Fianna Fáil, there's a green element to Fine Gael, there's a green element to all parties now. But with the demise of the Green Party after this general election, would you be worried for the future of maybe some of the projects that the Greens had prioritised heretofore?
Well, I think that they didn't. When they talked the talk on the Western Track, I mean, they didn't deliver. So, I think I'd be committed when the leader of, and I've no doubt Fianna Fáil would be the same. When the Taoiseach made a solid commitment that this would be in the programme for government. I think it's very important for all elected deputies of this region to ensure that it is in the programme for government. And in the next 5 years, when you look at the report that came out, independent report on the benefits of the rail track. This is about regeneration of Killarney, Tubbercurry, Charlestown, and also they're talking about putting a link into Knock Airport. So, it's a no-brainer here, really. When you look, if any other aspect in the country, and there's no reason why they can't run the Greenway, which a lot of people are in support of greenways, but I think that you can do a parallel development if need be. So it's not one at the expense of one against the other.
Okay, all right. I'm going to come to the rest of our panel on that, but I'm going to take that break first of all.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
Welcome to Solar Generation, where the power of the sun meets a greener future. We are delighted to offer personalized one-to-one solar consultations right here at our new facility. With our advanced PV software, we can remotely analyze your energy bills and property, providing you with detailed insights into the benefits of solar power. And to demonstrate our commitment to solar power, we recently installed a 15 kilowatt hybrid system with battery storage right on our own roof. Imagine the possibilities for your own home or business. By harnessing the power of the sun, you can reduce your reliance on traditional energy sources and contribute to a greener planet. Join us on this journey towards a sustainable future, powering your world today and for the generations to come. Solar Generation.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, priced at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
back to the Clayton Hotel here, the home of the Ocean FM 2024 general election coverage. One of the questions, and we're engaging as much as we can with our listeners right throughout the course of the day. Keep your calls and comments coming into us, 083 3500 530. Mark McSharry, we've been asked by one of our listeners what the panel feel the level of importance is going to be placed on the Western Rail Corridor in the next government. Would you have any indication what that might be?
The challenge for the government TDs from this part of the country generally, and it'll include Mayo and Sligo and Leitrim and Donegal and other constituencies that are going to be relevant, is to try and get the government, and if it's going to be Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael on its own, and it looks increasingly likely if what we're hearing nationally is going to pan out, they're going to have to look at this region, or the challenge for the deputies elected from government of this region is to get them to look at this region strategically and say, okay, we need to develop the Atlantic Economic Corridor, that's the N17 leading on down into Shannon. We need to develop the Western Rail Corridor. If we're smart about that, we'll put a spur to Knock Airport. We need to look at improving the road infrastructure up to Killybegs, and again, if they want to be really strategic, invest serious infrastructure in enabling Killybegs to become something of an Irish Aberdeen as the location to bring, with the ability to bring that offshore resource onshore. And I think rather than picking sort of one project, whether it's West on Track or an N17, I think there needs to be a strategic view taken that if some key enabling infrastructure projects are done for the West-Northwest region, instead of being seen by some to being the whinges from the West looking for resources, it can become a region that is making a very sustainable contribution to the national effort and, frankly, providing some respite for the eastern conurbation, because we've got capacity over here where we can take more and do more, but we need some enabling infrastructure to allow us to do that.
Infrastructure, absolutely key. I want to go back to some more of the messages that have come in from our listeners today. We are being advised here that the government should create a department and a minister for disability. Do the panel think that should be foremost for the incoming government? I'll put that to John Ellis in just a moment. The person who thinks that we don't need to improve the N17 must never drive night meetings and drive at night, meeting trucks and buses in the dark. It's an absolute danger. Could it be the case that Michael Clark could go ahead of Eamon Scanlon and take the third seat? I think that's something that we talked about a little bit earlier on, and maybe the Fianna Fáil vote there could be significant. Could that be a huge difference? Again, we've been complimented on the coverage from people who have been watching all weekend. So let's maybe just pick up on some of those. The disability one, John Ellis. Now, I know people would love to see ministers for everything, but it's unlikely that something like that, it's still going to come under the remit of health.
I think that there's it will probably still come under the remit of health, but it also is going to very much come under the education, because remember that education, disability in education is now a major factor out there, and there is a case to be made for whoever would be minister for children, that they would also have responsibility for disability at all levels, and that it would be a full ministry. I think that Roderick O'Gorman was the minister, but there's need for it. Like let's be fair. Autism, all these other problems that were never seen in our day because they were actually brushed under the carpet. Some poor child was dyslexic, and the poor fella can't read. He's ignorant, or he's this, that, and the other. And it's only when you see it and see what can be done for somebody that is dyslexic today. Like I've seen it. I've seen a family member. And 2 years, one day every week, half a day, child had to be brought to the dyslexia teacher. And the end result was that they could read after the 2 years, able to keep up with everything and not being left there to think that they were less or inferior. And in fact, the guy concerned is probably the most confident individual that I know. But going back to what we talked about, the infrastructure, you see, the rail infrastructure definitely needs to be done. And I see the point of the Western Rail corridor, even it wouldn't affect me too much. But it would mean that if I wanted to go to Galway, I could shoot either up to Drummond or to Carrick-in-Shannon, down to Collooney, and I could get to Galway by train, rather than going the other way, going to Athlone and taking the motorway. But the other thing is that there's a proposal, and a lot of people have missed it. Micheál Martin gave a commitment that sons and daughters of farmers in rural Ireland would be allowed to build on their parents' farms. If that is brought through, you definitely need to have the improved infrastructure to allow them to be able to commute to and from employment. And remember, it's not unknown. It's probably unknown in this country. There's people in the UK and they commute every morning for 1 or 2 hours by train to and from. And what they actually do is, because they have the facility, they can actually do half their day's work on their way to and from work.
Yeah, even take the early train from Sligo to Dublin, you see people like that. That point that you made, and this is a very good from a Leitrim perspective as well, with the anonymies on when it comes to planning and the condition of the soil and so on and so forth, is one that's been discussed regular. Would that be easier to implement now, do you feel, for the likes of Micheál Martin and Fianna Fáil, in the absence of a Green Party in government?
Of course it would be easier. But the technology has been there for years, but nobody will give it approval. And it's not the most expensive technology, some of it. But trying using IV, I think, or HPV something cells to kill any bacteria.
I know where you're coming from. And it's probably a discussion for
there's another infrastructure project that seems to have got kicked back down the road. That's that east-west corridor from Sligo to Dundalk. Because if that road were to be brought up to a standard, like there's bits being spent on the N16 and a bit here and a bit there, and it's like, what would you describe it? It's like the man going out to mow the wet field of rushes. He'll cut a bit here and he'll cut a bit there, but he's not able to mow the whole field.
Yeah.
And that is very important as far as infrastructure is concerned. And I'm still harping about it, and I harp about it while I'm involved in anything.
It's relevant.
The N4.
John McCartan, we're talking about health, and it's bringing me on to the next point, and again maybe we'll go national for a moment. Last night, I haven't had any update this morning, Stephen Donnelly was struggling, I believe, last night.
Yeah. And, as has been said before, once you get into the system here, it's absolutely fantastic, but it's just the length of time that it can take you to get there. And, a bit like the green issue, if you've been...
Can it be a career stalling portfolio, health?
Well, wasn't it referred to as Angola? It's certainly it's seen as a bit of a kiss of death. All right, it has ruined many a career and come back to haunt many a man. And some people would even say that it stopped Michael Noonan from becoming Taoiseach. So I look at your health. You're always going to be minister for bad things that happen to people, regardless of how well you're doing the job. It's not like foreign affairs where you're minister for good news. So, look, I do believe that health is a difficult portfolio, but I think we have a lot of problems in health, and people have expressed that today.
Yeah, there can only be one Heather Humphreys in each government announcing funding and good news on a regular basis. Mark McSharry, from your time with Fianna Fáil, if health was ever offered to you, would you have been interested in taking on that challenge?
Well, I think, people who are given the opportunity to serve in cabinet should be honoured to take on that privilege. My view of sort of ministerial position, it's not about good news or bad news. It's about doing the job. You get in and you do the job. You do the best you can. I'd like to see ministers assuming the executive authority that they're elected to hold. Increasingly, ministers are commentators. And the PR wing of, the most frequent thing raised on leaders' questions in Leinster House is probably health related. And the answer every single time is, I want to thank the Deputy for raising this most important issue. As the Deputy knows, under the 2004 Health Act, this is a matter for the HSE. So I've written to the CEO there and I've asked him to respond to you directly. Now, I'm not saying that that ministers and so on shouldn't have the assistance of agencies and the officials and departments that are under their control, but they need to direct those operations, and that is a problem that I have. I mean, I have no issue with the HSE per se, but I didn't have an issue with the health boards per se either if they were run correctly, and we had a very good one in this part of the country, in the Northwestern Health Board. It is now the HSE and it's the Department of Health, and I think increasingly the people's fingerprints through their elected representatives are becoming very, very far removed, from the actual work, and that's a problem.
All right, thank you for the time being. And John Perry, I'm going to come back to you in a few moments' time. Sligo Councillor, General Election candidate, Independent candidate Marie Castley joins us here in our Count Centre studio. You're very welcome. Thank you so much indeed for coming into us. First and foremost, give me your own reaction to how you have polled, how you have canvassed, how the election has gone for you so far.
Well, I suppose. I would have preferred to get a lot more votes, I suppose, John. But look, I'm happy with my with the count that I got. I suppose it was a very short campaign. I decided only 3 weeks ago that I was going to run. I suppose we have a small team as well, as I said before, a small but dedicated team. And look, I've done a lot of work over the past 10 years in Sligo and for the region as well. So I just thought, sure, why not? I think the more women that are running and the more women that put their name in the hat, the better, because I think I see it on the ground that younger people are getting more interested in politics, and I think unless you have role models and you put yourself forward, it's fine saying that there should be more women and there should be more young people, and if you don't show by example, then there's no point in giving out afterwards saying there's
Absolutely.
no women. So
it needs standard bearers. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at some percentage figures, and Independent and others, 31.15% of the vote in 2024 compared to 27.32 in 2020. The comment has been made more than once during our coverage in this campaign that it's not alone the number of independents running, the quality of the independents running. That's a significant factor around. The independent vote obviously was going to have to go a number of ways. Yourself, Marion Harkin, Michael Clark.
Yeah.
Pick up on that point, if you will.
Well, I think that there are still people, I suppose, who would be disillusioned with the traditional party system as well, and I think that they don't feel that they're being represented properly. And I think, for independents, I said before, you don't have the party, you have the community as that's your party, and I think it's easier to listen to people on the ground and to deliver. And I heard comments yesterday being made about independents not being effective, and I think it's an unfair comment because I've delivered a lot, and I know that Michael Clark is with the party now, but Michael and Marion, and other independents down through the years, we have delivered a lot, and I suppose you can hold the parties to account as well. But I would have delivered, and as particularly with when the Independent Alliance were in the balance of power, I think that's when independents become very, very, significant as well in government. And I think that's going to help as well, because, that for your vote that you can have a shopping list, and I would have a very long shopping list, so.
All right. Again, you'll probably be aware from watching and listening to the coverage over the last 24 hours, there's huge interest in where the various votes are going to go, particularly of the Sligo-based candidates. So first and foremost, at this stage, are you conceding this is not going to happen for you?
No, it's not going to happen this time, no. But that's fine as well. As I said, if you're not in there, you're certainly not going to win. So, I would say that my vote will probably transfer across again to Marion and to Michael Clark as well. I'd say that's probably the most obvious homes for them, But I just, I wanted to say about the great thing about canvassing, and you forget then when you're finished the canvassing, is the amount of people that you meet and the fun that you can have as well, and I think it's been a great 3 weeks, and I've met people. I used to teach in Drumkeerin, so I've met kids, and I know I call them kids, they're married now, kids of their own, and I'm feeling old when I meet them, but they still say hello miss, and it's lovely to meet them, and a lot of them are working in Sligo and around, so that's, that support is still there. And my brother reminded me that that John's dad actually put up our hay shed back in the 70s, and that's actually still standing. So there you go, there's that connection there.
There's an endorsement from Newtown Gore Engineering. Before I go into nostalgia, and there's one important question that I feel I have to ask you. You mentioned your vote is going to go more than likely to Michael Clark or to Marion Harkin. Where do you see the greater share of it going to?
That's, I'd say probably Marion. I'd say there probably won't be an
There would have been
awful lot-
historical links in the fact that you worked with Marion.
Yeah, and I worked at Marion, and like we know a lot of people, and we would have done a lot of work together as well, and I would have worked for her, and she would have worked for me.
It was a surprise from Annie Marie, if you don't mind me saying, that both of you decided to contest this election, you and Marion Harkin, considering that connection that you had.
Yeah, well, again, I think I heard yesterday that there was some sort of a fallout, but there wasn't a fallout at all. Gosh, we've had a very good working relationship, and I did spend a year with her. It was a great experience in Leinster House. I tell you, it is not for the faint-hearted. It is certainly, it's a hard job, and it is. I don't think people see nearly enough of the work that goes on, that TDs of all parties and none do. So I think it was the time that Marion made that decision to run again, and that was fine. And then I just had that feeling, and I said it with Niall on the best way I could describe it is like preparing for a marathon and not being able to run it, or preparing for your leaving cert and not being able to sit it, because I felt like I have so much work done over 10 years. I don't think there's been one day, even Christmas Day, that I haven't done council work or work for somebody. And that's just a reality. And John, you were saying earlier on, the amount of work that's involved, and we sign up for that, that's fine, I'm not complaining, but at the same time I just find that like I have done an awful lot of work, and I've delivered on projects as an independent that are significant for the region as well, on the Western Distributor Road and the Bolt Bikes and Greenway funding, and I could be here for half an hour listing the... You
can be judged on your track record, and we accept that. In relation to the destination now of the 4 seats, again, you've been consuming the information as the figures, as the counts have been going in. What's your take on it, Marie?
The way it's looking now, I would see, and I'm looking at the figures here, it's still, well, Frank is still ahead there, and then Michael Clark has actually climbed up. He's done very well, because I haven't been listening to it on the way, and Eamon is doing well, and Chris Edel and Marion Harkin. Okay, so I would say that my transfers will probably, and Paddy's with the Mayo connection as well, will probably support Marion there, and Ness's as well. It's still hard to call it. I'd still say it's probably at this stage Martin Kenny, Frank Feehan, Michael Clark and Eamon Scanlon. I think that's probably the 4 as they stand there. So it's... Yeah, there'll be no women going to Leinster House from this constituency.
You're in agreement with John Perry more or less on that. All right, Mark McSharry, can I go back to you? We have a count coming up in 5 minutes as well.
Tribute to Maria and congratulate her on her vote. I know it's a tough route to go. Everybody has done the same track, and it's. But there'll be other days, and well done. Will I read out this?
Yes, go for it. Yeah.
So this, I think, is Graham Monaghan's. So Feehan plus 64, Martin Kenny plus 117, Michael Clark plus 367. That's very significant, because he's continuing to take an increase now that you're back in Sligo in terms of distributions. Scanlon plus 62, Chris McManus plus 111, Marion Harkin. It's handwriting here. It could be 282 and it could be 272, just the way it's written. So we'll know when it's called out officially shortly. Paddy Edel McSharry plus 42, Paddy O'Rourke plus 38, Mary Cashley plus 95, Nessa Consgrove plus 40, Gino O'Boyle plus 92.
All right, okay. I'll let the rest of the panellists just take on board some of that figures and do a little bit of number crunching. John Perry, in relation to the campaign that Councillor Marie Castley has ran, anything to add?
Oh, yes, a fantastic campaign indeed. Maria is spending more connections, and no doubt Mary Frances Scanlon will be...
She'll be listening. Hello, Mary.
Mary Frances will be listening in. She's a remarkable lady, and Marie's mum, that's Scanlon connection of Ballymote, Francis Scanlon's sister, and so it's a great achievement, and indeed I'm delighted for Marie, but clearly it was her 10 years or plus on the local authority is paying dividends. I think she got when you look at all the independence that's gone and the share of independence, she has done extraordinarily well, and I think that she was dead right to put her test the water out there at the moment, and you're keeping your name out there for again. So it's time flies very quickly. 5 years just been ongoing, regrettably it goes very quickly. So I think that she should be very proud of the vote that she got in light of all the independents that were competing for that vote. Very well done.
All right, John Ellis.
No, I'd also like to compliment Maria on her performance. Coming in as an independent in a very short campaign is not simple. I can tell you, to get organised, to get people to get posted, to get everything done, it takes an awful lot of effort. And we're seeing something in this election. We've all talked about Michael Clark, and it took him 15 years to get to the level of slogging on Sligo County Council. Mm-hmm. And it takes that sort of length, unless that you're lucky or unlucky, as you might want to describe it. Some of us got there much quicker than we ever expected. We were there and much younger. But no, I think that Maria is to be complimented.
We have another count coming through. And very shortly we'll be going to the returning officer for that. The count's coming in fast and furious. Marie Cassidy is staying with us. Let's return to...
The following is the result of the sixth count, which consisted of the distribution of Graham Monaghan's votes of 1,425. Cassidy Marie, non-party, plus 95, a total of 2,726, 2726. Clark Michael, Independent Ireland, plus 367, a total of 6,697. Cosgrove Nessa, the Labour Party, plus 40, a total of 2,527, 2527. Feehan Frank Fine Gael, plus 65, a total of 9,278, 9278. Harkin Marion, non-party, plus 272, a total of 4,950, 4950. Kenny Martin, Sinn Féin, plus 117, a total of 8,173, 8173. McManus Chris, Sinn Féin, plus 111, a total of 5,387, 5387. McSharry Edel, Fianna Fáil, plus 42, a total of 4,602, 4602. O'Boyle Gino, People Before Profit Solidarity, plus 92, a total of 1,954, 1954. O'Rourke Paddy, Fianna Fáil, plus 38, a total of 4,310, 4310. Scanlon Eamon, Fianna Fáil, plus 62, a total of 6,027, 6027. Non-transferable papers not effective, 124. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. There's no surplus for distribution. I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes. And that's Gino O'Boyle, 1,954. And that will contain in the next count. Thank you very much.
Okay, Gino O'Boyle's vote now going to be distributed. What we'll do is we'll just take stock of those figures. We'll come back right after this break and get further analysis.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
As a business, we are operating in as green a fashion as possible, so solar panels was the obvious choice. And Solar Generation, they're a local based company. We've heard good things about them, so they were an obvious choice for us to go and get a quote from them. We compared what they had to offer against other solar providers, and it really just became quite obvious that they should be the company we partner with on this journey to a more sustainable operating system. The grants that are associated with taking on a project like this play a huge part in our decision-making process. They obviously radically reduce the payback period, so the subsidies that you're getting from government in the installation and then your accelerated capital allowances play a huge part, and definitely so far Solar Generation have delivered everything they said they'd do. Everything's been done in a timely and professional manner, so no hesitation whatsoever in recommending Solar Generation.
When plumbing problems strike, who can you count on in the Northwest? Nordic Plumbers, that's who. From boiler services and installation to heating system upgrades, Nordic Plumbers are your first call for all your plumbing needs. Visit us online at nordicplumbers.ie or call 083 38 55 812 and get a free quote today. Nordic Plumbers, just one call or click away. For all your plumbing needs, head to nordicplumbers.ie today. RGI and Offtech registered.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, priced at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
Welcome to Solar Generation, where the power of the sun meets a greener future. We are delighted to offer personalized one-to-one solar consultations right here at our new facility. With our advanced PV software, we can remotely analyze your energy bills and property, providing you with detailed insights into the benefits of solar power. And to demonstrate our commitment to solar power, we recently installed a 15-kilowatt hybrid system with battery storage right on our own roof. Imagine the possibilities for your own home or business. By harnessing the power of the sun, you can reduce your reliance on traditional energy sources and contribute to a greener planet. Join us on this journey towards a sustainable future, powering your world today and for the generations to come. Solar Generation.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
Well, the main benefits transition to solar for us was the savings on the bills, and we obviously had an extra few pounds that we could put into somewhere else in the business. We're a family-run business. We like to give back to the community. Well, I shopped around and got a few quotes from different companies, and I just thought solar generation were the most professional that I came across, and it was a no-brainer at the end of the day to go for solar generation, really. I'd 100% recommend solar generation to anybody that's thinking of getting in solar. Everything was top class. They're a local company. They looked after me 100%. I couldn't have asked for any more from solar generation, and really looked after me very well.
As a business, we are operating in as green a fashion as possible, so solar panels was the obvious choice. And solar generation, they're a local based company. We've heard good things about them, so they were an obvious choice for us to go and get a quote from them. We compared what they had to offer against other solar providers, and it really just became quite obvious that they should be the company we partner with on this journey to a more sustainable operating system. The grants that are associated with taking on a project like this play a huge part in our decision-making process. They obviously radically reduce the payback period, so the subsidies that you're getting from government in the installation and then your accelerated capital allowances play a huge part, and definitely so far solar generation have delivered everything they said they'd do. Everything's been done in a timely and professional manner, so no hesitation whatsoever in recommending solar generation.
When plumbing problems strike, who can you count on in the Northwest? Nordic Plumbers, that's who. From boiler services and installation to heating system upgrades, Nordic Plumbers are your first call for all your plumbing needs. Visit us online at nordicplumbers.ie or call 083 38 55 812 and get a free quote today. Nordic Plumbers, just one call or click away. For all your plumbing needs, head to nordicplumbers.ie today. RGI and Offtech registered.
I find solar generation very good to work with, very patient, very friendly, and I think if it was not a local installer, it would have been more difficult to get people to come back and check things up. So shop local was really important for us, but also because the grant was available, and that was a nice incentive. But we love looking at the app and seeing how much money we make every day when the sun shines. The grant application process, solar generation were there to help us, so it was very, very easy relatively. I'd highly recommend working with solar generation. Local firm, great to support, local company and local staff.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, priced at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
Welcome to Solar Generation, where the power of the sun meets a greener future. We are delighted to offer personalized one-to-one solar consultations right here at our new facility. With our advanced PV software, we can remotely analyze your energy bills and property, providing you with detailed insights into the benefits of solar power. And to demonstrate our commitment to solar power, we recently installed a 15 kilowatt hybrid system with battery storage right on our own roof. Imagine the possibilities for your own home or business. By harnessing the power of the sun, you can reduce your reliance on traditional energy sources and contribute to a greener planet. Join us on this journey towards a sustainable future, powering your world today and for the generations to come. Solar Generation.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
When plumbing problems strike, who can you count on in the Northwest? Nordic Plumbers, that's who. From boiler services and installation to heating system upgrades, Nordic Plumbers are your first call for all your plumbing needs. Visit us online at nordicplumbers.ie or call 083 38 55 812 and get a free quote today. Nordic Plumbers, just one call or click away. For all your plumbing needs, head to nordicplumbers.ie today. RGI and Offtech registered.
Well, the main benefits transition to solar for us was the savings on the bills, and we obviously had an extra few pounds that we could put into somewhere else in the business. We're a family-run business. We like to give back to the community. Well, I shopped around and got a few quotes from different companies, and I just thought solar generation were the most professional that I came across, and it was a no-brainer at the end of the day to go for solar generation, really. I'd 100% recommend solar generation to anybody that's thinking of getting in solar. Everything was top class. They're a local company. They looked after me 100%. I couldn't have asked for any more from solar generation, and really looked after me very well.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, priced at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
As a business, we are operating in as green a fashion as possible, so solar panels was the obvious choice. And Solar Generation, they're a local based company. We've heard good things about them, so they were an obvious choice for us to go and get a quote from them. We compared what they had to offer against other solar providers, and it really just became quite obvious that they should be the company we partner with on this journey to a more sustainable operating system. The grants that are associated with taking on a project like this play a huge part in our decision-making process. They obviously radically reduce the payback period, so the subsidies that you're getting from government in the installation and then your accelerated capital allowances play a huge part, and definitely so far Solar Generation have delivered everything they said they'd do. Everything's been done in a timely and professional manner, so no hesitation whatsoever in recommending Solar Generation.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
And you're very welcome back here to the general election coverage on Ocean FM. A reminder just for our sports fans that we have live commentary online today from the Connacht Club Senior Football Final at Markovich Park between Coolera Strandhill from Sligo and Porrick Pierces from Roscommon. It's brought to you in association with Kilcawley Construction. The throw-in is at 1:15 and commentary on that game is available from Colin McGee and Eamon O'Hara. That's Coolera Strandhill against Porrick Pierces. Now, it's probably a good time maybe for me to bring you up to date in relation to what has taken place here this morning. And after one count last night, we have now concluded 6 counts here in the Sligo-Leitrim constituency. Eliminated, just in case you're watching out, 4 candidates: Dermot McConville, Caroline Corcoran, Molly Cadden, Blahin Gallagher, Michael Kelly, Des Guckeen, Graham Monaghan and Gino O'Boyle, the last to go. And in relation to how the figures are at the moment, Frank Feehan still leading the way, 9,278 votes. That's a share of 15.78% of the vote that Frank Feehan has obtained so far. The quota, incidentally, is 11,381. Martin Kenny on 13.64%, 8,173. Michael Clark on 10.51%, 8,697. Eamon Scanlon, 10.39, 6,027. Then you have, he's followed by Chris McManus, 9.9% of the vote, 5,387. Marion Harkin, 7.64%. and 4,950. Edel McSharry, 7.85% of the vote, 4,602. Paddy O'Rourke, 7.15%, 4,600 for Paddy O'Rourke, correction of that, 4,310. Marie Cassidy, who's still with us here in studio, will be going back to Marie in just a couple of moments, 4.25%, 2,726 when we transfer that into votes. That's a Cosgrove, 3.67%, and there's a vote tally on that of 2,527. But Marie, there's been a number of messages that have come in here just for you over the last couple of times. Ask Marie to specifically tell us what you have delivered. I think you've done that. They are just pointing at the last time they were with you. Could you ask Marie her views on the West on Track rail and cycle greenway? Would she agree with John Perry's comments about a rail on the Killarney line? I don't think that the terrain is feasible to run trains over speeds of 30 mile an hour on many of the sections of that line.
Yeah, this has been a kind of turned into a political football over the past couple of years in particular, and I did try to explain it at the debate. And I think the issue is that, first of all, that line, it has been closed for 50 years. It goes in through villages, small villages and towns, and it's a really important piece of infrastructure because it belongs to Irish Rail, and Irish Rail have given it over to Sligo County Council. If you're putting in a high-speed train, because if you put in a slow train, nobody's going to get it. People want high-speed connection from Sligo to Galway. You cannot put a high-speed train on that route because you're stopping every 10 minutes and you're going round corners, you're going in through villages, and the actual sections are quite narrow. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that that actual rail line goes to Athenry, and I think, and thanks for giving me the opportunity to clear this up, because if people are talking about bringing cancer patients to Galway, that line goes to Athenry. So say, God forbid, I had to go to Galway for treatment and I wanted to get on that train on that route, I'd have to go from Sligo to Athenry,
and then
to change over, to go to Galway to the station, and then get a taxi or a bus to the hospital. Whereas I know now, if you get this cancer bus sorted, you can be picked up, or you can go straight from Sligo. You can go straight to the hospital, and they'll have the facilities, hopefully in this new bus fairly soon, and then you'll be brought back again. So people saying that, if cancer patients need to go on that line, that's not... it's not a runner. What I do want, and what I would work on, and what I will continue to lobby for, is along the new N17, we need a new route to be built for rail from Sligo directly to Galway along the new N17. So when that new piece of infrastructure is being built on the N17, put in the infrastructure for a new high-speed electric train as well. And that was something that I don't think I was, been given an opportunity to speak about, because, it's kind of been put, as I said, turned into a political football, and it's them and us. And if you're not in agreement with putting a train on the old disused line, then you're anti-rail. Whereas I'm probably the biggest supporter of rail and rail infrastructure, and that's one of the deficits that we have in the region. So use the old line for a greenway, and for people who live on the line to use it, and for people with disabilities and families, and come visit. People have it there so the tourists can come and spend money, the same as in Waterford, the same as in Mayo. But you can't. It's physically not possible. And then there's people are saying they want to bring the train to Knock Airport. Knock Airport is in the top of a hill. I don't know any train that can go up the top of up a hill. So use the infrastructure that we have short term for a greenway on the old disused line, and that's and it stops encroachment as well. But put in the infrastructure for at the same time as you have the N17, the new N17, put in the infrastructure. And John, I just want to explain to you that you can't have you can't have a greenway alongside the old line, because you're going into people's back gardens and probably through people's sheds. So it's not possible to have both alongside each other, because you physically haven't got the width. So I'm really happy that you gave me the
Can I let John just come back in on that for a moment?
The opportunity to explain that properly.
I certainly heard that, but I would totally have to disagree with you, Marie, on that issue, because when you look at the train going to Dublin, it's the same. It's 3 hours. It's the same time. It's the same speed length that went in 1860.
I know, and that needs to be improved.
But it's doing fine, and regardless, we're not. If we had that quality, and you're talking about putting in continuous new welded track, so we're not talking about using the same track now. So that and when you look at the state ownership that's on that track, and I've walked that track, there's huge level of width on this, and it's not going to into villages every 10 minutes. It's no different to Ballymoor stopping in Boyle or stopping in Killooney. That's the same distance or apart.
That's a straight line, John.
Well, maybe you're an engineer. I'm not either, but I think but I know that if they've looked at if you look at the report that was carried out by the engineers in this, and I have studied the report, Jeremy, it doesn't come down. It doesn't validate to the extent that you said is unsuitable. I think running a track is the real benefit here. Is not just running a track. A straight track from along the 17 new road. It's about bringing life and into the likes of Killarney, Tubbercurry and into Blahy. So, in honesty, and while you're saying Knock Airport is on the hill, there's no reason it has to be built on the hill. It can come in as engineers now. When you look what they do with modern technology, and look at the modern technology that's now imported into railways, Jeremy, the carriages are smaller, they're lighter, there's a continuous welded track, and in honesty, it's not even, and while people want to go fast track, that's fine, but some people just like to commute at a leisurely pace as well. So it's not really about tourism, it's about opening the region. So I think it would be, it should be an appalling.
John, if you have to think about it practically, there are over 300 level crossings. So are you going to stop? It's just not physically just a second now, just all the bridges that are listed on the route as well. You're talking about every single bridge that would have to be rebuilt, reinforced, along the entire line as well. You're talking about, even if you did decide to do that, you're talking about decades probably at this stage, because there's so many. No, just listen for a second, John, because I think it's important.
Okay,
First of all, we
let you finish, Maria, then I'm bringing John in and wrapping it in.
Because we need to, the Sligo-Dublin line is 3 hours and 20 minutes. That's the first thing that we need to invest the money in, double tracking the line between Maynooth and Mullingar. And I completely agree that we need to improve the infrastructure, but I have to say that it is not physically possible to put a new train on the old line, because first of all, and you might say people want to go at their leisure, but most people want, if they're going from A to B, they want to get there as quickly as possible. And you can still drive, and you can still get the bus from A to B as well if you want to go more at your leisure. But I don't think that if you put the infrastructure there and you put a slow train there, if people want to get to Galway quickly, if it's quicker to drive than get a train, people are going to still use their cars. You have to make it as convenient and as fast as possible for the public to get out of their cars and to use public transport.
All right, John.
I'll just try to finish. I think that is a subjective view, and I think that while everyone is entitled to their opinion, but when there's no more bridges from Killooney to Claremorris, then from Claremorris to and the line that has now been that's now going ahead, that's going to Athlone Rise. So if it's suitable to bring the line to Claremorris, it doesn't mean that the line from Claremorris to Killooney is any more dangerous.
That line that's going to be brought to Claremorris, that's going to take 10 or 15 years before you even get, everybody has agreed that line from Claremorris, that has to be developed first.
All right, okay.
So
I feel this is what this going to...
We won't agree on that issue now.
Yeah, it's going to continue long after today. Some more of the messages in. Marie Cassidy is a great hard-working councillor, but independents can't form governments. She needs to join a political party. This is going to overroll ground. I remember us nearly falling out one time before when I kept asking you about the speculation of you joining a major political party a few years ago. Wasn't it Fine Gael at the time?
It was. Actually, I was asked by the Social Democrats asked me as well, and Fine Gael asked me. So, I still am very proud of being an independent because I still have delivered. And I know that, as I said at the start of the interview, the Independent Alliance were a strong part of the government, and we, as part of that, did deliver a huge amount. And I think that's what you need to certainly be part of some sort of a grouping to be an influence. And I think that the day is gone where you're going to have an overall majority of Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael. So whatever the makeup is, you're always going to need some extra TDs. And I think, that this region needs to be represented properly,
All right, I'm just slightly away from that. A Ballymote resident here, somewhat surprised, they go on to tell us they're involved with community groups, but they're very surprised to see Eamon Scanlon attracting the vote that he's getting, not visible on foot in our town. And it appears that he has nosed Fianna Fáil votes on this particular occasion, says one of our callers. Maybe that's something we can put to Eamon Scanlon a little bit later on.
That was John Perry.
Right.
I wasn't operating like that. You might do. I wouldn't think that.
I'm sure he'd have a comeback. Some more of the messages. Marie Castley and Marion Harkin both want the Greenway on the railway in contrast to all the other candidates. The strength of feeling and support for the WRC and West on Track campaigns is reflected on the results. So how would you respond to that? That both Marion Harkin and yourself wanted the Greenway on the railway in contrast to the other candidates. The strength of the feeling and support on the WRC and the West on Track campaign is reflected on the results, the results of the election.
I still don't agree with that, because what I'm saying is the actual is based on facts, and you still have to tell people the truth, and you still if whether it's going to be like, I could easily have gone with that, but I'm not going to tell people stuff that isn't true. And that if that's cost me votes, well then that's fair enough, that's cost me votes, but I'm not going to be populist about something like this, that like there's been independent reports. The European Central Bank have got two separate independent reports on this and feasibility studies. Like there's no government that can go to the ECB and say, well, actually, we don't agree with the independent reports, but can you give us the money for this project anyway? It's like, there's no point in me agreeing with something for the sake of telling people what they want to hear if it's not true. I would prefer be honest and tell people that, like, we've read the reports. There was another report, but that was actually commissioned by a particular group that showed the results that people might have wanted to hear, but I'm not going to tell people stuff that isn't true.
Okay, just going back to the campaign, from talking to a lot of people over the last week, and a lot have said to me, this is according to one of our listeners, that they were only voting for those who called to their door. It makes a difference, and it's why I think that Clark is doing so well. He's a vote getter, but he called to people's doors. You know something, I have to admit, and I live in a different constituency than Sligo Leitrim, but I have to admit I was somewhat surprised by the very small amount of candidates that took the time out to visit rural areas. Maybe it's just me, maybe they just didn't want to bother coming to me in Roscommon, East Galway, but I had only one candidate coming looking for a vote in the entire election.
Well, first of all, I suppose, Michael has a huge team, and fair play to him, but and he started earlier, and others have, the government parties have big teams, and I said before they've generations of voters behind them, and that's fine as well. But
so as a result of the size of the teams, you have to really prioritise and try and go to an area where you can get the...
Well, I decided with 3 weeks to go as well, and I actually, it's been busy. I took unpaid leave from teaching for the last couple of weeks, but I actually was in school because I've leaving certs and they're higher levels, so I didn't want to miss them, higher level Irish, and I didn't want to miss them because I wanted them to have continuity. So I was never too far away from Ballastadair either, because and that was fine. That was a decision I made as well. So it's very, very difficult. The constituency is huge, and we did get into an awful lot of places. And then, the people on the team, if I wasn't able to get there, they were
some of the team
fantastic
went round.
representatives. I just want to pay tribute as well to my gang at home and their teenage friends, and, the compliments on the doorstep as well. And I got lovely messages back saying that it was great to see younger people being engaged as well. And I think, again, I think it's really important that if we want younger people to go in, they have to be allowed to engage, to stand up for themselves on the doorsteps and say, look, I'm here canvassing for Marie Casterly or whoever. So, it's important, I think, that young people are included in this as well.
Brings me on nicely to the next point and how you engage with people at the door. Another one of our texters here says, Michael Clark's people who came to my door in Sligo Town was the only group that didn't look for number ones. They said they'd be grateful for any number, so they were so pleasant, and I gave them a low number because of their visit. So apparently they approached, they engaged at the doorstep. They didn't demand a number one. They said they were happy with whatever vote they'd get. Going back to John saying again, any scratch.
Yes, and before I was saying, I would, and I still was very grateful, and you can see how important, the ones and twos and threes and fours are all the way along the line. But I suppose, you have to say to people as well that if you want me to represent you, I need the number one as well. So, it's a balancing act. It's a fine act. It's a fine line.
All right, okay, we have some details coming in here in relation to the Gino O'Boyle transfers. John Perry, what are you hearing?
Transfer from Gino Boyd up to 10% and plus.
Gino O'Boyle's transfers, is it?
Transfer to Michael Clark.
To Michael Clark.
Yeah.
So 10% of Gino O'Boyle's transfers heading to Michael Clark.
Yes.
And again, the fact, let's pick up on the significance of that. Marie, again, I suppose more bad news from Marion Harkin's perspective.
Yeah, I'm surprised at that. Like the Gino O'Boyle's vote transfer, and I know that. Well, see, we're all colleagues on the council as well, and we would support each other on the council. So I suppose, Gino and Michael work well. We all, work well together. So maybe that's it. It's more of a personal transfer.
Yeah. John? John McCartan, my apologies.
If it's 10% of the vote, it's in line with what he's been getting all the way through, apart from a couple of little anomalies. So that's where he needs to be to keep that gap between himself and Marion. Just, I suppose one thing I was thinking when Marie was talking there's, Marie's performance is very good here. You have to remember Marion and Marie are in the field together, occupying very similar ideological ground and hoping to take votes out of a very similar heartland. It would be interesting to see what an election without Marion Harkin would look like, and unfortunately we're not going to get to see what would happen to Marion Harkin elimination if Marie were still in the field, and I suspect there would be an awful lot of votes there for her. And also, if you look at, she's gotten a vote everywhere in the constituency. South Donegal there, Bundoran picking up chunks of votes, and then there's a Leitrim connection, so I would say it's probably a space to watch again for the future. And definitely, Marie, I think you've put down a marker today that's something to be built on, and well done to you.
Yeah, and I found out actually on the canvas as well, and when we were discussing with the family, was that my father-in-law, who came from Drumlish, he actually played senior football for Mohill in the 40s and 50s, so that was a good, that was nice to hear back, and we were talking about trips
Must
down
have been
memory
before
lane.
Father Manning Gales, wasn't it, up there was the local club? Drumlish.
And we
yeah.
we almost bought a house when I was working in Drumkeerin, and my husband Mel was working with Leitrim County.
You hardly played illegal with Mohill.
I don't know.
There could be a story.
But
that would never go on up in that part of
when
the
he was
country.
working there, but we almost bought a house in Leitrim Village as well. We nearly had the sale agreed on it, so I could actually be running in Leitrim instead of Sligo, maybe.
All right. I hate to get serious again, and as always, you can answer this if you want, and if you don't, I completely understand. I've received a text message here again, and it says there was an agreement in place. This is what our caller says here, between Marion Harkin and Marie Cassidy, that only one would run and that you would succeed her. And they're asking here, why did you not wait, or why did Marion run this time round, whichever way you look at it, that it was always going to be unlikely that the two of you would get elected, and now it's transpired here that you've effectively cancelled each other out.
Yeah, well, I suppose that's the beauty of democracy as well, that everybody...
Now, that's simplistic maybe to say that too.
Yeah, we did discuss it. I did work with Marion, and she decided to run again, and that's her prerogative. And we did, and when I said that, I told her that I was running, and she said the best of luck to you. She said nobody has any control or say over who should run or shouldn't run as well. So, and that we're all mature as well. And I think, again, as I said, it's just like my work on the ground has, and people would always have said, and encouraged me to run as well. So it's the way it worked out.
And everyone has the prerogative. John Ellis, do independents need to do that before they run? And I'm going to bring John Perry in on this as well in a moment. Do independents need to consult with maybe like-minded, similar independents that's in the field in that instance before taking a massive decision to contest a general election?
Well, if you're an independent, you're entitled to do whatever you like. Okay, I can understand Marie and Marion Harkin because of their affinity to each other. But the bottom line of it is, everybody has the right to put their name on a ballot paper. And remember that many's the person runs in an election, not with that election that they're actually
with the
running
next one in mind.
With the next one, or maybe the one after, and that's how it works. Let's not be fair about it.
That's three more campaigns, Marie, at least.
Now, you put John, you put down the marker.
Yes.
And if the marker sticks, you then have the benefit of what you started with there, plus what you gain between that and the next one. That's how it works. There's no doubt about it.
John Perry.
Michael Clark, I think that he seized the opportunity when you saw I keep saying, going back to Balladrehead Bridge and southwest and East Sligo, that where you have a lot of independence in a clustered area, in an urban area. He saw a unique opportunity that, I suppose with the strategy of Fine Gael only picking one candidate, it left the whole southwest and East Sligo wide open. So the only definite base candidate living in the area was Eamon Scandal. So that it was, it's a huge area. There's 29,000 of electorate, based on 62% of a turnout. There's over 19,500. So honestly, the seat was there for the take. And when I knew instantly that when I knew Frank Feehan would get elected, but I certainly knew that in the absence, and this is the first time ever since the history of the state that there wasn't a second Fine Gael candidate. I think they never ran one candidate before. This was unique. It is the first time only, and Michael Clark seized that opportunity. He saw the vacuum, and when you go over to West Sligo, the whole region, and if you look at the vote that's there, he picked up a considerable Fianna Fáil vote, and he picked up a massive Fine Gael vote.
And the Fine Gael decision to have a one-candidate strategy played right into his hands, you're saying?
Completely, because when you look at the ballot boxes, and I went through the votes that was cast, Jeremy, and the Fine Gael votes that was cast when Frank Feehan got elected, but the vote on a Fine Gael, if you look at the turnout of the votes, they're a fraction of what there would be if there was a Fine Gael-based candidate in the area.
All right. The Frank Feehan camp would say that it would put both candidates at risk if they ran.
Well,
if the party ran a second candidate.
On this occasion, this was a suitor Frank. The one candidate strategy suited this occasion because Frank Feehan was a Leitrim candidate coming into Sligo.
Yeah.
It was a Leitrim candidate last election. So on this occasion, but that may not always prevail in the future. But certainly, Michael Clark, if you take West Sligo, I went through the boxes, and in South Sligo, Jeremy.
That's a fair point. It depends on the candidates you have at your disposal for each election.
And you can see, if you take 19,000 votes, Jeremy, and put in two primary candidates into it, Jeremy, that's living in the area, it was it was a no-brainer really for me,
All right.
my opinion.
Okay, I want to move on to John McCartan next. And John, you wanted to come in there on a point.
Yeah, well, no, and it is aside to what's just been discussed, but it's something that's coming up now, and so we're now approaching the first point of the race, where one person's elimination will push the next lowest either above or below the quarter of the quota that's necessary to have the expenses recouped, and there is a rumour floating in the centre that this may be one vote one way or the other, and this could trigger a recount that we weren't thinking of.
And if that's the case, this is where we lose time, and the possibility of coming back on Monday comes into play. Speaking of expenses and speaking of costs, Marie, for somebody that's gone through a campaign here, our listener asks, do people ever find out how much each candidate spent on their campaign? Now, they're saying here Gino was quoted in relation to a certain figure that he spent yesterday. It seems other candidates have spent more. Does it come down to how much money you spend now? Is that a big contributing factor in whether you're successful or not in a general election campaign?
Well, it certainly helps if you can hit every demographic, whether it be online or on the roadside, video. You have people meeting people on the doors, so it's the whole package really, and having the whole package is an expensive business now. And Michael, from the very start, he's had a really, a very well thought out campaign. He has left no stone unturned, and he definitely showed that he was very, very serious this time about getting elected. But that costs a huge amount of money. Like as I said, we have our 3 older children are in college, so I don't have the money to put into expensive election campaigns. Plus, we're just off the back of the local elections in June as well, and there was some expense there. So it's it's certainly an expensive time to. When you're running for election, and you can't do everything every time you sign for something. It's €1,000, it's 1,500, it's 2,000. So it's expensive, and I think that would probably put off a lot of people as well, particularly independents, because it's not if you want to compete with the heavy hitters, you need to have a lot of money behind you.
The cost factor. All right, we're getting some more data from the floor. Mark McSharry's colleagues have been in touch with us. See some more numbers coming in here. John McCartan spoke about the significance of transfers and counts from here on in. Mark, it's all yours.
Yeah, this is the tally for the 7th count, and it's Feehan plus 39, Martin Kenny plus 258. This is the Gino O'Boyle transfer. Michael Clark plus 88. Scanlon plus 32. Chris McManus, big transfer, 655. Marianne Harkin plus 180. Edel McSharry plus 71. Paddy O'Rourke plus 19. Marie Casserly plus 168. And Nessa Cosgrove plus 319.
Okay. I suppose the natural connection there between Gino O'Boyle and Chris McManus stands out straight away, Mark.
Yeah, definitely. Very, very big transfer there as expected for Chris, also for Nessa. A significant one there as well. And of course, Martin Kenny getting a good share. So really, you have 50% or thereabouts. Almost 50% going to Sinn Féin.
Okay. Would Michael Clark's number have been a little bit lower than you would have expected there?
Yeah, sort of. I mean, considering the trends everywhere else, you probably could say it was a little bit lower, but he's still ticking along. Yeah.
All right. John Ellis, you're crunching those numbers with interest there as well?
I am, because this is where we were wondering where Chris McManus was going to pick it up. Okay, he's got a third of
654, was it?
655, I think.
Right, okay.
So he's got a third of them. Now, where does he go for the rest? He's running out of space. From where? Because Gino was the big one in town. So whoever is next to go, let it be Nessa or Maria.
Yeah, and of course, it's I know people will be saying, John Ellis, that the Martin Kinney surplus, maybe if he's elected, but that's a lot further down the line. It's staying in the race until then.
But it's going to take
transfers to get Martin Kinney across the line, and there'll be no surplus worth talking about.
It's going to take Chris McManus's vote to
get Martin.
No,
Kinney.
There'll be 2,000.
Yes. Oh, sorry. Yes.
There'll be 2,000 of a surplus when it gets to that.
Yes.
But at that stage...
But there's no place else. With Martin
homeless.
Kinney also there's no place else you can see.
They're homeless.
Where Chris is going to get...
Yeah, no, Chris has peaked, I think. What do you think, Mark?
Well, he should do well from Nessa, but that's it then.
But I think that Nessa's vote, the one that I could see doing well out of that, believe it or not, is Frank Feehan and Dale.
Yeah, Marion too.
And Marion.
All right. John Parry, again, you...
I would agree with that. I think what John just said there at the moment, that the next elimination for McManus, Chris McManus will, I'd say that would be the pay dividends in this area.
Okay. All right. More information coming in. John McCartan, anything that you want to add now on to this here at the minute?
No, I'm just that potential recount that I flagged there, based on whether or not anybody fell short of the quarter of a quota. I'm not so sure now after those figures whether or not that's going to happen. There seems to be one in it, but we'll have to wait and see what the actual count that we hear is. There have been one or two in the difference from what we hear from the actual count from what we would have in figures in front of us. So that's
a matter of waiting and seeing with bated breath. Marie Casserly, who's still with us here as well, just coming to your own ability, not alone to pick up transfers there, but how transfer friendly, Marie, did you feel you were throughout the election campaign?
Yeah, I think okay. I think in the locals, I suppose it's easier to pick up more transfers because, everything is more local and you're getting transfers from the people that you know as well. So, again, I was...
5 minutes, by the way. We're expecting the next count inside 5 minutes.
Okay. I know that Blauhin Gallagher's transfers, that Nessa did very well from that. And I think that there was, some sort of an agreement between the Green Party and Labour for transfers there. So, again, I've been picking up transfers all the way across. So, yeah, I'd be fairly happy with that, considering that I'm not aligned to any party or any particular group. Yeah, I'd be happy with that.
Yeah, you'd be relatively happy with it. It's getting to a very interesting point now, and the patterns are beginning to form a little bit more. John just touched on it there in relation to Chris McManus, where those votes are going to come from. I know I mentioned it I think it was to Mark McSharry a little bit earlier there. For once, are we seeing maybe Michael Clark not pick up the transfers, John, that he was picking up heretofore in this? So would this maybe be the geographical location of the two?
That's right, yeah.
Martin Kenny, 258, Chris McManus, 655. And we did have Declan
Bree in here earlier, who, we were all saying, where did Declan Bree's vote go? Well, there's where Declan Bree's vote is, and there's, and obviously Declan Bree's endorsement and support for those candidates, for Chris McManus, for Martin Kenny, and for Gino, has proven that parcel of votes stayed very cohesively together. So I wouldn't see Michael Clark's 88 votes there as being a shock at this stage. We have been flagging, I suppose, for the last hour or so that there is likely to be that chunk of transfer into those left wing.
All right, he's still maintaining that healthy lead. Mark McSharry.
I've seen a tally of a proportion of Cosgroves, a significant proportion of Cosgroves, and the trend seemed to be very much with Marion and Marie Casserly there. So nothing that's going to change the outcome is what I would suggest from what we're seeing so far. But that's the count after this one.
All right, okay, that's one to watch out for a little bit later on, and subsequently maybe then the Marie transfer, where that goes afterwards, whether that continues to move in towards Marion territory. All right, we're just waiting on that count. So just for a very quick recap, and we can go around the table. on our predictions again, and I love putting people on the spot. Marie, from just what we've talked about inside the last hour and a half or so, nothing that had really altered your opinion, still very much sticking to it?
Yeah, I can't see too much of a change now at this stage. I'd still be calling it Frank Feehan, Martin Kenny, Michael Clark.
Okay, I think we're in a
Scanlon.
position to go back to the podium. The returning officer has returned.
The following is the result of the 7th count, which consisted of the distribution of Gina O'Boyle's 1,954 votes. Casserly Marie, non-party, plus 168, a total of 2,894, 2894. Clark Michael, Independent Ireland, plus 88, a total of 6,785, 6785. Cosgrove Nessa, the Labour Party, plus 319, a total of 2,846, 2846. Feehan Frank, Fine Gael, plus 39, total votes 9,317, 9317. Harkin Marion, non-party, plus 180, a total of 5,130, 5130. Kenny Martin, Sinn Féin, plus 258, a total of 8,431, 8431. McManus Chris, Sinn Féin, plus 655, a total of 6,042, 6042. McSharry Edel, Fianna Fáil, plus 71, a total of 4,673, 4673. O'Rourke Paddy, Fianna Fáil, plus 19, a total of 4,329, 4329. And Scanlon Eamon, Fianna Fáil, plus 32, a total of 6,059, 6059. Non-transferable papers, non-effective, 125. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute her votes. And that's Nessa Cosgrave, and 2,846 votes. And that will consist of the next count. So thank you very much.
All right, Pádraig, thank you very much indeed for that. So that was count 7, the distribution of the Gina O'Boyle vote. We had the tally figures there fairly accurately in the few minutes leading up to that. What now has taken place is that Nessa Cosgrove has been eliminated, and the substantial process now of transferring her votes, which could be significant to a degree, and we'll have to see where these transfers go. Maybe let's start off with Councillor Marie Casserly. Marion Harkin, yourself, where's Nessa's vote more likely to end up?
Yeah, I would say so. I would say what Mark has read out there a few minutes ago about the transfers. Again, you'd have your natural female vote as well, and you know, myself and Nessa. Nessa's just started in the council, but I know her for a good few years, and she's worked with us in our school as well. So we'd have a very good relationship, and we have some fun in the council as well, and it's not all that serious. And then, yeah, Nessa would, and she would be very respectful of and very feel very strongly about the importance of female representation as well. So I would say that Edel will probably get some of those as well, and myself and Marion. And it's hard to know, maybe some might go to Mike. It's hard to know actually where the rest of them will go, but I'd say a significant proportion of them will probably go between myself and Edel and Marion.
All right. I'll tell you what we're going to do is we'll take a very quick commercial break, and we'll get more reaction to that inside the next couple of minutes or so. So come back to us very, very shortly indeed, and we'll be continuing on trying to predict where the Nessa Cosgrove vote is going to end up. That's coming up right after these.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
I find solar generation very good to work with, very patient, very friendly, and I think if it was not a local installer, it would have been more difficult to get people to come back and check things up. So shop local was really important for us, but also because the grant was available, and that was a nice incentive. But we love looking at the app and seeing how much money we make every day when the sun shines. The grant application process, solar generation were there to help us, so it was very, very easy relatively. I'd highly recommend working with solar generation. Local firm, great to support, local company and local staff.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, price at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
When plumbing problems strike, who can you count on in the Northwest? Nordic Plumbers, that's who. From boiler services and installation to heating system upgrades, Nordic Plumbers are your first call for all your plumbing needs. Visit us online at nordicplumbers.ie or call 083 38 55 812 and get a free quote today. Nordic Plumbers, just one call or click away. For all your plumbing needs, head to nordicplumbers.ie today. RGI and Offtech registered.
Everybody's busy, wait for the night to begin.
You're very welcome back to Ocean FM's coverage of the 2024 general elections. Just before we hear from Nessa Cosgrove, who has been eliminated following the last count there in Sligo Leitrim. First of all, John McCartan, you were talking about the potential and the possibility maybe of a recount and the connection with the small number of votes needed to get expenses. Give us an update on that.
Yeah, so the total quota is 11,381. You need to get quarter of a quota to ensure that you get your expenses back. That would be 2,845. Now, people may have heard, as we did, a clap and a cheer in the count centre a few minutes ago, and I looked around. I was wondering what it was, but it has become clear to us now that it's NASA's 2,846 votes, 3/4 of a vote, on the right side of the line. So congratulations to you. That's in a very congested field. It was a great performance. Well done.
Yeah, I think that's what everybody has been telling us here. The performance, the campaign that you've put in, some financial good news as well. You know, the businessman here who's kept an eye on that over the last while. I know it might have been the furthest thing from your mind. Let's talk
it wasn't.
It wasn't. I admire your honesty. Talk to me a little bit about the campaign, Nessa, what you've been through. It's over now at this stage. Talk to me initially maybe about the foundation that you feel that you've laid here for the Labour Party in the North West.
Well, we're delighted, John. Like, we're absolutely thrilled the vote we got. Like, I can't believe I'm in it as long as we're in it, you know, the race. And it's clear, I think, and we even got 2 members signed up last night. So it's clear people are interested in joining. Like, we were a very positive group to be around, you know, and we got that on the doors. Like we all like canvassing and we all get on really well. And, you know, and I think people can see that, you know, it's good, positive politics, you know, and it's working hard and just getting the work done, you know, and I think that people see social democracy, and I think Labour values, like, I'd be a real policy driven kind of way I'd be thinking, you know, and so it's up to us now to kind of build up that vote again, you know.
All right. Can I just bring you to something that you mentioned yesterday? And when it comes to the formation of the next government, you would feel that maybe Labour might be in a better position to having a deal with another party even before supporting a government.
Yeah, I think we would be mad to go in, Labour. And I don't think we will, though, but I really do. I think we would, because we're not going to have enough seats on our own. Like, we're looking at maybe 8 or 9 seats. And I know Ivana Bacik has reached out to, say, the Social Democrats about hoping to have some kind of a talks or like pact agreement kind of before even talking about going into government. But like, you know, we don't, and unless that happens, like, I just think we'd be mad to do that. Like, we're still building up our own vote, you know, since we got, like, you know, since the 2016, I suppose, when we lost so many seats that time. So we're building it back up. But it is hard for our party, like the Labour Party, is very policy driven to be in opposition, because we raise suggestions, and we can even see like things like, I remember when Ivana Bacik came out there last year and said we need to build 50,000 houses a year, and then the government took that on. You know, or even we were the first party to call for a fully publicly model of childcare, and now this has been, the talk has come about that. So, like, we lay the foundations for a lot of things, and then the government often jump on it, you know.
All right.
And
two Labour seats so far, by the way. Just
is that all there is to?
Yeah, at a national level. So that might back up what you're saying. The Social Democrats that you mentioned there, maybe an alliance coming together of that. How effective do you feel that could be, or would there still be an element in Labour that after the last experience of government would be very reluctant to go back there?
Yeah, there probably would be, unless we have a big critical mass, unless we have some kind of merger with Social Democrats. And the Social Democrats aren't too interested in Labour either. So if they come ahead, maybe they should be asked, do they want to go into government, you know? Like, why does it have to fall back on the Labour Party? Like, if they have a significant block and they're not interested in coming in talking with us, maybe they should, because it's fine to sit on the sidelines giving out, you know, like, you either want to be in government and say it, but then we have very strong red lines, they've got strong red lines, so, and I know they actually have said they'd like to be in government as well, so, but, you know, you need to put your money where your mouth is as well sometimes, you know, if the red lines are adhered to.
I see your party colleague Marie Sherlock likely to hold off the hutch.
That's good.
Yeah, that's just reading that off the RTE website.
Great.
At the moment. So that's, again, speculation from there. So that'll be interesting to see if it pans out that way. Let's bring it right back parochial and local again. And although you're out of the race now, the transfer of your vote can be deemed to be significant here for a number of reasons. Simple question, really. Where's the Nessa Cosgrove transfers going to go now?
I don't know. I'd say they'll stay in the town. I'd imagine they would. So I'd imagine that Chris McManus and Frank Feehan will be the ones that'll get the. That's where I'd say they'll stay in the town.
Okay.
You know.
I actually
Marie
don't
Costly,
know. Marion Harkin?
Oh, Marie probably will get certain. I can't see Marion maybe because I don't know if that transferred that well. I'd say Marie all right because we'd work together in the council as well. So maybe it would go there, you know. I don't know, but I'd imagine it will stay around the town.
Okay. John, let's pick up on that. And again, I'll give all our panellists an opportunity, if they have anything to say to Nessa, to feel free to do so, starting with John McCartan.
Yeah, well, aside from the comments that I made already, and well done, Nessa, I would see Marion picking up some of those votes. Marion has gotten a vote in the town and has had, historically, has had lots of support in the town. So I'd say you may have eaten into some of that. And if you have, Nessa, it will return to where it came from. But on top of that, if it will be interesting to see what Michael Clark gets out of it.
Yeah.
And that might be an indication of how voter or how transfer friendly he's going to be to the rest of the town candidates that leave the field.
All right. John Ellis, I know Nessa Cosgrove has made an impression here from
definitely so. And I said that earlier today when she was probably at home having a cup of tea. And
I heard, John. Thank you very much, John. A few people said it to me.
No, you see, Nessa came in here. She started from nothing, and she's now built herself that she's able to get a quarter of a quota. Now, that's not bad going in 2 elections, no matter what anybody might think. But Nessa's vote, in my opinion, Frank Feehan will probably be a major beneficiary because that vote is a vote off the Strandhill Road back out into Strandhill and areas like that. That's my opinion of where it came out of, and but it'll also be a big help to Edel because it's going to stay in the town. And you see this, Michael Clark will probably pick up his running gear of about 10% of it, and that's all he needs to do to keep himself going.
Mm-hmm.
But the next big one, and I've said this all along, is that when it comes to Maria Casserly, that's when you're going to see that the watershed come. Because at that stage, either Marion Harkin is able to make up the ground, which I don't think she can, she's too far behind. Chris McManus will benefit a bit from Nessa, but it's not going to be enough to keep him in the race long enough.
All right, okay. Let's move on to Deputy Mark McSharry, again, in relation to Nessa's campaign and her transfers.
Nessa, yeah, I mean, it was a great performance. Look, there's no consolation in losing an election. No. I mean, I know that myself, having lost one. So it does hurt and it is painful, but there's always life after it. There are definitely going to be other days. If the national scene is as it looks at the moment, where Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael look to have the numbers to go it alone, with the help maybe of a few independents, then that'll see one TD from likely this outcome here in Sligo town, and that'll put either a second Sinn Féin, if it doesn't happen today, again it's not over here yet, or Labour challenging for a seat the next time, I would predict. So I'll talk to you in 5 years, but or whatever many years it is. But I've watched, and I said at the local elections as well, that Labour team building itself again with Nessa, and I know them all, and many of them are personal friends of mine, and I think there's a lot more to be heard of Nessa Cosgrove.
All right.
And the Labour team, I'm seeing rejuvenating it to itself towards the heights of the springtide and so on.
It's interesting that Mark mentioned that, because I can remember having a conversation with you after the last general election, and there was work on the floor for interviews that day, and the word kept coming back time and time again. You know, if she went as an independent, she'd have a much better chance. But you stood true to your convictions with Labour, you stuck with the party, and now there are signs of momentum beginning to build.
And I have a brilliant team. Like, I love Labour policies, and I'm so lucky with the crowd around me. And we all, we're an eclectic bunch, you know. We're all quite different, but we've a same common purpose, I suppose, of fairness and equality, and we get on really well. And I'm lucky. You're right. Mark is right. All the old Labour heads are back supporting me again, which is brilliant. Our families that are like the McMorrows, now we'll say, families that have been around for years, and they're so much part of my team,
All right. John Perry,
I would agree, certainly that.
I was going to say it's bringing back memories, isn't it, of a Labour re-emergence here in Sligo?
Well, it is, because I was there with Jackson Brea in 1992 and 1997, but I was there when Labour had 27, 30 seats in the door with, the 2011, there was a Labour tide that time. But I think that when the tide went out, I think it's gradually coming back, and I think that with the candidates and the calibre and the qualification and the commitment of Nessa, that would certainly bring the tide in. And I think that's where I think and it's about building a base. And 5 years is a long time, and it's about whether they're going to government or not. But it was any party, minority party, the third part of the stool that paid a big price. You know what I mean? Even Labour in 2016 paid a huge price as well, and and likewise now you take the Greens. But they were self-made. They made a lot of their own mistakes themselves. But I think any third party going in, they want to be very careful what they're hoping to achieve, and they want to be very clear in the ministries that they get. You know what I mean? It'll be, I think, in many ways, the selection of I think that choice, the first day that they sit down and get an agreement, I think they want to be very careful in what they select within the ministries that they're appointed to, because if you look in the past, I think they've always taken sort of the poison challenge ministries, and I think that if you are hoping to survive in a three-party government, I think the critical decision is how can I pick the ministry that is more beneficial. There won't be a fall guy. Pick one that's like a enterprise driven, or that would have a popular base.
Avoid Joan Burton and water charges and like that.
They're not in the environment. So I think that if I was advising them, I'd say if you're going into government, first question you ask, what ministry are we going to get?
It's a very good point. And those are the big decisions that are going to be made. I'll talk to you about that as well. And the other thing that I want to talk to you about, Nessa, is that the next time round now, going in, if you run for the next general election, at the moment you're a sitting councillor, so having the benefit of a term on the council will surely stand. So on your own personal future, first of all.
Well, I love being a councillor and I like being on the ground. So I love the fact that we are, but since I've become elected, I suppose I always knew how centralised Irish government is, and the powers, to have big impacts, you do have to be elected to the Dáil, and especially for this region, but I love being a councillor, and I think that's where the groundwork is, that's where I want to be, is in the council, and I can see how councillors can feed into having a general election seat. You can see how the bigger parties, that they'd have councillors in Leitrim, councillors in South Donegal, councillors in South Sligo, it's all their work on the ground is feeding into becoming a TD, so we need to build that up. But there's people, we'll say, have come back into the party that have supported us, Tommy Higgins' family are back supporting us as a party, which is a huge big deal for us, so it's growing. The Labour vote is there, and it is growing,
And in relation to the whole issue and the makeup of government, Ivana Bacik obviously will be given any approaches to come her way. Due consideration, it's probably in odd likelihood going to be the new year before we learn anything about the formation of a new government. So there's big decisions to be made on that front.
There is, but we'd have a vote on that, though. As members, we have a vote on whether we should go into government or not. If you're a member of a party, this is why I like Labour. You're very democratic. So we have a say, even for the leader, we have a full vote about who becomes leader. It's not even just a percentage. We have a one-on-one vote, it's the same with that, about whether we as a party we think we should go into government or not. I think we'd be mad. I just think that not in the amount of seats we have, we shouldn't, So I think that's the kind of... And I don't know if Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael have really outpolled themselves, I think. Particularly Fianna Fáil, I can't get over the vote that they've gotten. And, I suppose you could see it that they probably will likely go in with some independence,
Yeah. There's big decisions to be made of that, there's little doubt. The whole formation of government is something that's going to be interesting. It's going to take some time to resolve. In relation to here now, before we let you go, at these final 4 seats, it's my favourite part of interviews, asking everybody put their head in the block.
Yep.
What way do you see it panning out, Nessa?
Feehan, not now in any particular order, though, but I'd say Scanlon, Feehan, Scanlon, Feehan, Clark and Kenny.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, definitely, I can see it like that.
Okay.
I'm sounding like John yesterday. Remember, John called it really early.
So there you have it.
Yeah.
Nessa, thank you so much
very much yourself.
for joining us.
Thanks for all the coverage.
And well done in the campaign.
Thank you. Thanks a million.
No doubt we'll be talking to you again real soon.
Thanks, John.
Thank you very much indeed. Nessa Cosgrove, thanks a million for joining us. Throughout the course of the day, there's been numbers of messages coming in. Here's one. Could you ask the panel a little bit about the waste of money in the OPW and the Department of Health? And can the government be streamlined in any way to cut out wasting money? John Parry, I'll start off with you on that one. What can be done to avoid episodes like the bike shed and the money being spent on the Children's Hospital? Hugely, you would say, damaging incidents for any government, but at the same time, they're going to be returned, it seems.
I chaired the public accounts for 2.5 years, and I know that the VFM, the value for money, and we look at the Controller and Auditor General, you know, that and the remit that they have, and look at every year they produce the annual report, and you know there's a whole catalogue of misappropriation, no value for money, and I think that it's. I think the big challenge for government is that a lot of these. And apparently, if you take the authorisation to do the bike shed, that was made by the Roxas Commission, you know, which wasn't obviously approved by a minister, but it was taken out of their budget, you know, but that doesn't condone it. But I think that all of them have to be, they might give you 10 reasons why they have to do it, but the due diligence that's required to get the best value for the taxpayer is not always a priority when the state services are coming. I think that is a huge challenge for government in the next administration, because nothing is more discerning to voters than to see willful waste, you know what I mean, and people in special needs looking for funding. So, answer your question directly, I think that the Office of the Controller and Auditor General wants to be, given additional powers, you know what I mean. The Office of the Attorney General has no remit over local government, as you probably know, which is quite extraordinary. You know, all of the local authorities in the state don't come under the auspices of local government. I noticed that RTE is supposed to go in under the Office of the Controller and Auditor General, but they have forensic accountants, you know, and they do an on-spot inspection. But I think that office wants to be expanded, and that all value for money reports or major projects should be ran by the Controller and Auditor General to see that the proper procedure and proper tendering was done before the contract goes ahead.
Mark McSharry, how frustrating was it to have been serving in public life in the tail end of the last government, and events and fiascos, or what to call it, like the bike shed came to public prominence? Was it something that you would have, say, even out meeting people or whatever? Would it be something that had been raised with you, albeit as an independent TD?
Well, it's infuriating, first of all, and to 6 years on the Public Accounts Committee. The problem isn't what the Public Accounts Committee do. The problem is, as a matter of routine, the reports from the Public Accounts Committee are noted by the relevant department and the government, and then it's thrown into the room where they obviously store these reports and nothing else happens. There's zero accountability. So when mistakes are made, there is no disciplinary follow-up. The words that were used to me by Robert Watt famously at the Public Accounts Committee when questioning him was, "We don't have a gotcha culture in the civil service." And so long as that's the case, we'll always blame systemic failure rather than ever hold individual poor performance or wrongdoing to account. And what that does is it guarantees that history will repeat itself. So I have no confidence that there won't be value for money issues on an ongoing basis. The next children's hospital or bicycle shelter or security hut are only a matter of time or a freedom of information request away, because we don't have accountability. We just have a concept of other people's money. And when you don't have, and we spoke about it earlier, where, you know, the thing I'd love to see from ministers is to see them assume the executive power they're elected to hold, like the ministers of the 60s and 70s and 80s, who across the board, who got plenty wrong. But the buck stopped with them. They took decisions, and the chain of command was correct. And there was plenty got wrong. So it's not about, sort of highlighting that as a brilliant time in the past. But certainly the executive was the executive. And we have to have a culture. Like, in effect, civil servants will disagree with this, but over the grade of principal officer, you are in effect responsible to nobody. Assistant Secretary General, Secretary General, you are in effect responsible to nobody. So what's called the Ministers and Secretaries Act, which goes back to the 1920s, and the Public Service Management Act, which goes back to the 1950s, and there's some updates in the 90s, need to be revisited. And we must have a disciplinary process. Now, it's not about demanding recognitions when there's wrongdoing or putting people in prison or anything like that. I think in public service generally, we need a book of quantum, which has appropriate punishments for appropriate crimes or poor performance. And I don't think we have that at the moment. And until such time you have that, and there's transparency and accountability and people being held to account for poor performance and wrongdoing, then history is assured, as I said, to repeat itself.
All right, and so many people in the private sector are going to struggle to get their heads around how history, as you said, can keep repeating itself there. John Ellis, has there always been incidents like this from your history in government and knowledge of government? Has there always been, I suppose, bike shed fiascos of that particular era? There's always been, something like that's going to be highlighted and just points to the mismanagement of funds?
I'll tell you one thing. You see, the OPW will go in and they'll do an estimate. And in the old days, a lot of the work they did it themselves. They had teams that did it. Now it's go and get 3 tenders. And remember that there's so many consultants. Every project in this country now, 20% of it has gone on health and safety, and another 10 or 15% of it has gone on consultants, engineers and the whole lot. So in actual fact, real product put in place is accounting for only about 50-odd% of the cost of the project. And this is where the thing is gone all out of line. Because, and especially if you're in a tendering situation at the moment with the OPW or with any other state organisation, you're then at the situation that everybody out there is fairly busy. They're quoting prices that basically if the market, if there was opposition for work, they wouldn't be quoting. And some of them are quoting for jobs, hoping that they won't get them. And I heard a story of one quote that went in for a project. And when the project, the guy that quoted for it, he says, I'm going to quote twice what I should be getting for it in the hope I won't get it. And he got it, because the next guys had gone through the roof. And you see it, there's new schools now, and what it's costing to build them is frightening. The school extension in this town, from what I understand, the price of it has doubled in the past 2 years.
Okay, John McCartan, as somebody, and you got a glowing endorsement there for the construction of your hay sheds back in the 1970s by Newtown Core Engineering from Marie Castle a little bit later on. So, it's done the test of time, Mark. It's still standing. It was built in the 70s.
Not good for the repeat business.
No.
Better than any bike shed. But on a serious note, how do you avoid any, can more accountability, more transparency? What's needed here?
Yeah, well, I suppose for a start, let's be fair about it. The cost of construction materials, the cost of energy, the cost of labour is absolutely enormous in this country. And but that does not account for the national embarrassment and the international embarrassment that our children's hospital has become, the bike shelter, the wee security hut. Those things are now of international note. And I know myself, when we tender for public jobs, you just don't want them, because there's going to be there's too much expectations with regard to health and safety, with regard to all sorts of litigations that may be coming down the road at you. Now, litigation is a big cost in this country, no matter what you go to do. It doesn't matter when you go on the road, your insurance is going to be through the roof, because if you touch the back of somebody's car, there's a big claim coming down the road at you. I know we've been trying to do something about that of late, but it's still an enormous issue. Insurance is a huge issue, and people just, getting into Dublin, where we're talking about our infrastructure. I know if I priced a job in the middle of Dublin City, I would hate to get it, because I could not convince erectors and fitters to go to Dublin to do the job. I couldn't get them to do it. They'll stay at home, and they'll get better work at home, and they'll be well paid to stay at home. Nobody wants to spend 4 hours of their day fighting their way from Blanchardstown into Dublin City and back out again, and then maybe spend another hour in Virginia Town when you get down that far. And that is a major strain on the economic models of our construction industry at the moment.
Okay, just in relation to Austin, will correct me if I'm wrong here. We've got a couple of text messages. The game on live at Ocean FM online at the minute. 1-8-7, I think, one of the latest scores that I have in favour of Porrick Pierces against Colera Strandhill on that game. We'll keep you updated, maybe with score updates on that. As far as I know, 1-8-7 in favour of Porrick Pierces against Colera Strandhill. Live coverage on Ocean FM. .ie online. All right, there are people joining us here on a regular basis and would be coming in and would be looking to know what the state of play is in Sligo Leitrim. So maybe with that in mind, let's give a summary so far. At the minute, still in the field, Frank Feehan, Martin Kenny, Michael Clark, Eamon Scanlon, Chris McManus, Marion Harkin, Edel McSharry, Paddy O'Rourke, and Nessa Cosgrove's transfers have been distributed, and Marie Cassidy's, we expect, are going to be the next. So let's maybe start on that point with the quota and candidates looking to reach the quota. Frank Feehan's still very much in the ascendancy there. Yeah, Porrick Pierce's 1-8, Colera Strandhill 10 points is the latest scoreline, and there's 10 minutes to go, and it's just 1 point between them. So we'll keep an ear to that. That's an interesting scoreline coming in from Barkovich Park. Mark McSharry, as things stand at the minute here in the election count, what's going to happen over the next hour or so?
Well, we're awaiting confirmation of Cosgrove's transfers now. I've seen a sample of about 1,300 of those, and it would seem that Marion is doing well there, Marie Cassidy is doing well there, Edel McSharry is getting a share there, but everyone is getting a little, you know. So I mean, if things were different, you know, if you had a couple of people elected by now, you know, you might begin to see some surprises. But there doesn't seem to be any possibility of that as things are panning out. We'll have Cosgroves shortly. After that, we'll have Cassidy's, and you know, then things will move pretty quickly, I think.
Well, the quota, the magic number 11381. Frank Feehan, as it currently stands, 9317. Martin Kenny 8431. Michael Clark 6785. Eamon Scanlon Eamon Scanlon would be next, 6785. 6059. Chris McManus, Marion Harkin 6042. Elsewhere,
we were saying that 3 would make it.
Yes.
Potentially, you know, as very early yesterday we were saying you could see 3 people make it without reaching the quota. Now looks reasonably likely that 3 will reach the quota and the last one won't.
All right. John Perry, give me your predictions. This crystal ball has been working well all weekend. What's this telling us here for the immediate future?
Well, I think the point that Merkel said there with regards to the, I suppose, everybody's getting a shakeout really here, and I think that's and that will be compounded further the fact that nobody has reached the quota. So I think that you know that is benefiting the 4 main candidates in the field, because you know the you know, if you take those transfers, you know, I mean, proportionally, you know, the Michael Clark and Scanlon and Feehan, they're all the top 4 are getting a mix out of it, and then we'd say that but for the difference for either Edel McSharry or Chris McManus to come up, they would need a massive shakeout, which I don't see happening.
All right. John Ellis, in many ways where this is significant, it's the one after this you're fascinated in.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's the Marie Cassidy one, in my opinion, is going to be determine the whole lot. First of all, it's going to determine where Marion Harkin is going to finish, because after that, she's homeless, and I'm not saying that in a nasty way. She has nowhere else to get transfers from. Michael Clark is in the happy position that if he gets a reasonable transfer at all from Maria Cassidy, that it's going to push him farther out from those that are coming behind him. And if he gets more than Edel, then it stretches it out farther, and the prospects of him being caught get slimmer and slimmer.
All right,
And
John
then-
Hobisky has just handed me a note there that it's going to be extremely close. That's John's prediction now that's coming in.
How in
I presume in the overall, that battle between Clark and Harkin, is it, John? That would be thinking more or less where it could be going. John Ellis, my apologies. I'm going to get more information from John Comisky in a minute.
Yeah, wait till see what John.
Yeah, it seems to be. And of course, these predictions have been accurate.
Three-way.
John McCartan is here as well. You're beside John there.
So John is predicting a very tight race. In the end of the day, a three-way contest between Clark, Harkin and McManus. And I'd say, John, you wouldn't be surprised at a recount. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay, that's an interesting one. Yeah. John Ellis?
No. McManus is not going to be able to keep going. He's not going to... The votes that are for distribution, the amount of them that McManus is going to get is going to be limited. He's not going to be getting too much of what would be going to Marion Harkin or Maria Cassidy.
Okay.
Right. And when it comes to the Paddy O'Rourke's elimination, Martin Kinney and Edel and Emma Scanlon are basically going to be dividing that out between them, with probably the 10 or 15% again going to Michael Clark. So I don't see it getting tight like that.
Okay. John McCartan.
Yeah, I mean, mathematically, it's very possible. So I don't know if we have a count coming behind us. I thought I heard the atmosphere changed, but in the event that there isn't, I keep going. Yeah, so like you do have, and I'll just call up my numbers here. So let's suppose Chris McManus right now sits on 6,042. Right behind Eamon Scanlon on 6,059. Eamon Scanlon's going to be pushed ahead by the elimination of Fidel McSharry and Paddy O'Rourke. So that pushes Eamon Scanlon out of all reach. We're going to assume that Martin Kenny is going to stay ahead of Chris McManus, and we're going to assume that Frank Feehan won't be caught. So the next thing that's going to happen, obviously now, is Gino Boyle has already given a good bounty to Chris McManus. If NASA Cosgrove does the same and Marie Cassidy does the same, possible that Chris is in that tie-up, but those balls have to drop his way dramatically. They have to drop his way dramatically. So it is quite possible. Marion Harkin, much more easy to see Marion in contention at the end of the day, but that depends on whether or not Michael Clark maintains that sort of the 10% that he's taken from everybody as he goes.
All right. Okay, we'll take a break for a few minutes, and when we come back then we'll have further reaction and more accounts to come, and they're getting each and every one of them more significant. Back shortly.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
Welcome to Solar Generation, where the power of the sun meets a greener future. We are delighted to offer personalized one-to-one solar consultations right here at our new facility. With our advanced PV software, we can remotely analyze your energy bills and property, providing you with detailed insights into the benefits of solar power. And to demonstrate our commitment to solar power, we recently installed a 15 kilowatt hybrid system with battery storage right on our own roof. Imagine the possibilities for your own home or business. By harnessing the power of the sun, you can reduce your reliance on traditional energy sources and contribute to a greener planet. Join us on this journey towards a sustainable future, powering your world today and for the generations to come. Solar Generation.
When plumbing problems strike, who can you count on in the Northwest? Nordic Plumbers, that's who. From boiler services and installation to heating system upgrades, Nordic Plumbers are your first call for all your plumbing needs. Visit us online at nordicplumbers.ie or call 083 38 55 812 and get a free quote today. Nordic Plumbers, just one call or click away. For all your plumbing needs, head to nordicplumbers.ie today. RGI and Offtech registered.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, priced at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
I find solar generation very good to work with, very patient, very friendly, and I think if it was not a local installer, it would have been more difficult to get people to come back and check things up. So shop local was really important for us, but also because the grant was available and that was a nice incentive. But we love looking at the app and seeing how much money we make every day when the sun shines. The grant application process, solar generation were there to help us, so it was very, very easy relatively. I'd highly recommend working with solar generation. Local firm, great to support, local company and local staff.
Well, the main benefits transition to solar for us was the savings on the bills, and we obviously had an extra few pounds that we could put into somewhere else in the business. We're a family-run business. We like to give back to the community. Well, I shopped around and got a few quotes from different companies, and I just thought solar generation were the most professional that I came across, and it was a no-brainer at the end of the day to go for solar generation, really. I'd 100% recommend solar generation to anybody that's thinking of getting in solar. Everything was top class. They're a local company. They looked after me 100%. I couldn't have asked for any more from solar generation, and really looked after me very well.
As a business, we are operating in as green a fashion as possible, so solar panels was the obvious choice. And solar generation, they're a local based company. We've heard good things about them, so they were an obvious choice for us to go and get a quote from them. We compared what they had to offer against other solar providers, and it really just became quite obvious that they should be the company we partner with on this journey to a more sustainable operating system. The grants that are associated with taking on a project like this play a huge part in our decision-making process. They obviously radically reduce the payback period, so the subsidies that you're getting from government in the installation and then your accelerated capital allowances play a huge part, and definitely so far solar generation have delivered everything they said they'd do. Everything's been done in a timely and professional manner, so no hesitation whatsoever in recommending solar generation.
Coming to you live today. We'll be here until the last seat is filled, and we're still waiting for the very first seat to be filled here, but at least there seems to be a pathway developing. We have an opportunity of maybe confidently predicting that we should be out of here by this evening. John Perry, would that be your sense?
Absolutely, yes. And when you just look at the next transfer there, the combined total of the two of them is 4,505 votes to be that will be distributed, and I just see the difference between Michael Clark is on 678.5 and 5,130. Michael Clark has a difference there of 1,000, and Marion Harkin has a difference there of 1,655 of leeway. You know, so and with the transfer of 4,500 is 1,655, and if you put it down against, we'd say that we'd say McManus and Clark, he's on 6,785. The difference there is 743. You know what I mean? So the next two transfers, you know, will be of the 4,000 votes going out. You know, that if Michael Clark continues to maintain the 10%, it would mean he get 450 votes out of those two transfers. You know what I mean? Which would be it would if he can maintain that 450, which I think he will.
Right, let me give you a GAA update. The game between Colera, Strandtail and Porrick Pierces, it's live on oceanfm.ie. The game has gone into extra time. Colera 12 points, Porrick Pierces 1-9 was the full-time scoreline in that match. So extra time is required in Markovich Park. I will keep you updated on that. Galway East, some updates from Galway East. Sean Canny, elected independent. Albert Dolan, Fianna Fáil. Louise O'Harish in Féin. And Peter Roach, Fine Gael. John Ellis, you were telling me a little bit earlier on, in Mayo, you've seen some of the results up there a little bit earlier on too. Lisa Chambers?
Yeah, gone.
Right.
Eliminated.
Okay.
Into picking up a seat in Mayo, which is hard to believe, but that's what's happening. It looks like Michael Fitzmaurice probably made the wrong decision. If he had stayed and run in Galway and run what was suggested to him, Eugene Murphy and Roscommon, they would have had one more seat, because Michael Fitzmaurice would have got elected in the Galway East.
And a good chance that Eugene Murphy under
with
that,
flag,
under that umbrella could have got elected.
With flag, yeah.
John, just on Galway, is there two Fine Gael seats elected there?
One.
And we just said so Sean Coyne is replacing.
No, that's Galway West.
Galway West.
Just to pick up John Perry for a moment at the point that Frank Feehan made here yesterday, and the way things are looking, he could be the only Sinn Féin or the only Fine Gael TD in Donegal, Leitrim, Sligo, Roscommon.
No, that's Galway. That's over. He's going to be done. No, there's a Fine Gael TD in Galway East and one in Galway West.
Yeah, but you know, the Minister Nocton now will say, you know, that's how is she pouring there?
It's herself and Sean Klein, but I think she's going to survive.
But I thought John said that Sean Klein was elected.
Yeah,
No.
we'll just bring a bit closer to the
no,
mics, lads. We'll confirm that in just a couple of moments. But
I have it here.
I just want to touch on it from a Frank Feehan perspective. Is his chances, if Fine Gael are in government, of a senior minister's position now increasing all the time with the results from elsewhere across the country?
Well, certainly from an incumbency point of view, you know, you must remember there's 17 outgoing. And there's 80 or maybe 20 newcomers. So obviously the people who have experience and knowledge of the base, Frank Feehan would have a very strong claim on a ministerial position, because they've only 17 to pick from. Invariably, the first time elected members don't get they're not brought up the ladder. So I think that would be indicate that Frank Feehan would he's in there certainly with a major opportunity of being a minister.
All right. Just before I get you to answer that, Mark McSharry, a question that's come in for you as well. Would Mark ever rule out a return to politics in some capacity in the future? After watching him yesterday and Mr. Nealon in action, it shows how Mark has a voice that people can listen to.
Definitely not. Thanks very much to that person, but when you're gone, you're gone. Like home store and more. I enjoyed this now today, and thanks for the opportunity to do this with John and the various Johns. It's very enjoyable, but I had my time, and it's time for other people now.
Okay, all right. That answers that. Frank Feehan, I think you mentioned it yesterday that you would hope for the benefit of this region that he would be a minister.
Well, if I was, with his year's service in Fine Gael, he'll be one of the longest serving. I think he would be within his entitlements to demand a ministry and to demand a senior ministry, and it would only be the second time in this constituency in over 100 years. And it would be great if they could, because, as we know, the resources follow the senior ministers and the population, and we haven't have either here, you know. So if I was him, I'd be demanding it. I'd certainly be encouraging him to demand it.
All right. Would John Perry ever consider returning to run for Fine Gael in the 2029 local elections?
All I can say that I served my time. I enjoyed it immensely. You know, there's a time and place for everything. So that's I, as Mark said at the moment, I had 4 terms in Dáil Éireann. So that's I suppose getting 20 years up to 20 years. I suppose it's quite a record that I'm very proud of indeed. And I've enjoyed my time outside of politics since. So that's I'm quite happy what I'm doing at the moment.
Okay, another one of our listeners said, I don't hear any mention of the Garavogue Bridge and where the traffic is going, says one of our callers. And on the interview with Marie Casserly, somebody agreeing here about train speeds, recently got a train from Ballymote at 5:55 a.m, didn't get to Connolly until 9:15, way too slow if you need to get to a workplace by 9 o'clock. So again, I suppose these are issues in relation to trains, Mark, and there was a difference of opinion between John Perry and Marie Casserly on this, and it goes back to infrastructure here again. There is major, I suppose, deficits here in this area.
What was the disagreement? I mustn't have been here for that.
Yeah, John and Marie on the Western Rail corridor and the rail.
But just on the Ballymote line, that would be an exceptional, because it is normally, and on certain occasions, it's 2 hours 45 minutes the train makes time, depending on if it's a non-stop train going in. So I think that's I suppose the best indicator of how effective the train is when you say up to 1 million people are travelling from Longford down to Sligo, and the trains are packed every day. No, I'm totally in support of rail. I think the Western Track, regardless, the technology is immense. They're put in massive track renewals, and bridges and all that can be facilitated. So there's nothing impossible when you have the checkbook to do it. And I think that, and they have a cost on it. I remember going back to the McCann report, the Pat McCann report, who was of the Delata Group. He produced a report many years ago on the track, and the fact that the Taoiseach has very clearly stated, and we shouldn't let him off the hook, that the Western Track will be supported, and to bring it into Claremorris, I think that we have to ensure that it comes the whole way to Killooney. And I think regardless of the obstacles and the bridges and the bends, you know, I mean, that I think that it's a critical infrastructure to be in the area with the roads as well. So I know that while we fought the train in Ballymote, but going back many years ago, the train could have stopped at Longford, and I think that we're very thankful to the Chamber of Commerce and others who fought that to make sure that it came to Sligo.
Okay, here's one again in relation to South Donegal. And remember, South Donegal is in this part of the constituency, Sligo Leitrim. South Donegal, says our caller, has no proper representation. We are and always will be forgotten about. The area I live in, which is in Ballyshannon, had only canvassing done by leaflet only. Not one person called to our area seeking a vote. You speak about Michael Clark and his canvassing. Neither he or his team called to our area. So please forgive me if I'm not jumping with joy thinking I'm represented. It was not even worth hearing our voices or opinions on the doorsteps. There's a major part of Donegal that are very much feeling disenfranchised. And I tell you what, we'll go to that in just and we'll talk about it for a couple of minutes, and we'll have some reaction from Claire on the floor a little bit later. John McCartan, Leitrim was split in the past, Roscommon has been split in the past, Donegal is split currently now, but there's a real feeling that, you know, that South Donegal area, there's nothing at the rest of the county that have been left behind.
Yeah, and it's particularly hard when it's a small part of a county that gets taken away, because there's no way to gloss it over. They are a little bit disenfranchised. And particularly for Donegal, that has such a small geographical bridge and connection into the constituency. Our experience in Leitrim before was that Roscommon South Leitrim and Sligo North Leitrim, that people of Leitrim did not like that, and it deprived us of the opportunity. You know, we were only 30,000 people. It deprived us of any sort of a critical mass to ensure that we could have definite representation for us in the county. Now, that problem ended up getting solved by adding West Cavan to South Leitrim, which again was disenfranchised the entire population of West Cavan, 10 or 11,000 people. Now, as a Leitrim man at the time, I was saying, Asher, we're all brethren, we're all Breffni, and this part of Leitrim is on the wrong side of the Shannon, so we were never really... But at the end of the day, county boundaries should be respected, because there are parochial structures, there are, you know, GAA club structures. All of those things respect the county boundary, and when your Dáil constituency doesn't, you're going to end up with people who are completely at sea in their new constituency. OK, let's head to the floor and get some reaction. Claire Ronan is going to be looking after our interviews there today, and she's joined by the former Sligo Fianna Fáil councillor Rosaleen O'Grady.
Good afternoon, Rosaleen, and thank you very much indeed for joining us. Before we start about the current election, you have recently retired after 25 years in politics. Tell us about the very first day, because you really hit it with the ground running.
The first day was an incredible day for me. I had been involved with my mother in politics all my life, but in 1999 I was elected to Sligo Borough Council and was elected Mayor of Sligo Borough on that first day. So that was a huge learning, and certainly I got great support from my family and from my colleagues, and indeed from the executive of the council, which helped me as a newbie who now was in the prominent position of being Mayor of the Borough of Sligo.
So a long and successful political career stretched in front of you, but just briefly some of the highlights that you had at that time.
Well, there was many highlights. I mean, being elected mayor on the first day was a huge highlight, and especially a huge highlight for my parents, because my parents had both come to Sligo, my mother as a 14-year-old to mind the local government auditor's children, and my father came as a farmhand to Gilmore's out at St Mary's, out at Mahraboy. So for them to have a child elected mayor of Sligo Borough was very precious. So it was precious that they were alive at that time and could enjoy, and they had great pride in all of that. That was very special. The meeting of Westlife and giving them the freedom of the borough, that was extraordinary. I think you were there with us, Claire, on that famous day. That was super, because I knew many of those young people. Cian Egan, Shane Phelan, and Mark Feely was born the same day as my son Connor, and knew all his family. So they were very special to me. So it was a great privilege. And they have represented Sligo and their country, their families, all over the world, and we can be very, very proud of them. And I'm delighted that they're back on tour again and their success is still with them.
So you've been closely affiliated with the Fianna Fáil party for your whole career. What do you think of the situation we're in now, where literally there is no difference really between Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, and a lot of people are predicting that in the long term they could end up being the same party?
I'm a Fianna Fáil. I was reared in a household that was Fianna Fáil, especially my mother. So I was going around canvassing with her since I was a little girl. But the situation now, I'm very happy with it. I think we've had a very good, stable government. And I'm very happy with it. I think civil war politics is long over. And I hope that we will move on, and that Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael will continue to partner together. To me, there's very little difference, no difference in fact, between somebody who supports Fianna Fáil and somebody who supports Fine Gael.
So in the future, you predict that they would actually end up merging?
It could happen. Anything is possible. I'm not sure if we're ready for that big jump yet, but I've no issue. I have absolutely no issue, because we're like-minded people who believe in progress, prosperity and supporting people, those who are in need, and also supporting people who will invest and bring our country forward.
So all along during this campaign, they've been talking about people voting for change. But here we are. Now, we haven't had anyone actually elected yet in the Count Centre here, but it doesn't look like there actually is going to be a change. What are your thoughts on that?
My thoughts are that the people, and I've canvassed, that the people are satisfied. Certainly people were talking about change, but as you said, here it's very evident there's going to be no major change. And I spent all day yesterday listening to the radio, both nationally and locally, and certainly it looks as if there's going to be no major change. So people are genuinely, we have huge issues. We have huge health issues, we have huge housing issues, but we have to be mindful. We have a war, and 500,000 people have come into this country in the last couple of years. So it's very hard to be prepared for all. We had a pandemic, a war, huge increase in numbers in our country, but we have to get on and look after it and get the work done.
What were the biggest things that you came across on the doorsteps when you were canvassing?
Housing really is the biggest issue, huge issue. And it's a huge issue. There are people that are eligible to get on the housing list, but then you have a cohort of people who are not eligible, who are just slightly above the allowance that you're allowed to earn. And they're the people that I feel we have to begin to look after. We're not doing enough for them. They go out, they do a day's work, and when it comes to buying a property, then they're not in a position to do so. Like, it's unthinkable to think that a nurse or a guard in Dublin cannot afford to buy a house.
Well, interestingly enough, one of the things, and I'm sure you've been involved in it, Rosaleen, is that they're trying to get young people to come back to the Northwest and to Sligo as we're standing here. And yet, when you look at the infrastructure and you look at the train, I mean, let's be honest about it. The train is not conducive to somebody who goes up to do a day's work. The last train is at 7 o'clock. If they finish work at 6, they can't get into Connolly to get home. And basically, Fianna Fáil have done nothing about that.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, the train service has improved. You have 7 services, goes up and down each day. But you're rightly saying that there isn't, for somebody who wants to go to work, the morning is probably okay, you can get that 20 to 6 train, but coming down the last train at 7 o'clock in the evening isn't, it doesn't add and help somebody who wants to commute. So certainly all those things have to be looked at. But we have come a long way. We have come a long way. I have to keep positive on it. But the Greens, I feel, didn't fully understand what it was like to have transportation in the rural areas as opposed to Dublin. If I'm in Dublin, I can go out, I can flag down a taxi, I can get on the Lewis, I can get on a train. It's quite different in rural Ireland. So if you're asking people to do something, then you have to have a way for them to be able to get the services that they need.
Well, they absolutely have to, but nothing has been done of yet. Now, I know you're saying they've come a long way, but the big argument now among young people is that they haven't. That's the first point. And the second point is, how engaged did you find young people when you met them on the doorsteps? Because the figures aren't brilliant about their voting.
No, I feel the young people are not engaged, and we have all only to look at all the parties. No young people coming through them. Which, is sad really, because we're very fine, very well educated young people, and it would be lovely to see them coming into party meetings and getting involved. But I think with all parties that is an ongoing issue. Certainly on the doors they engaged, but did they come out to vote?
Well, this is the issue, and also less than 10% of the actual elected members looks like they're going to be between 25 and 35, so they're not a huge amount coming up, and Fianna Fáil don't seem to be encouraging them into the business. Rosaleen, would you agree with that?
I would, and I think, as I've said, all parties, whatever it is, we're missing out on attracting young people, and we need them. We need young people to go for election. We need young people to go for local and national election. And hopefully we would have somebody at the ministerial table, because it's hugely important that we have somebody bargaining at the table for us.
Well, it looks like it's going to be Frankie Feehan now. Maybe we'll see how the rest of the day pans out. What do you think, as somebody now who really knows their stuff? 3 candidates for Fianna Fáil in this area. What are your thoughts on that? Was it a good move? I know we haven't got a result yet, so it's probably a little premature.
Well, of course, I'm a half Leitrim woman. My mother was from Leitrim, and I do believe that Leitrim needed a candidate, because if Fianna Fáil hadn't a candidate there, those votes would go elsewhere. So, and I think Paddy O'Rourke has put up he came in late, and I think he has put up a great election. But it was a tight strategy with 3. And I would have to agree with that. But it is as it is now. The votes are cast. I think anybody who puts their name on a ballot sheet, no matter all parties and none, they have to be admired. It's not simple to put your name up there in front of the general public to make a decision or evaluation on whether they should vote for you or not.
Well, former Councillor Rosaleen O'Grady, congratulations on your retirement, and thank you very much indeed for joining us today.
Thank you, Claire, and thank you for all your kindness to me during my time as a councillor. It was always a pleasure to be interviewed by you. Thank you.
The pleasure was mine. Thank you.
Claire, thank you very much indeed, and thanks indeed to former Councillor Rosaleen O'Grady. Let me tell you, significant news coming in from Markievicz Park. They are into extra time, almost 7 minutes gone in the first period of extra time, and Coolera Strandhill lead against Pádraig Pearses by 14 points to 1 goal and 10. So Coolera Strandhill are leading by a point there. We'll keep you updated on that game as it progresses. I know our guests are waiting with bated interest to that. Mark McSharry remains with us. We're joined by Sligo Independent Councillor Joe Queen, and we're also joined by Kevin Comiskey, who contested the local elections on behalf of Leitrim. And I think there's been another significant score in Markievicz Park in a couple of moments' time. We'll have that very, very shortly indeed. So there's about 5 minutes or whatever to go there on it. Now let's discuss what's taking place. In fact, there's been a goal. That's what the word has. That really makes it interesting. 114 to 110. Coolera Strandhill leading by 4 points against Pádraig Pearses. That's a turnaround for the Bugs. Joe Queen, and a man with a great GAA background. That's maybe start with GAA for a minute. That's some scoreline.
It is some score, and that's where I should be rather than here, to be quite honest, John. And it goes to show, it's an indicator that Sligo football is on the up. And you can see that through the National League, where hopefully we get to Division 2 before next year. So things are moving, and well done to Coolera and to their management team. I know them all. And Conor Mara is one of the backroom men. He lives in Enniscrone, played for Coolera and played for Sligo, and Johnny Mack played for Sligo, and good friends of mine in the past. So.
But just put it into context, 8 minutes gone in the first period.
Yeah.
So there's another 10.
And like all you Rossies, your hair put down.
Never write off the Rossies. I'm only joking. Let's talk politics. Let's talk general elections. Let's talk Eamon Scanlon. What a performance. What a comeback.
Yeah, great comeback. Well, it was quite clear that because he has so many votes in South and East Sligo that he had a great chance. Same as Michael Clark, my old buddy here in West Sligo. And that's the performance of the weekend in Connacht, Michael Clark's performance. And looking at, I know all the boots inside out, and he cleaned them out in West Sligo, absolutely. And it was a Fianna Fáil vote, it was a Fine Gael vote. He took them all, and people went in quietly and gave the number one to Michael Clark. But as you know, I have business in it going, and that was the indication all along that we were going to give Clark a chance. We never had a TD in West Sligo, and he's about to make history, I think, later on this evening.
All the talk beforehand and the build-up to it, Councillor Joe Queena, was that Clark and Scanlon were more than likely going to be involved in a dogfight, perhaps in the last seat. But it looks as if the two of them could, well, it might still be the case, but it looks as if it's been a fantastic day for both of them. You mentioned Clark's performance here, the performance perhaps of the weekend in Connacht. The campaign, we believe, was second to none. Did you get that sense on the ground?
Oh, absolutely. In West Sligo, it's quite clear in West Sligo that Clark was beating everyone at least 2-1. And because I said, for two reasons, Clark has done well. Number one, there's an independent vote there. And number two, the people and the rural people of Connacht are absolutely fed up with the performance of Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. The Greens, it was a green agenda. You look right across through the whole agricultural business and the red tape and all the other issues with carbon tax. And Michael Fitzmaurice fed into that brilliantly and articulated it so well in the Dáil and at all the meetings. And Michael Clark was part of his team over the number of years. And Kieran Maloney, who has West Sligo connections also.
And Kieran Maloney is in Europe as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that a fair comment, Kevin Gomeski, to bring you in on this for a moment here? Is that a fair comment that the performance of the Green Party, their manifestos, their agendas, their modus operandi in general over the last number of years has really helped fuel the emergence of independent Ireland?
Indeed, John, and thanks very much for having me on here. It's a bit more comfortable than the last time we sat at a table discussing who was going to be eliminated or who was going to be elected. But thankfully, and maybe if I just step back a little bit from that question, I'll come to it in a minute. Of course, John, my brother, is here beside me, and yesterday I want to congratulate you on what you done for John. It was a tremendous. I was in Castle Leslie at a wedding, and it brought a tear to my eye to hear his voice again. To be honest, a proud moment for the family, and I was particularly proud indeed that my daughter Laura was standing behind him. She has a great interest in politics, and I suppose it's easy to know where that derived from. But and indeed we had a sad occasion there back just a fortnight ago, and it was another momentous occasion for John. He travelled to England with me and to attend a funeral, and I suppose it was something, no more nor hearing his voice yesterday, it was something that maybe we thought we'd never get to see again, that he'd be able to travel to England to visit relatives and friends, which he loved to do so much during his travels and his work. But to continue on from that, the Greens, I suppose, sure, look at, as a farmer and farming background and through my work with the IFA, wouldn't agree with their policy at all. Of course, Michael Clark would have capitulated on that, and definitely through Michael Fitzmaurice and that and the work and all the things on the nature restoration law and all that, and fertiliser and nitrates and everything, it had a big impact. And while I see them, they're probably going to lose maybe all their seats, I'm hearing, or definitely down to at least maybe one they might be able to hold. But just looking at Facebook and that today, and to move on, I suppose, congratulate everybody to do as what I done back in the local elections. Not an easy thing to put your name forward on a ballot paper, and to see people eliminated and all that is not easy either. Lovely to see people elected and move on. But to see people eliminated, see people, especially people that will be losing a seat, and I'm conscious of Marion in this constituency, to see an independent candidate, she's there, I know her a long time, and it's not easy to see somebody, but especially even on the Green side, to see, comments and things said to them. There is faces behind them, people behind all this, and It's important for people to realise that, you know.
There's families behind the candidates.
Exactly, yeah.
It's a very valid point to make. Can I talk Fine Gael for a moment, and the fact that there was 2 councillors in Sean McDermott and Frank Dolan retired. Unfortunately, as you've alluded to here, you were one of the candidates that ran along with Katrina Bergen and failed to retain any of the 2 seats there. There was a fear, losing councillors like that it might make life more difficult for Frank Feehan to retain his seat as a TD. I know you were active in the canvass. What reception did he receive in North Leitrim?
He received a very good reception on the doors. And I was active, and indeed Frank said it to me. It wasn't easy for me, being, as I was defeated in the locals, and that it wasn't easy to go out there and be on their doorsteps and canvassing again. But certainly I had to do it. I'm a party person. I bleed Fine Gael. I've always supported Fine Gael. I've never done anything else, only been out with Fine Gael in mind. And certainly because Frank Feehan was there, I worked with him through the IFA over the last 5 years and on the local election on the issues, and I was delighted to be on the doorstep. And in fact I told a good story, and I had a picture or video on Facebook where a woman actually came out with the chocolate brownies and gave them to myself and Tommy Slevin, a schoolmate of mine, when we were canvassing. So that was a good sign, and she hadn't a clue, to be honest, who Frank Feehan was. I hadn't a clue who she was. But she said she voted for me, and she was certainly voting for Frank Feehan, taking my word on it. So that was lovely to see on the doorstep.
Well, look, it's beautiful to see it in the approach to Christmas. Now, latest scoreline: Markovich Park, Culera, Strandhill 1-14, Porrick Pierces 1-12. That's the latest scoreline I have here. Mark McSharry, you have, I presume, tally figures coming in here.
Yeah, the tally for the 8th count, which would be the distribution of Nessa Cosgrove's vote. Frank Feehan plus 426, Martin Kenny plus 286, Michael Clark plus 94, Eamon Scanlon plus 78, Chris McManus plus 327, Marianne Harkin plus 558, Edel McSharry plus 274, Paddy O'Rourke plus 31, and Mary Casserly plus 586.
Okay, so at this stage there was a significance placed on that in relation, I suppose, mainly to see what would be maybe going towards Marian Harkin and Michael Clark. That's where the first analysis would be. So again, and forgive me Mark, I know you've just read them out. What's the breakdown there, one as opposed to the other?
Look, I suppose the only thing that sort of warranted comment is there's not a whole pile that warrants comment. I mean, it still looks very much as people perceive. Clearly, Marion is doing well. There's Edel did pretty well in a transfer there, and Frank Feehan did very well. In the transfer there. I mean, that sort of stands out. But I mean, Mary Casserly and Marianne Harkin, the biggest winners, but followed pretty closely by Frank, and then Martin Kenny does well, and Edel does reasonably well. The rest, I suppose, were not that significant. But it doesn't really change anything.
Okay, gives us food for thought even on that. Councillor Joe Queen, and that's one of the big things that has come out of this, not alone the preference vote that Clark is able to secure, but his ability to be transfer friendly across the region.
Yeah. Well, I know Michael Clark. We've worked together as 2 local councillors in West Sligo for the last 15 years, and we've been elected. Neither are from, but both are from the Fianna Fáil gene pool, but amazingly, we were Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael. People of West Sligo voted for, elected the 2 of us for the last 3 occasions, and we've worked exceptionally well together. And I know Michael Clark, he's a very nice guy. I can well see why he was able to get votes across the board. On a personal basis, I wish him well. And it looks like Mark is saying that tonight sometime he'll be elected. Is that fair to say, Mark?
Yeah, I think so.
And he'll first of all, he'll be a loss to West Sligo at local level, and who lost Sligo on the council. He was a very, very articulate guy.
Yeah,
and
we spoke to his nephew yesterday. You know, something wouldn't be a bad man to co-op there.
There'll be plenty of Clarks, don't worry. I'll have another Clark I have to deal with. Don't worry about that. But to be serious, I was honoured to propose him for Cahiera Sligo County Council a number of years ago, and he'd done an exceptional job. And but we work so close together, and it'll be a change now.
Yeah.
Because West Sligo, even though we're part of the Tubbacurry Ballymote area, that was a change also. We were originally had our own electoral area, so the people in West Sligo vote for the candidates in West Sligo, and they've held the 2 seats because we are different and we're across the mountain and we have to fight for our own corner. And myself and Clark work brilliantly together.
Yeah, and there's different agendas, different issues.
Absolutely.
You know, for different areas as well.
But I can see why he got the vote.
Yeah.
And I see, as I said, it was his day because the Fitzmaurice thing and on independent, he got the independent vote, and he's highly organised.
Okay, all right. I'm going to take a break in just a couple of moments' time. In fact, we'll take that commercial break. We'll come back. Stay with us, gentlemen, if you will, for a couple of minutes. A couple of more points that I want to put to you. The latest scoreline from Markovich Park: Colera Strandhill 115, Porrick Pierces 112, and there's over 14 minutes, well over 14 minutes gone there. It's looking increasingly good for Colera Strandhill.
Be brilliant.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
Well, the main benefits transition to solar for us was the savings on the bills, and we obviously had an extra few pound that we could put into somewhere else in the business. We're a family-run business. We like to give back to the community. Well, I shopped around and got a few quotes from different companies, and I just thought solar generation were the most professional that I came across, and it was a no-brainer at the end of the day to go for solar generation, really. I'd 100% recommend solar generation to anybody that's thinking of getting in solar. Everything was top class. They're a local company that looked after me 100%. I couldn't have asked for any more from solar generation, and really, really looked after me very well.
When plumbing problems strike, who can you count on in the Northwest? Nordic Plumbers, that's who. From boiler services and installation to heating system upgrades, Nordic Plumbers are your first call for all your plumbing needs. Visit us online at nordicplumbers.ie or call 083 38 55 812 and get a free quote today. Nordic Plumbers, just one call or click away. For all your plumbing needs, head to nordicplumbers.ie today. RGI and Offtech registered.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, price at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
And you're very welcome. And we're going straight for a count here. Presiding officer once again about to enter the presentation stand, and we can go there for the latest count.
The following is the result of the 8th count, which consisted of the distribution of Nessa Cosgrave's 2,846 votes. Casserly Marie non-party plus 586, a total of 3,480, 3480. Clark Michael Independent Ireland plus 94, a total of 6,879, 6879. Feehan Frank Fine Gael plus 426, a total of 9,743, 9743. Harkin Marion non-party plus 558, a total of 5,688. Kenny Martin Sinn Féin plus 286, a total of 8,717, 8717. McManus Chris Sinn Féin plus 327, a total of 6,369. McSharry Edel Fianna Fáil plus 275, a total of 4,948, 4948. O'Rourke Paddy Fianna Fáil plus 31, a total of 4,360, 4360. Scanlon Eamon Fianna Fáil plus 78, a total of 6,137, 6137. Non-transferable papers not effective, 185. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. There is no surplus for distribution, so I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute her votes. And that's Marie Casserly, 3,480 votes, and that will be the next count. Gormaga.
Okay, thank you indeed, Pádraig. And that is the latest count here from Sligo. By the way, I know we're getting numerous messages on the game as well. It's 115 to 114 in favour of Coolera Strandhill, and they're gone into injury time at the end of the second period of extra time. It really is on a knife edge there. Coolera Strandhill are seconds away, it seems, from a famous victory in the AIB Connacht Club Championship against Pádraig Pearse's, a team that also defeated Corofin, and I can tell you there's a big audience keeping an eye on that. It's all over, is it? All over.
Congratulations, fantastic.
Congratulations, they've won it.
Fantastic.
The feed obviously coming in, and there's the full-time celebrations taking place. Congratulations indeed to Coolera Strandhill. Mark McSharry, just I know the word is spreading through the hall here. Politics and sport collide. That is a significant victory for Coolera.
It's fantastic,
Strandhill.
yeah. No, I live in Strandhill and know some of the guys indeed. It's absolutely a fantastic victory, and you know, it's after such a tight game the last time, and penalties and everything, and the drama. The ladies were very unfortunate yesterday. They only lost on free kicks in the All-Ireland semi-final. So really a spectacular year all round for Coolera Strandhill, and more power to them all.
Well done indeed to them. Councillor Joe Queenan, I know you only watched the last couple of minutes of it there, but it seems to have taken a lot out of you. You get almost a deep breath here. You were slumped back in the chair. Can you take in what you've seen there? It's not every day, with all due respect, Sligo clubs win a Connacht Club title.
No, we haven't won one since, I know, the 70s when St Mary's, the great St Mary's team.
That's right.
So we haven't won it since that in Sligo. So, as I said earlier, it is a big boost for Sligo football.
Yeah.
And best luck to now in the All-Ireland semi-final. It's a shock to the nation, but
it's looking fantastic to see, and great for Coolera.
Yeah,
there's no doubt about that. All right, we've had inside the last couple of minutes the distribution there of the Nessa Cosgrove vote. The Marie Casserly vote would now be distributed by the counting staff here. Just to recap on it, in case you're just joining us, that surplus, those votes when they were distributed, 586 for Marie Casserly, her vote now being distributed. Clark picking up 94, 6879. Frank Feehan 426, 9743 now is what he stands on. Marion Harkin securing 558 of transfer 5688. Martin Kenny plus 286, 8717. Chris McManus plus 327, 6369. Edel McSharry plus 275, 4948. Paddy O'Rourke picking up 31 votes, 4,360. And Eamon Scanlon plus 78, 6,137. Mark McSharry, the significance now of the distribution of the Marie Castley vote, is this one of the last big moments here that unless something seismic happens here, it's pretty much nailed down?
Yeah, well, this and Paddy O'Rourke's, yeah. But as you say, unless something very, very significant, away from the trends that we've been monitoring all along happens, the outcome is as it's going to be. Casserly is likely to heavily transfer to Harkin, and I would say that McSharry will get certainly a share, but it won't be significant enough to make any difference. McManus, I'm sure, is going to get a share there as well, and Fine Gael are definitely going to get some. So, look, I think we're getting very close to the end. I think two more accounts will
right, okay. Now, John Comiskey has passed me on some more messages here. As the farmer says, when selling lambs, top's gone, but bottom's left. that's the message from John on it. If I can go back, Councillor Joe Quinn, into you here for a moment on this. From a Fianna Fáil perspective, and I know you had the connections with Fianna Fáil in the past, were you surprised that they decided to run three candidates in the constituency?
Yeah, I was surprised.
Yeah, I'll bring you in a bit closer there to the mic.
Edel, in fairness, won the convention.
Yeah.
And then Eamon Scanlon was co-opted, and then 3 weeks ago Paddy O'Rourke was. So I would be surprised, but I would say this about, I said it at the last local election, so Fianna Fáil have major challenges at grassroots. I heard Mark articulated it and John Ellis yesterday evening on here, and they have major challenges if they want to build their party, because there's a very poor structure. I'm outside of it, like I see him inside. I'm saddened really to see what's happening in Fianna Fáil. It's been run, as Mark said, by the top, and the common structure is gone, and the core canter structure and the Dáil canter structure is under pressure. So maybe that's because of in government that doesn't help. If you're out of government, you have a better opportunity to rebuild. But, Fianna Fáil will probably go back into government now. All the indications are Micheál Martin wants to be Taoiseach again, and but the challenges will be with the organisation. I know the process is that it would be an opportunity for Fianna Fáil to deliver on the ground, deliver on housing and all the other issues in rural Ireland, but their structure and the membership is, put it mildly, in a challenging position.
All right. Just on conventions, and maybe Mark, I could go to you on this as well. It seems to vary from constituency to constituency. Sometimes the party will add an additional candidate, sometimes they won't. Do they do market research beforehand themselves, and does that determine the decision ultimately that they reach?
Look, Fianna Fáil are their own worst enemy, and they have been for a long time now. They have alienated their own membership time and again, right? So if you look at, this situation, for example, so they had a convention, Edel comes through, and then they add 2 people in on top of her, right? So I've no doubt that would sort of irk her, as it would anybody else who was running, I would say the smart move for Fianna Fáil, if they're looking for 2 seats, is a strong Leitrim candidate and a strong Sligo candidate. You run 2 candidates. That's what's going to give you the best opportunity. Now, people will always want the candidate in their area, I mean, that's just sort of human instinct or whatever. But there's been consistent alienation, and we spoke at length yesterday about the siloed approach. And, Fianna Fáil's national success today, whether they end up at 45 or 48 or whatever it is, they're going to be the largest party. And I know I have an axe to grind with Micheál Martin, but go to any objective analysis on it, constituency by constituency. It's going to boil down to the sum of the parts, rather than any Micheál Martin factor per se, or any specific policy issue per se either. There was an absence of a real clear alternative government in this election, the first probably in my lifetime that people didn't say, well, right, you have an option to vote for X or Y. Sinn Féin had their woes beforehand in terms of internal governance or whatever. They recovered a bit from that. But really, a lot of people felt there's no alternative government here, let's vote for the same. And I think that's the sort of outcome that we're seeing. I think with this outcome, it's pretty certain you'll have an alternative option next time out, because I'd see Labour and the Social Democrats, if they don't merge, certainly organising together. I think Sinn Féin's transition to centre-left will continue. And they'll probably perfect a little bit, and certainly as a result of recent issues they'll be able to tidy up any outstanding governance issues as well. So I'd say the next election people will have a clear alternative. This time they didn't, and I think Fianna Fáil have sort of benefited from
almost
that.
by default.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's sort of the least worst. Now, they have excellent candidates all over the county and excellent people elected, as do Fine Gael. You know, the unfortunate thing with the particular style of leadership in Fianna Fáil at the moment, you know, it's very siloed, it's very centralised, and policy and you know, I was on the front bench of Fianna Fáil, you know, and at that time, you know, you read policy on the front of the Sunday Independent, and you'd be told on the front bench meeting on the Tuesday, you know, after. You know, and that's the way it is. It's out of, and I'd say Fine Gael is sort of similar, and perhaps Sinn Féin too. The policy is derived from a focus group put together by Ipsos or MRBI or behaviour and attitudes, and it's what I abhor about what has happened to politics generally. But Fianna Fáil's success today much more about some of the parts and the lack of an alternative than any real. Well, look, hey, they have the plan, you know.
All right, okay. Very interesting. Kevin Comiskey, just to come back to you for a moment here in relation to the strategy of selecting candidates. And Fine Gael took the approach early on that it was going to be a one-candidate strategy. Frank Feehan was going to be the only candidate that they're running. I see some messages in there saying that Thomas Walsh should have ran again. It's been explained that Frank Feehan would be deemed to be the Sligo candidate this time, and if you were to run another candidate, they'd probably have to be from Leitrim. But unfortunately, no candidate from Leitrim came forward. And again, what Mark mentioned, in an ideal world, it would be fantastic to have a strong candidate from both counties, which are the two main counties in this constituency that also takes in South Donegal.
Exactly, yeah, and I do agree with the previous speakers. And look, and I'm not going to tell Fianna Fáil either what to do, or indeed Fine Gael, because I felt the last time with Fianna Fáil end of it, if they had to run two candidates, probably Fine Gael might have got no seat. And that was certainly my feeling on the ground. It's the same, Fine Gael. I know it was a risky strategy with the one candidate. If we had to run the two, like Thomas Walsh did stand back from convention, in fairness to him, they couldn't really run two, I don't think, in my mind, two Sligo-based candidates. To get, again, as Mark rightly pointed out, you want a good, strong Leitrim candidate if you have one. And there was two names mentioned, two females, councillors in South Leitrim, both declined. But then again, when you look at the statistics here today and see, I always thought that it was the right decision, even though my Leitrim blood would have to come through in me, and I would have loved to see a Leitrim candidate. But I did think, and my daughter even pointed it out in a family WhatsApp message yesterday, that I said Frank Feehan 2 years ago had head the poll. Now, 2 weeks ago, if you had asked me that, I was a bit concerned, because I knew the Michael Clark factor was coming into it, and I was watching his campaign, and I have to compliment him on his campaign. Like he had a really, really good campaign right across the board. You know, even it was noted to me 2 days before the voting. The posters was coming along everywhere, and you were looking at them, everybody's posters. But what did they decide to do? They went out and they put a green flag on their posters. Not that, I heard Mark pointing out yesterday, posters doesn't get votes, and I always said that as well, they don't, but you have to have the presence on the ground. But they drew the attention to you, or to him. He had floodlights, I think, on the lorries and all that. So I did think, and I was a bit concerned that he was going to capture maybe the light Fine Gael vote from the farming end of it. So I think it was the right decision with Fine Gael to go with the one. We capulated. Frank, in fairness, did maintain that Fine Gael vote. Going back just to the figures there, and watching them over yesterday and that. And in fairness, the great coverage that you all give here today, every and each one of you, yesterday and today, and I was listening to it. I think Frank Feehan from Castlereagh might benefit fairly significantly. I think there might be a little Fine Gael history there as well that might play. So hopefully I could bring him closer to the court, as the man says. But certainly, and look at, I know leadership and all that, but there is strategists, and indeed I know how Mark feels about policy. I was in the IFA myself, and I suppose that's why they always said, and a lot of good friends within it said to me, that I was vocal. Policy I was inclined to bring to the table, because it was inclined to be dictated by the top, and you don't like that from, in any organisation, let it be in politics or pharma or anything. You have to, and that's what we always said, people on the ground has to be listened to more, and I see that even in branch meetings, let it be in politics, in Fine Gael or in IFA or in any organisation. We have to get more involvement of young people and more involvement and people listened on the ground.
Is there a lesson as well, Kevin Comiskey, that if you ever are going to run a one candidate strategy or one candidate in the constituency, they have to be transfer friendly across the board if they haven't got a running mate?
100% yes, and that was the one thing that we was always, and I did have discussions with Intimate Line as well, of course, on that Frank is proven here today, and I was delighted to see the figures in the well-conducted exit poll as well, that he was 10%, he was in the top 3, I think, was it, for transfer friendly, and that's bearing out to see that today, especially in the town. And I know, it's all right, being in government and being independent or whatever, but it's delivery. And I seen Frank Feehan down through the years. He has delivered. I seen him in wee projects that I was involved in, and maybe not such a wee project like the Rourke's Table, very instrumental, but especially in my what I call my own area there in Dromahair, there was several little things, even in fundings and that, for the Dare community group and that. Go to Frank. And, he did resolve issues, and that's what it's about, is delivery, and that's why he's getting the result, I think, that he is today.
All right, okay. So
I'd agree with
that. Coming in here in relation to the Green Party, they're saying our panel has engaged in green bashing today, that it's fake news, and that they would like to write a reply. Well, we interviewed Blaheen Gallagher yesterday. I'm not sure if there's many representatives of the Green Party here today, but if they make themselves known to our production team, of course we will take them on and let them in here among our panel and discuss the various items that have come up. Again, it's reflection very much on what's happening across the country. In relation to political candidates, another one of our listeners says here, it seems to be the more flamboyant campaign, the more money that you spend on it, the more doors that you can knock on, is going to deem whether you're successful or not. People have to see the real policies that these candidates stand up for. I presume in many ways there's a little bit of a mixture and everything. Joe Queenan, if I can come back to you for a minute now, and just to pick up on a point that Mark McSharry made, how the political landscape is changing. Can you see it being changed significantly, say, over the next 4 years now, ahead of the next council election? Maybe Labour is building again. Obviously, the Michael Clark success, I dare say, will encourage more councillors to look towards independent Ireland the next time round. Is it going to be a different landscape when it comes to council elections in 5 years' time, or 4.5 years' time at this stage?
Well, it probably will be for the general election, because there has to be. We live in a democracy, and there has to be an alternative opposition. Mm-hmm. And I would hope Mark has outlined the Labour and Democratic Left and Sinn Féin may get their act together and put an alternative to the people the next time. It's my personal view. It's bad for Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael to be in power all the time. One of them, at some stage, should go into opposition, recharge their batteries, listen to people on the ground, come up with new policies, come back more energetic.
Yeah, and they had the benefit of that at regular intervals when they would swap round who was in government, yes, and who would be the main opposition party. But those days now, I'm afraid, are gone, and it's very much a case of in order for any of them to stay in government, they need each other's support.
They do, yeah. But you never can predict in politics what's around the corner, and there will be changes. Will there be changes at local level? In rural areas, it's slightly different. It's about the candidate on the ground working with the people, and party politics doesn't play the same effect as it does a general election. People of Sligo, Leitrim were really talking about forming a government. Who's going to run our country for the next 5 years? And nationally, it looks they have voted for Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael. Will be in power.
Yeah.
With other independents or some other small party. So that's what we're looking at. We're looking at forming a government, general election. We're looking for a local councillor.
Yeah.
In a local election.
Yeah, it's something to bear in mind. Kevin Comiskey, as somebody who contested a local election yourself,
yes,
and suffered with the emergence of independence in Manorhamilton the last time round, if you were to contest future elections now, do you feel that you could be going into a completely different environment in a number of years' time?
You probably will, yeah. It's, there is will be a lot of independents out there. If I was ever to do it again, as I said earlier, certainly will be on a Fine Gael ticket, or else I won't be doing it at all. I would, as I said, I'd nearly bleed Fine Gael at this stage. But it will be always a different environment, and I suppose it's the same going back to even TFA again. There'll be always different issues, no matter what you come up with. I seen there, look at in the local elections, we had the asylum seekers in Dromahare, and I suppose it was probably the perfect storm for me, at the time. It just hit on that, and there was different issues, and you know yourself what happened on the radio and everything about me or online. So you'll always have these things happening and coming against you, and I suppose you just build up and move on and come back and fight again if you wish to.
Would the appetite be there to come back at this stage, Kevin?
Look at maybe some of the family is saying to me, including my wife, is saying no, and deep down in my heart, I'd be honest, I'd love to give it maybe another try, but you never know what's out there in 4.5 or 5 years' time. You don't know what the picture of the landscape would be like, but I suppose like every politician would say never.
All right, okay, it'll be interesting. Now, I know we're still waiting for confirmation on the next count in relation to when that's going to be taking place. Before I let you move off, gentlemen, at this stage, thank you first of all for joining us, but your overall predictions here, I think you fairly nailed it down. You're fairly concrete on it at this stage. Scanlon will be okay. Obviously Clark, Kenny and Feehan. Is that the way you see it?
That's the way I see it, Jai. I think, there's dramatic change in the next 3 or 4 hours. Most people here would agree with that analysis.
All right.
And before I conclude, I want to wish all, because a number of the candidates have been fellow councillors with me, Mary Castlery, Melissa Cosgrave, Michael Clark. We actually 3 will sit together, and I wish all the candidates every success, thank them and thank their families and their supporters for the work they've done over the last number. We need a democracy, and it's just fantastic. I want to thank you, John, and Niall Delaney and your team here. It'll be fantastic coverage just tomorrow, and whatever happens tomorrow, we have kept for work anyway, and I wish them.
Well, look, I really appreciate that, Joe. Thank you very much indeed, and I'm fortunate to hear there is an absolutely fantastic team that I'm just piggybacking on their skills from a technical and political perspective. Kevin, is that the way you would see things panning out here over the next number of hours, dare I say it, at this stage? Although we'll have 8 counts completed at this stage?
I think so, and I'd certainly concur with the previous speaker there, Joe. Look, it is very, when you put your name, for anybody to put their name on the ballot paper, and that's why I say no matter who it is, let them, eliminations and that, be very mindful of them. There is families and everything behind them, so it's a very brave thing to do. And I'll not call it myself, but I'll call it for a text message that I got yesterday morning, fairly early in the day. As you know, John always likes to give predictions, let them be heated or not. So he did text me the 4 names yesterday morning or yesterday sometime, maybe 1 or 2 o'clock. So they're the 4 names that he was given that time, so I'll stick with them, is Clark, Feehan, Kenny and Scanlon.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
Interesting predictions. Kevin Comiskey, Joe Quinn, and thank you both very much.
Thanks very much, John.
Great to catch up with you. Thank you so much indeed.
Cheers.
Interesting to hear your views on that. Now, let's just go back to some of the flavour of the comments and the messages that we have received into the programme so far, and I think we can head for a commercial break probably in a few minutes as well. Sinn Féin have missed a trick in running this election, not running Thomas Healy ahead of Chris McManus here in Sligo. Our caller goes on to say that Thomas Healy has a lot of work put in here on the ground and would be in a strong position maybe to have taken a second seat for Sinn Féin. Well, Chris McManus has polled reasonably well in response to that. He's also had the experience of being in Europe in the not too distant past. It went to a convention. It was Chris McManus who emerged ahead of Thomas Healy. But John Parry and Mark McSharry are with me. I know we have a Sinn Féin representative. We might get one in a couple of minutes maybe to come in and talk about this as well. Mark, pick up on that. Thomas Healy or Chris McManus? Would it have made a difference?
Well, first of all, about Thomas is a fantastic worker and very well known, and his local elections vote would very much transcend, Sinn Féin core support. He's a very, very hard worker, and I have no doubt that had he been a candidate, he would have polled extremely well. Whether he would poll better than Chris McManus, it's not for me to say. I don't think it's for any of us to say. But Chris McManus, in my view, has polled exceptionally well. And while it looks like it's going to fall short, I think he did a lot better than anybody was given the potential for. That Sinn Féin were genuinely challenging for a second seat here. As I said, it doesn't look likely to happen. So I don't think it's fair to either Councillor Healy or Chris McManus, to do that. I think both would have done very well, but Chris has done very well.
Yeah. John Parry, how would you see it? And I'm going to just add into the mix there as well. It's probably with the emergence of Independent Ireland and independents and how strong they've been in this election, it was probably always going to be a big ask for any party to take 2 seats in this constituency.
Well, yes, indeed. When you look at, it's a 4-seater, and you take the 3 main parties, there was definitely Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael and Sinn Féin to take 1 just in Germany. It would be, and especially with, it should be an extraordinary ask to take, really, to be honest, because when you look at there was an outgoing independent deputy, and when you look at the role of independents all over the country, while there's a change of there will be a change of personality, still an independent seat. I think the day of there is exceptions now, but that in road-based constituencies of unless you're in a 5-seater, to take 2 seats out of 5 is easier than to take 2 out of 4. So I think that in that regard, I think the question you asked there about both of them are excellent candidates. Thomas Healy, a very successful councillor, so is Chris McManus. So really, I think they maximised the vote, and I think that was the situation.
All right. Businesses concluded, by the way, in Roscommon. Michael Fitzmaurice, Claire Curran and Martin Daly, Fianna Fáil, have all been elected there. So that's a confirmation of that. Right. Pádraig Hart joins us here in our studio. Pádraig, you're very welcome. My first chance to talk to you today.
Thanks, John.
And thanks for all your help and contributions over the weekend. Tell me, what are you hearing? What's the word on the ground out there at the moment?
Well, the word on the ground is that we've been working very hard and diligently with our AI bot, which we've titled John AI, because we're mixing artificial intelligence and the great intelligence of John Comiskey.
And you pitted them against each other?
And, well, no. We've been working and talking to both of them. And then Edmund Gray has been the master conductor out there, prompting questions towards the AI bot. And it's quite interesting that what the AI bot is predicting is going into the final rounds. It's saying that Marion Harkin will benefit the most with a 35% swing for Casserly's transfers. Michael Clark is going to get approximately 25%, so you're talking about 6,900 there from Marion Harkin. Clark will be on 7,750. Edel McSharry is going to benefit by 18%, so it should be on about 5,560. And Frank Feehan is going to get a 15% lift as well, bringing him to 10,250. These are approximations, but as you can see, the gap is closing between Marion Harkin and Michael Clark. Whether that gap is still far enough out to bring Clark over the line remains to be the question. But our AI bot is learning as well, and going forward in the future, elections will become even smarter as well. So it's getting very interesting from an artificial intelligence point of view.
All right, that's an interesting pick-up that AI has made. Let's maybe develop and discuss that a little bit. Mark McSharry, the gap closing, whether it's going to be closed significantly or not. I suppose in fairness to you guys, this is really, you've been more or less beating this drum for a long time out as well. But can you see, is there anything there if you were in the Clark camp that would concern you to say that the gap is closing significantly?
No. That ship has sailed, in my opinion. So I don't see a changing outcome. I mean, who's going to be the last person standing without a seat? Might be affected, but it's not going to affect the four, I don't think.
If that trend continues and the gap is closing, it's going to get very interesting, Mark. And while you're probably right, and while the favourite is definitely Clark, the odds are lengthening a little bit.
Right, so the odds are closing there. Elsewhere, John Perry, just briefly, and I know we're going to be talking to James Gilmartin in a moment. Claire is lining him up there on the floor. Pádraig Hart, thank you so much indeed for that for the moment. Right, I believe we're in a position where we are going to go back down onto the floor. Let's get some reaction from the Marion Harkin camp in just a moment's time or so. I know Claire is standing by. She's getting ready to speak to James Gilmartin, somebody who has been involved heavily in the campaign with Marion Harkin, and indeed a family relation as well. Claire, it's all yours.
OK, thank you very much indeed. James Gilmartin, County Councillor and a cousin of Marion Harkin. How are you feeling now?
Look, I suppose yesterday we really knew we had a mountain to climb. There was a pathway there, as Marion said, and it still is there at the moment. We are making progress. Whether it's going to be enough, we're going to have to see with the next, dissemination of votes with Marie Casterly going out, and it's all there to play for. But we're a little bit behind still, so we're hopeful is what I would say.
OK, so it's a steep climb. However, you know as well as everybody else who's listening and all the people who are here in the Count Centre, you can never write anyone off. Sure you can't. Very true,
very true. And I suppose when you talk about someone like Marion, she would be very transfer friendly. She's a politician of 25 years, of huge experience, of very highly thought of. I mean, even listening here yesterday, when the first count was coming in, and there was three. I think there was definitely Frank. No, Frank was there. Frank Feehan, Martin Kenny, and Mark McSharry, all who would have sat with Marion in the last Dáil, and they all spoke very highly of her. And there was something that you could just sense from the way they were talking. She's very highly regarded within both political circles and the wider area. And you would be hopeful, and this is where our hope is coming from, that she will get these 3s, 4s and 5s that will hopefully get her across the line.
James, when she set out on this journey, when she made a decision, because we weren't sure was she going to run again, I suppose that a lot of people thought she would have done better, with all due respect,
There is that angle, but as I explained yesterday, I mean, first of all, she ran because she really felt she could make a difference, and she still will if she does get in, I'm quite confident of that. But I guess from a point of view of the number of independents that were running, that was always going to hamper her. I know Michael Clark was running with the Independent Party, or the Independent Ireland Party. I mean, people would still associate him as an independent at the moment, even though he's affiliated with a party. And then you had Marie Casterly deciding to run, absolutely, why wouldn't she? And Des Guckian in South Leitrim. So all of them were going to pull for Marion, no matter which way you looked at. And Michael Clark then getting such a bounce. I think he came in at 10% or something, or maybe a wee bit over that at first preference. I mean, that was a huge, blow, for want of a better word, to Marion. She would have liked to have been ahead of that. But you got to respect people.
Well, you certainly do. And he has been a little bit of a surprise how successful he's been. He ran an amazing campaign.
He did. I mean, look, he was out 4 weeks, before the election was called, meeting people, canvassing, talking to people and asking for their vote is really, really important. The time of year then came against people. I mean, no one wanted to go too early. You probably could have gone a wee bit earlier, getting out in the evenings. Then all your canvassers are working, or they might have 2 jobs in the case of some, and families and all the rest. So it was hard to go and meet the public this time, I suppose, as opposed to maybe a summer election with a longer lead-in. That probably went against Marion too. But as I said at the start, we are hopeful. We'll hang in there, Nothing's over yet.
No, nothing is over yet. I just wanted to ask you as well, there's a lot of talk, and we have been getting a lot of texts in about gender balance. And it seems to be in somewhat contradictory. people really want to have more of a gender balance, and then we just have Marion, who has been representing us as the only woman for quite a while. What are your thoughts on that?
Honestly, I think it's the best person for the job, really. And that's I think actually gender balance, it's a bit of an insult to women, because often what happens is, they're token candidates that are put in there to get party support and to be able to get the money in and all the rest that they're required to hit the 40%. And don't forget, you need 40% male too if it was going the other way. I just think we really need to look at it from a ground up, and we need to encourage more women to become involved in politics. I was just chatting to John McCartan there, and we were talking about how, politics has become a more course now. And as I said yesterday, when I said I was going to run last year, I took a good bit of convincing, I will say, because of that being one of the reasons. Like, why would you put yourself above the parapet to get mud flung at you? At some stage it will come. But I felt it was too important not to when there was enough people behind me and I have a passion about what I do. But coming back to what I was saying, we need to encourage more women into politics, and we need to kind of move away from the tail wagging the dog with these keyboard warriors and all the rest. And, you meet them in the street, they mightn't even look at you. Do you know what I mean? And that's what obviously I'm a male, but I am a father of a lovely young girl, and I look at her and what would she do in her time to come, Emmy, And you want to create the atmosphere that if she wanted to do that, she could go into it, of course. As I have 3 sisters, but they're well fit to look after themselves and my wife. But anyways, that's neither here nor there.
We're getting right into it. But what about you? Well, it is the nature of it. I totally agree with you. But what about you now? If Marion is not successful today, will you take over the family reins, do you think?
Politics is way too important for that kind of talk. For me, I think if people want you, they'll come to you, and they'll put you up then if they want you to go in. If they see you as someone that represents their values and what they look like and how they would like to see be represented, and even if you're not a first preference, even if their first preference doesn't get in, and they're like, well, if John doesn't get in, well, I would like James to do it, or Marion to do it, or whatever. That's what is important here. It's not about me saying, oh, Marion, I got a great first preference for the winds and me sales, let's run. That's not for me. Like, I got elected to Leitrim County Council. It's a very proud thing for me. I mean, I can't, I really am a proud Leitrim man. And to be on the council, you're like, yeah, I know, I'm going to definitely stick this one out.
Well, I think you're a face to watch in the future, and thank you very much indeed. And as we pointed out earlier, there's nobody writing Marion off quite yet.
Fingers crossed, it ain't over till it's over.
Back to you, John.
All right, Claire, thank you very much indeed for that. Thank you, James. Interesting to hear the latest take there coming in from the Marion Harkin camp. I have loads of messages here that we want to put to the various panel members, and I'll do that in a couple of moments' time. But I'll tell you what we'll do first. We'll head back for what's probably a long overdue commercial break, and I know we've got news at the top of the hour coming up as well. Back again very, very soon here from the Clayton Hotel with more analysis of the general election 2024 in Sligo Leitrim.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
Welcome to Solar Generation, where the power of the sun meets a greener future. We are delighted to offer personalized one-to-one solar consultations right here at our new facility. With our advanced PV software, we can remotely analyze your energy bills and property, providing you with detailed insights into the benefits of solar power. And to demonstrate our commitment to solar power, we recently installed a 15 kilowatt hybrid system with battery storage right on our own roof. Imagine the possibilities for your own home or business. By harnessing the power of the sun, you can reduce your reliance on traditional energy sources and contribute to a greener planet. Join us on this journey towards a sustainable future, powering your world today and for the generations to come. Solar Generation.
When plumbing problems strike, who can you count on in the Northwest? Nordic Plumbers, that's who. From boiler services and installation to heating system upgrades, Nordic Plumbers are your first call for all your plumbing needs. Visit us online at nordicplumbers.ie or call 083 38 55 812 and get a free quote today. Nordic Plumbers, just one call or click away. For all your plumbing needs, head to nordicplumbers.ie today. RGI and Offtech registered.
Stay
I find solar generation very good to work with, very patient, very friendly. And I think if it was not a local installer, it would have been more difficult to get people to come back and check things up. So shop local was really important for us, but also because the grant was available and that was a nice incentive. But we love looking at the app and seeing how much money we make every day when the sun shines. The grant application process, solar generation were there to help us, so it was very, very easy relatively. I'd highly recommend working with solar generation. Local firm, great to support a local company and local staff.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, priced at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
As a business, we are operating in as green a fashion as possible, so solar panels was the obvious choice. And solar generation, they're a local based company. We've heard good things about them, so they were an obvious choice for us to go and get a quote from them. We compared what they had to offer against other solar providers, and it really just became quite obvious that they should be the company we partner with on this journey to a more sustainable operating system. The grants that are associated with taking on a project like this play a huge part in our decision-making process. They obviously radically reduce the payback period, so the subsidies that you're getting from government in the installation and then your accelerated capital allowances play a huge part, and definitely so far solar generation have delivered everything they said they'd do. Everything's been done in a timely and professional manner, so no hesitation whatsoever in recommending solar generation.
Well, the main benefits transition to solar for us was the savings on the bills, and we obviously had an extra few pounds that we could put into somewhere else in the business. We're a family-run business. We like to give back to the community. Well, I shopped around and got a few quotes from different companies, and I just thought solar generation were the most professional that I came across, and it was a no-brainer at the end of the day to go for solar generation, really. I'd 100% recommend solar generation to anybody that's thinking of getting in solar. Everything was top class. They're a local company. They looked after me 100%. I couldn't have asked for any more from solar generation, and really, really looked after me very well.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
When plumbing problems strike, who can you count on in the Northwest? Nordic Plumbers, that's who. From boiler services and installation to heating system upgrades, Nordic Plumbers are your first call for all your plumbing needs. Visit us online at nordicplumbers.ie or call 083 38 55 812 and get a free quote today. Nordic Plumbers, just one call or click away. For all your plumbing needs, head to nordicplumbers.ie today. RGI and Offtech registered.
As a business, we are operating in as green a fashion as possible, so solar panels was the obvious choice. And Solar Generation, they're a local based company. We've heard good things about them, so they were an obvious choice for us to go and get a quote from them. We compared what they had to offer against other solar providers, and it really just became quite obvious that they should be the company we partner with on this journey to a more sustainable operating system. The grants that are associated with taking on a project like this play a huge part in our decision-making process. They obviously radically reduce the payback period, so the subsidies that you're getting from government in the installation and then your accelerated capital allowances play a huge part, and definitely so far Solar Generation have delivered everything they said they'd do. Everything's been done in a timely and professional manner, so no hesitation whatsoever in recommending Solar Generation.
I find Solar Generation very good to work with, very patient, very friendly, and I think if it was not a local installer, it would have been more difficult to get people to come back and check things up. So shop local was really important for us, but also because the grant was available, and that was a nice incentive. But we love looking at the app and seeing how much money we make every day when the sun shines. The grant application process, Solar Generation were there to help us, so it was very, very easy relatively. I'd highly recommend working with Solar Generation. Local firm, great to support a local company and local staff.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, priced at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
Welcome to Solar Generation, where the power of the sun meets a greener future. We are delighted to offer personalized one-to-one solar consultations right here at our new facility. With our advanced PV software, we can remotely analyze your energy bills and property, providing you with detailed insights into the benefits of solar power. And to demonstrate our commitment to solar power, we recently installed a 15 kilowatt hybrid system with battery storage right on our own roof. Imagine the possibilities for your own home or business. By harnessing the power of the sun, you can reduce your reliance on traditional energy sources and contribute to a greener planet. Join us on this journey towards a sustainable future, powering your world today and for the generations to come. Solar Generation.
Well, the main benefits transitioning to solar for us was the savings on the bills, and we obviously had an extra few pounds that we could put into somewhere else in the business. We're a family-run business. We like to give back to the community. Well, I shopped around and got a few quotes from different companies, and I just thought Solar Generation were the most professional that I came across, and it was a no-brainer at the end of the day to go for Solar Generation, really. I'd 100% recommend Solar Generation to anybody that's thinking of getting in solar. Everything was top class. They're a local company. They looked after me 100%. I couldn't have asked for any more from Solar Generation, and really, really looked after me very well.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
Seven minutes after the hour of 4 o'clock, you're very welcome back to the Clayton Hotel, the home of the Ocean FM general election coverage for 2024. Quick recap, 8 counts, no candidates elected as of yet. Nobody has reached the quota. However, a significant count taking place at the minute. The distribution of the Marie Castley vote being counted, and we'll have further analysis and tally figures hopefully on that in the not too distant future. But in the meantime, let's return to the floor. Let's find out what's making the headlines out there at the minute. Claire Ronan is standing by, and joining her is Marcella McGarry.
Good afternoon, Marcella McGarry, former councillor and Lord Mayor of Sligo, and you were very involved, of course, with Nessa Cosgrove's campaign for Labour.
Yeah, well, I suppose John Davey was Nessa's Director of Elections and has done a phenomenal job. Yes, I was involved in the campaign, and it was a great campaign. A very short one, quite a cold one, but a really good campaign, very positive on the doors. People were very open and willing to listen, but I suppose, like we all know what the big issues on the doors were. But the good thing for us is that Labour was very receptive on the doors, and that went down very well as a team. And we had a really good response. And I suppose when you're going out to places like Eastquay and Manorhamilton and Mohill and all those areas that you don't normally are not there, that's not your base. So, but it was interesting and it was a good conversation. So that was very positive, I think.
I think that canvassing is sort of in some people's blood. Do you get energised by it?
I suppose some people love canvassing, other people I just would like to run away and hide. But I suppose you do engage with the public. You do have an opportunity to talk about your policies. You do have an opportunity to talk about your candidate and talk about the very positive things that this candidate can bring to a region and an area. So that's what I suppose canvassing on the doors does. And I suppose for some people, this campaign was very short, like I said. Some people were obviously out very early. They had a good long campaign. But trying to get around all the doors on this occasion was very difficult. We have a small but very compact team. We had various people in different locations, but it's tough, when you're starting out. But we're, very happy with the way John ran the campaign. Really good campaign.
Look, we don't know yet, but it does look like, from some of the predictions from our panel today, is that we won't have a woman running in this area, and you're very disappointed about that.
I am. I mean, we have 5 very capable women on the ticket up here in the Northwest. And it looks like today that we're not even going to bring one of those women across. Now, I hope that changes in the next one. We'll hear the next tallies coming through again now and the next transfers. And I hope there is a change, because I think it's really disappointing that if we have 4 men after having 5 women on the ticket, and it kind of makes me wonder as to why people do not vote for women in politics. And we're always encouraging women to go forward. So when I look at the stats from the last government, for example, in the last government we had 40% representation of women. And this time it looks like we only have 41%. That's very disappointing,
Well, John did read out a text earlier that came in from a listener which said that they would prefer to just go with the best person for the job rather than it be a woman. And you'd have to sort of agree with that, wouldn't you?
But I think, Claire, if you look at the 5 candidates, with the 5 women candidates that we had this time running up here, they're very capable women. They're all very high up on their brief. Some of them have been in politics for a long, long time. They have delivered programs, delivered projects, been in negotiations, have been in council chambers, have been in Europe. We have I think that there's no argument with that. We have 5 capable women. And regardless of your gender, if you are able to deliver and have a conversation at your door and talk about policies, why not vote for a woman?
Good question. Labour has received some criticism that they haven't actually got into bed with the Soc Dems. What is the situation?
I think the SOC Dems have rejected us. That's my understanding. Now, whether that changes or not as we go forward, I don't know. I suppose Holly Cairns is also a very capable woman, and seems to have indicated that there are some differences. What they are, I don't know. I'm willing to listen to that and hear that. I suppose we'll have to wait and see what happens there, And Ivana obviously was elected today and is another very capable woman and will very much be able to negotiate all of that.
Well, the branch of friendship seems to have come from the Labour Party rather than the other way around, which doesn't really make sense to the electorate.
Well, I think even before the election that the olive branch was there. So nothing really to do with the election as such. I think it was the olive branch was in relation to similar policies. So I'm not quite sure what that's all about. But, we do have a former Labour lady in there who was very formidable in Labour and maybe is not best pleased with some of the things, So I'm wondering sometimes is that part of it. I could be completely wrong, Claire.
No, there seems to be a suspicion that it could be history. You had a good day, Labour, today. You must be pleased with that.
We've had a good day. I've been trying to listen to the national stuff and kind of keep the eye on the local stuff here. And I do know that we have had successes in Dublin in particular, and I know Wexford is coming in as well. There's quite a number of areas to come in still, and we are in the hunt for seats in some of those. So, like here, down to the wire.
Down to the wire. Well, I think that we haven't seen the last of Nessa Cosgrove.
Absolutely not. I mean, for a young woman, 4 months in the council to get over half the quota in her first, this is her second outing in the general election. The first general election was a very sharp shift campaign as well, which also elevated her profile, and this has definitely elevated her profile. And so we've got votes in different areas that we knew that we would get votes, and they came. But they came because of Nessa. Nessa is a very smart, very well-intended young woman. She's great to be around. She's very vibrant. She's energetic. She has great interest in policies and is well au fait in terms of policies and how they can be delivered. So I think we have a really good candidate in Sligo, and we will hope to build on that, Claire.
Okay, well, former councillor and Lord Mayor Marcella McGarry, thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thank you, Claire.
Back to you, John.
Claire, Marcella, thank you very much indeed. Interesting stuff there, and the emergence of Labour, very much evidence they are backing that up today with the performance of Nessa Cosgrove. All right, loads of messages and queries coming in here, and we're waiting for counts. Half of the green posters went missing in South Leitrim, says one of our listeners here. It's hard to be a green. You read out a text earlier on, John, where you and your panel were accused of green bashing. Please explain to the Green Party supporters that 725 votes in the Sligo Leitrim constituency tells the story. It's not green bashing, it's politics, says one of our callers. Could you also ask the panel, if Edel McSharry is unsuccessful today, is this the end of the political dynasty for the McSharrys? Mark, can I put that question to you for obvious reasons?
Well, I actually hate the word dynasty. The old man was 13 years gone from politics before I went near it. So I don't subscribe to that. Even in circumstances where sons and daughters take over for fathers and mothers and all of that type of stuff. And it's always annoyed me, because how many teachers do you know whose parents are teachers? How many guards do you know whose parents are guards? How many plumbers do you know whose parents are plumbers? And so on and so on and so on.
And inter-county football. And nobody says it's nepotism when a man earns his place at
Totally. Do you know, so... obviously...
Well, it's an appropriate here, and we'd hear from John McCarthy.
There'll always be people...
There's dynasties here, and there's the Ellis dynasty in politics when we had...
But they're not dynasties. You know what I mean? They're not dynasties.
They're individuals.
They're individuals. And Tom McSharry is the mayor of Sligo. Edel carved out her own seat on Sligo County Council. Fianna Fáil approached her to run. She did. It's not going to work out. And these things happen. So, is the McSharry name finished in politics? I would say definitely not. Is the Ellis name finished in politics? Maybe for this decade. But I'd say no. Is the McCartan one finished? No. Is there going to be a Lynch one? There may be. So, I mean...
God help us.
It's all right now. You have to be careful.
You know,
Remember,
all I can say is I'm finished in politics.
Yeah.
Remember,
John is finished in politics.
John, remember that you have political ties. We'd make no further comment.
No, they're not too far away. Some of them might have seen who was coming in there.
I was talking to them outside.
Yeah, I can tell our listeners and viewers I'm remaining apolitical here today and right throughout the coverage. Just on the whole era of political dynasties. And again, John McCartan, this is something I suppose that would have been... was that always in the background of your political career?
Well, I was never interested in politics per se. I was never interested in the campaigning, but I always had an ideology because I was raised in a house where there was an ideology. And I was raised in a house that respected and was thankful for the civic organisations and institutions that gave us the sort of a peaceful and prosperous world in which we lived. And I know people love to tell politicians they're out of date when they say they live in a peaceful and prosperous world. But you have to remember, the people who live in Ireland today are the luckiest people who have ever walked the face of the earth. The luckiest people who have ever existed. We will live longer, see more, learn more than anybody else who has ever lived. And I've always been cognizant that that didn't happen by accident. That happened from civic institutions and from political organisation, and that's what always interested me, and therefore I never felt I was trying to tap into any political dynasty. I had my view and I had my ideology, and I wanted to do my bit. I did my bit for a few years, and I'll never say it's not for me to say that there'll never be another McCartan in politics, as it's not for Mark to say there'll never be another McSharry or John to say there'll never be another Ellis.
Yeah.
All right.
And they're not dynasties, as far as I'm concerned. They're people who were raised in a house where these were the discussions that were had, and why wouldn't they be interested?
Absolutely. Yes, the old saying goes, keep dynasties maybe with falcon crests in the past. The two of them used to air, I think, around the one time on TV.
Well, I wouldn't mind being a member of one of them dynasties now. They seem to have private jets and nice cars and what?
Wouldn't have been bad. Wouldn't have been bad. Idel McSharry, you're very welcome. You've just joined us at a time where the whole eras of political dynasties or dynasties was up for discussion. Let's talk about the campaign that you're just after running. At the moment, how confident are you? How worried are you?
Well, I've reached the end of my path.
You're conceding at
yes,
this stage.
absolutely. Right. Yes, I have. But I'm very happy with the vote that I've got and the vote that we've got, because, as they say, there's no I in team, and I had a massive team behind me of Fianna Fáil supporters, and one councillor Tom McSharry and his team, and the people in West Sligo, the people Fianna Fáil supporters in Donegal, and then I suppose what really I have to mention is my own family and extended family, my mother on the doors all of the time, and Sister Louise, and then Mark over there, who was just a powerhouse behind me as well. And then I suppose what was unique about my campaign was the majority of people were my own personal friends and colleagues and neighbours, and with no political affiliation, who just came in behind me, and I was honoured and bowled over by the time and how they enjoyed it, actually. And then, of course, my children, the dynasty, as you would refer to there, who have been listening since they were children to the political debates, which I'm quite proud of, in fact, because that's what's needed in society, is an interest in politics.
Can I put it to you that the timing of the general election probably didn't do you any favours, in the sense that you're only recently established as a first-time councillor? Would you have liked more time maybe to have been able to show what you were capable of doing at local authority level, first of all?
Absolutely, John. That's just a really key point there. I would have liked to have been able to show what capabilities I have, that I have from my own life and lived experience and my own profession. But I didn't have that time. Now, I am very honoured to have been elected as a councillor, and I'm really enjoying that work, and I had got my teeth into it, and I'll still be doing it. I'm delighted I'm in that role, and as Last Cahirlock, that's an additional honour. And I know that I can make an impact there. So I'm honoured that I was elected as a councillor, and I'm looking really forward now to continuing that work, because I know that I can make a difference there,
concentrate on
and that's
that.
my interest in
Yeah.
politics.
And there'll be future general election campaigns if you so desire.
Absolutely, there will, and
Yeah.
indeed I'll be there.
All right.
So this is my first run out, and I'm, as I said, I'm quite
And already you would be interested in contesting future general elections.
absolutely.
Okay, that's good to know. Let me go back to the current campaign for a moment. How disappointed were you that Fianna Fáil headquarters decided to add a second and a third candidate, considering Fine Gael, for instance, decided to go to one candidate strategy?
Well, I suppose it was a bit of a strange decision, is all I would say. But I suppose I'm not at that strategic table in terms of making the decision. I suppose I did. I was the person who went to convention and was selected, and I suppose I would have seen that. I had enough to be able. I was a Sligo candidate, and I do agree that there needed to be a Leitrim candidate, and there obviously was a Leitrim candidate. And so I was, I was surprised by that. But then again,
Can I just add,
that's the way that
when you
is.
go up the road a couple of miles and you go to Roscommon, the party were adamant that only Dr. Martin Daly was going to run as a standalone candidate for Fianna Fáil up the road a few miles in Roscommon, and ultimately got elected. So is there a lack of consistency here in what Fianna Fáil are doing? And I know constituency differ, but at the same time, did that even make it more disappointing?
Well, no, I wasn't busy, John, analysing the rest of the constituency. When I'm put on a team to play, I play my game. So, and I play the position that I'm put in. And that's the way I've done always in life. And so that's what I did in this election. I got my position. I was put in the position I was put in. And I played to my strengths, and I got an extremely good vote from that, and I created my own team. As I said, I did need to do that too, and I created that, and the outcome was very positive, and I'll build on that now. But what I'll do first is do the work that I've been assigned as a councillor.
All right.
So, and I will, going forward, be calling on those elected to
You'll be holding them accountable.
living. Oh, I will, in terms of health services, and too, I'll contribute to that. I'm on the Regional Health West Forum, so Forum West. So I will, in terms of the infrastructure piece, and in terms of the health services and the other service, educational services, disability services, as that's what needs to be addressed here. We have not been invested in, and all candidates spoke to that, and now we will have the deputies that will be elected, and I would want to see that those deputies would work very hard, but not just work hard, but would be a strong, courageous voice in the Dáil.
For the North West region.
Mm-hmm.
What about the performance of Eamon Scanlon? It looks likely that Fianna Fáil will return a candidate, and it looks likely now that it's going to be Eamon Scanlon.
Absolutely, and I'll be delighted for Eamon and wish him the very best.
All right. The campaign in general, the election in general, the Michael Clark factor, did you sense that on the ground that he was going to be a big player, that the independents were a big player this time round?
Yes, indeed, I did, especially in West Sligo, and there was a lot of people I met on the door. I would say my campaign, and I know, I would have loved to get to every single door, by the way, and I'd just like to thank everybody that I spoke to. And I forgot to say at the very beginning that I want to thank every single person who voted for me and gave me a preference and trusted me with their vote. Michael, yes, certainly I got the, he definitely was getting that West Sligo vote. And I do think that there is, people were looking for maybe something different, and certainly the Fianna Fáil label for me sometimes didn't work in terms of who I was, might have been more attractive than, maybe people not contented with what has happened for the Northwest and what's here in the Northwest in terms of the services and, as I said, in terms of the infrastructure.
Final question before I let some of the members of our panel, including Mark, have a word with you here publicly. And Mark has referred to it here once or twice over the course of the weekend during our debate that his relationship with Micheál Martin sometimes could be fraught, maybe to say the least. How would you describe the relationship with party headquarters and Micheál Martin during this election campaign?
Well, I have an excellent relationship with everybody because that's the way I work. I'm on the Ard Comhairle, and I was elected there, topped the poll, so I'm on the executive. I wouldn't have any dealings with the leader, to be honest. To say that I had, that may come in time, but I wouldn't be considered one of the, people to be, seeking advice from or having conversations with. So I suppose, when you ask somebody what relationship they have, that needs to be built, by interactions and by knowing somebody and by getting to know somebody. Right. And I suppose I can't say that I've had that time or that level of interaction.
All right, this time as a councillor.
But I have an ability to have a good relationship with everybody that I need to work with.
Okay. Mark, I'll let you talk to Edel first of all here.
Thanks very much. Obviously, Edel, in my opinion, has done a fantastic job. We don't vote strategically in this country. I think if we did, we'd be lucky to have somebody with the lived experience and professional expertise of Edel, and there'll always be Law Ella, I would say. Fianna Fáil did apply a very curious strategy, having Edel in the field and then sort of piecemeal adding others, and I think that speaks to a flaw in Fianna Fáil. Now I can say that because I've been there and I do have a relationship with them and did at the highest level. And I think, as I've said before, Fianna Fáil here at some stage are going to realise that they need a two-candidate strategy, one in Sligo and one in Leitrim, and that's what they should support. Now obviously Eamon's going to make it. Once Eamon entered the field, it was always going to be an uphill battle. So despite having her second cousin in the field, where at least half of the Clark family would have been canvassing for her, never mind canvassing against her, and despite having Eamon Scannell, a former TD, coming back, and another big vote getter in Leitrim, she managed to outpour Marion Harkin, a national politician of high profile of more than 20 years on the first count, and is still there right to the end. To do that from a standing start, from not being a county councillor 7 months ago, having carved out a council seat that never existed, is no mean feat and an exceptional performance in 7 months. And I want to say, as a political hack, I would be very proud of her performance. As a member of her family, I'm doubly proud. And I very much hope that when the dust settles, she'll continue with her work in the council and will run again. And I think Sligo will be the better for her participation. And later, I have no doubt this constituency will too. That's not to take one little bit from the people who have been elected, and I'm sure they'll all do a fine job on all our behalves. But I'm very proud of Edel, and I swore I'd never get involved in a campaign again. I did proudly get involved in Edel's campaign, and it was a pleasure. And I can say there was absolutely nothing more that she or her wonderful team, and particularly her husband Niall, Pádraig Cawley, and the many others that she assembled herself, because the party, Fianna Fáil, didn't back her. She won't say this, but Fianna Fáil didn't back her. All the councillors went against her. And
how disappointing was that, Mark?
And still, well, no, that's politics. I mean, most of them were against me too. I mean, it didn't bother me. That's what happens in
But
politics.
it must make it difficult to get elected if you haven't got that
of course,
support of the foot soldiers.
But there is not. I mean, well, the councillors are the councillors, but nobody can transfer votes. Like, John Ellis can't say to me, "No, I have 1,000 votes for you, and I'm going to give it to you," right? So I just think, in the face of what was an adversarial landscape, she has done exceptionally well. Now, unfortunately, there's no consolation when you lose an election. It's a painful experience. But I think Edel spoke with great dignity there. She's done a great job. She can be very proud of her performance because there is no action she could have taken, press release she could have issued, or thing she could or any of her team could have done that was going to change this particular outcome given circumstances that were beyond her control.
All right.
And as I said, that's not to take from the 4 people who will be elected at all. Good luck to them.
Absolutely. I think you put her performance in context there. John Parry.
Yes, indeed. I'd like to compliment Edel on a hugely successful campaign. I know that with the Ballymore connection, her mum from Ballymore, and the sister of the late Paddy Egan's and Molly Egan and all that, and your mum was canvassing Ballymore and heard very well received by a lot of people that I met, and an extraordinary lady, and connected with an awful, and likewise was Paddy Egan's daughters that were out as well. So you got great family support, and I think that people were delighted to meet your mum and your dad in Ballymore, and indeed the Egans as well. So that I think Edel comes in with a fantastic academic career. Him as director at the ATU and the director of nursing and the whole lot. She's immensely qualified, and by just hearing her speak and the gratitude she has and the expertise, and the fact that she's on the local authority on the HSE West, it's a critical role as a newly elected councillor. I've no doubt her the next 3 or 4 years, and the fact that she's only 7 months elected, coming into the game. It's an extraordinary result, and being ahead of Marion Herkin, who's 25 years in public office, she should be immensely proud. The point of view, I suppose, with regards to getting elected, the challenges were there. As I said from the very start, and it really was a really political block. The 19,000 votes, I keep saying it, southwest and East Sligo there, and there was that was an opportunity. Michael Clark and Eamon Scanlon seized that opportunity very effectively now, because that's, if you look at the votes that both of them got in those base areas, and when you come into Sligo then it's urban based.
The whole cluster of candidates. That was based there. All right, I know we'll come back to Mark for tally figures in just a few minutes' time, but John Ellis, briefly, I want you to.
I think Adele did exceptionally well for somebody that had only been in politics 6-7 months since last May, having got elected to the council. But all elections are changing, and they've changed completely from my early days. You don't know what anybody's politics are anymore. You don't know where there was a block of votes that you knew would have X number of votes out of a polling booth. Now you might get the half of it if you were lucky, and the other half is spread like gunshot over maybe 5 or 6 candidates. And it's going to become harder and harder for people to get elected for parties where there's a number of people running for the party. And I have to agree with Mark. Unless that we get down back to the old days, when we were getting 3 out of 4 in Sligo Leitrim, Fianna Fáil would run 3 candidates, Matt Brennan, Ray McSharry and myself. I had Leitrim, Matty had South Sligo and a bit of West Sligo and a bit of Robin then in North Sligo. And Ray had the rest, and that it worked out. You were able to get 3 strong enough to outsee the rest. At that time, Fine Gael's strategy, John, would have been 2, no, sometimes 3, just depending. Sometimes you might have one in Tubbercurry. You had poor the late Joe Colley at one stage. You had Tommy Lavin in another election, and then you would have had Ted Nealon was here in town, and Joe McCartan or Gerard Reynolds in Leitrim. That was the way it was.
Yeah, and that strategy worked, and it was successful.
It worked for both parties, because Fine Gael took me out and won 2.
John, I'll just bring you closer to the microphone.
And then back the next time it reversed.
Yeah.
But Adele did exceptionally well.
John McCartan, if I can just come to you on this as well.
Yeah, and I know you're trying to move on, and I don't want to take time repeating what everybody has said, but obviously Edel has done very well, and it was just going to be impossible in the circumstances in which you found yourself. Once Eamon Scanlon was added to the ticket, it was just a very, very difficult place to be. Eamon had the relationship built up with the organisation, with the councillors, and with the membership and the electorate, and that was just going to be an uphill battle for you. However, the performance is good. Your name will be established. the next time. You'll have your own personal reputation the next time, and Eamon won't be there forever. So I would say you've definitely turned, where there was no political space for you, you've made your political space. You exist on the political map, and you'll be there again.
All right. Stay with us if you don't mind for a few minutes, because I want to talk about where transfers are going to go. We have tally figures on transfers. Remind us here what we're looking at again. This is the Marie Castley, isn't it? Tally figures that you got the transfer of our
This
votes.
is a tally of the 9th count, which is the distribution of Maria Castley. And it's Frank Feehan plus 468, Martin Kenny plus 210, Michael Clark plus 418, Chris McManus plus 278, Eamon Scanlon plus 197, Marion Harkin plus 1,103, Edel McSharry plus 442, Paddy O'Rourke plus 46.
Just give me that Clark figure again, Mark.
418.
Right, 418. All right.
And Marion Harkins is what?
1,103.
1103, Marion Harkin. Mark, just on that again, I suppose, the question that we keep repeating when it looks at these transfers, the gap closing, but not closing significantly.
No, I mean, look, the outcome seems, to be as we were, according, to the predictions of John and John Perry and others over the course of the last 2 days, and John Comiskey and so on.
Yeah, all right. John Ellis.
No, that doesn't change it. You see, that's Marion Harkin's last big possible take. And if you take it, Michael Clark is on 7,297. Marion Harkin is on 6,700. So she's 500 behind him. There's no way she can pick that up from what's the transfers that are come. Remember, the next transfers are Fianna Fáil.
Yeah.
And that goes between Edel and Eamon Scanlon.
Yeah, Paddy O'Rourke.
And a scattering of it to all the rest that are left in. Michael Clark will get as much out of it as will Marion Harkin, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So therefore, she's not able to close the gap.
Okay, I'm going to go back to Edel, still in the field, still active in relation to those transfers. Do you read it the same way as our panel?
I do. I agree. I suppose it will be up to where Paddy O'Rourke's transfers go now in terms of if Marion can get.
You'd expect him to stay Fianna Fáil, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but Michael Clark could see and Frank. Yeah, it's hard to know. It's hard to know because
Martin Kenny.
Yeah.
Geographically.
Absolutely, geographically, Martin Kenny. It doesn't always go that you're not going to see 50%. You might see 50%. To Fianna Fáil, it's hard to know.
Okay, and coming to Tom McCarthy.
50% to Fianna Fáil, I'd say. But the other 50 will split with the larger share going to Kenny and probably Feehan.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the problem. Paddy looks like he has a big transfer there, and you're thinking, well, can Marion actually make up 500 votes more on Michael Clark? There isn't really a big number of unpredictable votes there. Fianna Fáil will get the half of them.
Yeah, and the avenues where Marion, as John Ellis said, can pick up votes, they're just
they're narrowing all the time.
It's cul-de-sac now at this stage, isn't it?
And Martin Kenny, neighbour of Paddy's, they're only 4 or 5 miles apart. He's going to pick up a big chunk of them. Frank Feehan has been polling strongly in County Leitrim, and you can only expect that when that breaking ball comes, Frankie's going to take his percent out of it. And that doesn't leave enough space for Marion to close the gap.
John Perry, no need to change the batteries in the crystal ball. It's shining brightly there all the time, as it did early yesterday.
Well, I think that when you look at Michael Clark is on 7,203 now. You see that, which is, and the gap. If you take Marion Harkin would be on, it would be 6.
6791.
6791. So the
there's that 500 plus votes, and that, I'm convinced now that when the next eliminations that Michael Clark will continue to get the transfers. That gap will not be narrowed.
So just again for the benefit of people at home, John McCarthy, the next eliminations there's going to be of that of Paddy O'Rourke.
That's right. Paddy O'Rourke goes next. Obviously, Fianna Fáil candidate, going to break along party lines at least with 50% of his vote. You would imagine, to Adele McSharry and to Eamon Scanlon. The next big consideration will be geography, which is going to favour Martin Kenny, and after that, Paddy, from a farming background, a man who's around the marts selling hay and straw. There's going to be a crossover with the Michael Clark contingent along there. Frankie Feehan to take his percentage out of it. I don't think there's enough left to close the gap for Marianne.
Just say, John, I think the next transfer of Paddy O'Rourke will be a game, set and match, to be honest, in my opinion.
Once we get confirmation of those figures, you expect that's more or less it's a formality after that.
Game, set and match, and these seats will fill very quickly.
Yeah. Mark, it seems to be very much going along those lines, doesn't it? There's no real potential for an upset.
Mathematically, I still stick with what everybody is saying, but mathematically,
it could
there's
change.
3 eliminations to give Marion the opportunity to get ahead of Michael Clark. Theoretically, 1,000 votes of Edele's she didn't start with. It came from arguably female candidates. So mathematically, it's a possibility, but I'd say unlikely.
All right. John Ellis?
No, I don't see it changing because 50% of the vote, Paddy O'Rourke's vote, will stay with Fianna Fáil. Martin Kinney gets a scalp out of it. Frank Feehan gets a scalp out of it. Marion Harkin will get a scalp out of it, but she'll get no more out of it than will Michael Clark. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised to see Michael Clark get more of it than she gets. Yeah. Because remember, it's a rural farming type vote that Paddy has. There's no big urban vote in it, so that's the way I would see it breaking down.
Yeah, it could well come back to agriculture, John.
Yeah, I agree. Mark states the obvious that none of the rest of us managed to state, which is the mathematical possibility that's there, all right. But nevertheless, I'm still where I was. I prefer be Michael Clark at the moment.
Yeah.
All right. Edel, just go back to your own campaign, and I know probably various issues were raised on the doorsteps with you when you got out and engaged with the people. Your educational background in the sense of St. Angela's, you're connected there. It was a huge year with the ATU and the amalgamation there. What else came up? I know you expressed a little bit of frustration with the way Fianna Fáil handled the whole migration issue during the course of the campaign. Was that on the back of interaction you were having with constituents on the doorstep?
Absolutely, it was on the back of that, but and at the back of my own students. We increased our student numbers and we provide more programs, and the ATU is the economic and social driver that we have here in the Northwest, and we're increasing student numbers, and the accommodation was repurposed, which pitches one vulnerable group against another. I see the students as the amount of cars coming in the road. And this is when we're talking about the environment. They've long days. It just doesn't make any sense.
Inadequate public transport. You can't get a train in time to
There's no train to get in, and I know everybody spoke about it, and so did I. There's no train to get into Sligo for 9 o'clock in the morning. I talked to a student who's travelling in from Ballinamore every day, or her mother is leaving her in. It affects the whole family. This and not being able to find accommodation, no student life. Then a lot of the learning, I know they have good fun, but a lot of the learning is peer learning, and it's hanging out afterwards in the canteen, chatting about things, one student helping the other student. I've been in this game long enough to know that students need a secure accommodation. They do not need to have the added addition worry about finding accommodation or travelling. So that was mismanaged.
How frustrating was it? That's the question I just want to put to you. How frustrating was it that this major development happened in relation to third level education in Sligo, and almost to coincide with it, the property that was available for student accommodation just disappeared overnight.
Well, it was extremely frustrating to me seeing it initially. It happened last year. It was highlighted last year, so something should have been done. People are in charge. So when people are in charge, they need to do the right thing. And also tourist accommodation. So all these issues then, came up on the door. And I think in fairness to the people who vote, they were even afraid to speak about these things because they don't want to be seen as being racist or anti-immigration. And we know we need people to work here, and we know many nurses are from many different countries and all of that. However, this needs to be managed in terms of housing and accommodation and services, and in terms of our own business potential. So tourism is one of our key businesses here, and downstream from that. And and also communities cannot be overwhelmed, because that actually causes social division as well. So I suppose, coming from my background and having studied intercultural communication and having travelled in terms of doing research with this, that's where I'm coming from. Mm-hmm. This needs to be managed properly.
And you raised those concerns, and your colleagues in Fianna Fáil, other candidates, raised those concerns. Did you receive any feedback from Party HQ on this? Any commitments? It's something that they might be able to address, work on?
Yes, indeed, I did. The Domestic Affairs Department is being set up, or that's on the manifesto. However, that gets worked into the programme of government. And that should have a more holistic view, as there was a Department of Immigration, Children and anything you're having yourself. Like, that just didn't make any sense. So that will have hopefully a holistic view. Also, I think, in fairness to Mark and his raising of the issues initially, as I said to Mark, and always said to Mark, he's usually too early to market on his views. He's often ahead of everybody else, and indeed his own father probably too. So what he's saying now is what's happening. Yeah. And again, it's about strategic management.
Absolutely.
I mean, we know this. We know that this is happening across Europe. Yeah. It was not a surprise. So you have to kind of manage that appropriately. Right. So I did get feedback, and I do feel the manifesto will address it in terms of a firm, fair, robust system that they do plan to implement, and I'm sure they will now look at where, in terms of housing, and ensuring that people aren't, that existing housing needs are not being affected, like has happened here in Sligo.
All right, John McCartan, let's join up some of the dots there from what Edel McSharry was just talking about. The lack of accommodation, the ATU obviously getting university status at the same time, the lack of a proper and adequate transport infrastructure, trains coming into Sligo on time, everything geared up against the students here. The future, we're on about the future generation, the entrepreneurs of the future. Somebody like yourself from a business background will very much be aware of this. We're not giving them a great start, we're making life difficult, we're stacking the odds against them here.
And in keeping with a lot of the conversation that's been had here over the 2 days, infrastructural deficit in the country. And I know we've been accused of green bashing and all the rest of it, but we just haven't had that, it's not for the want of money, but we just haven't had the finance stream that allowed us to do the roads infrastructure projects, the rail infrastructure projects. On a housing end of it, I mean, we did have a situation here when I was on Leitrim County Council where we had just one ministerial order that was issued to every county council that they were to enforce the EPA codes of practice on one-off rural housing. Now, that was a ministerial order. It wasn't a new law. It wasn't any sort of legislation, though it had no statutory backbone other than it was a ministerial order to enforce the EPA codes.
No input.
And what that meant was that the EPA code of practice was quite a blunt instrument. It said you should do a T-test, and if you didn't get a test in excess of 90, in other words, you dig a metre hole with water and you fill it with water, and you're watching to see how quickly the water leaves out of it. If the site is deemed to be sodden, they just ruled it ineligible for any system discharging to surface or ground. In other words, if you were building a house that only expelled a thimbleful of water every 12 months, you could not build that house, regardless of the technical solution you came up to ensure that you didn't have ponding, that you didn't have any pollution of any sort. That ministerial order by John Gormley at the time scuppered the one-off rural development. This is at a time when we were after building ghost estates that nobody really wanted in places where nobody was going to live.
But we're almost being shepherded into them.
Yeah, and now
as a result of this legislation.
And I think what they tried to do then was force young rural dwellers, particularly farmers' sons, into them, into these ghost estates that they had built. Now we're suffering from that because the people who should have been building on their own land, providing good technically clean solutions, clean engineering solutions to whatever pollution problems that they may well have incurred in the past.
All right, okay.
That wasn't allowed. And we have a housing deficit now, even in rural Ireland, even in places like Leitrim, because of it.
As a result of it. Okay, our technical crew are telling us here it's time that we were heading for another commercial break. Edel McSherry, thank you so much indeed for joining us. Commemorations in relation to how the campaign looks to be not working out this time, but I'm sure you're somebody we're going to see.
Can I just say one thing, because I forgot one thing before you go to break?
Of course.
Is the day I met my husband, I'd won the lottery. He was the main man behind this campaign, the powerhouse behind it, and I just couldn't let go without saying that I could never have done any of this without him, and I'm just so delighted that he's here with me and that has been with me all the time, and the amount of man hours he gave, he was just absolutely fabulous.
Okay, I don't think we're going to go for that break, are we? Is there a count about to take place? Yes. We're hearing there's a count coming up shortly inside 5 minutes. So apologies to our colleagues back at base. We're going to hold off on that commercial break for obvious reasons. We want to take the count that's coming in inside the next few minutes or so. Edel McSherry, thank you so much indeed for joining us here in our outside broadcast studio at the Clayton Hotel for our general election coverage for 2024. We've already looked at the tally figures now, so we're going to get confirmation, hopefully, of those figures inside the next 5 minutes or so on that transfer of the Marie Casserly vote. And again, all the evidence seems to be very much suggesting here that although closing the gap somewhat, Marion Harkin will not be within striking distance of Michael Clark, but we just have...
Well, mathematically she will be.
Sorry?
Mathematically speaking, she can be.
Mathematically she can be, but
I don't think it's going to change.
Yeah, we are not expecting it to, but it's a good point that Mark is after making, mathematically perhaps, but we'll hold off on that. We're just talking there when we're waiting about it on the whole issue of infrastructure and the perfect storm in many ways. John Ellis, for the youth, for those attending college, there's a lot of challenges out there. There's housing for young people. And we've heard that time and time again over this election campaign, the genuine worries that young people have in this country.
Of course they have a genuine worry and have every reason to do it. Like you take, there was student accommodation provided in Sligo here with tax incentives and everything. And lo and behold, they can go and drive a coach and four through it and put in refugees into it. Now, okay, the refugees had to be looked after, I accept that. But if it was designated for student accommodation with the tax breaks and everything that went with it, it should be enforced. And I think that the county council actually have a role to play in this. But maybe the clauses in the planning may be so vague that you could do what you like with it, when you were finished. But what I would be doing, should be done in a case like that, is whatever tax breaks were collected, they should be recouped. That's the way you solve that problem. The other thing is, and it's back to infrastructure again, I see the rail line. If that rail line was coming in, that you had a train from, say, Longford, that got into Sligo at 8:30 in the morning, you can imagine the number of students that would be on it in Carrick-on-Shannon, in Bile, in Drummond from Longford down.
And I see it coming in time and time again where councillors are putting in motions, calling on the local authority to contact Éireann Road Éireann to provide such a service, but yet it's ignored.
But you see, what's wrong with Éireann Road Éireann is that it's extra work for somebody inside. And while the old ship is running all right, let it go. Like we saw what happened when they tried to change the thing in going into Dublin there a month or 6 weeks ago. They made a bags of it. Now, that to me is bad planning. It's nothing else, only bad planning. And if you, especially rail, you're not going to decide that some fella is going to have a puncture in the middle of the road and hold the whole lot up. It's
all right,
clear
okay. I'm going to hold it there, John. I think we're in a position where we can take the next will be count number 9 now that's coming up, the distribution of the Marie Casserly vote, and we can go back to the podium and the returning officer is standing by.
The following is the result of the 9th count, which consisted of the distribution of Marie Casserly's 3,480 votes. Clark Michael, Independent Ireland, plus 418, a total of 7,297, 7297. Fian Frank Fine Gael, plus 473, a total of 10,216, 10216. Harkin Marion, non-party, plus 1,103, a total of 6,791, 6791. Kenny Martin, Sinn Féin, plus 210, a total of 8,927, 8927. McManus Chris, Sinn Féin, plus 278, a total of 6,647, 6647. McSharry Edel Fianna Fáil, plus 442, a total of 5,390, 5390. O'Rourke Paddy Fianna Fáil, plus 46, a total of 4,406, 4406. Scanlon Eamon Fianna Fáil, plus 198, a total of 6,335, 6335. Non-transferable papers not effective, 312. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute his votes. And that's Paddy O'Rourke, 4,406 votes. Gormagov.
Okay, there you have it. Thank you, Pádraig. That's the situation there. Paddy O'Rourke being at this stage been eliminated. All right, we are going to take the news, we're going to take our local obituaries, we'll give our panel a chance to digest those figures, and we're back with further analysis on that count right after these.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
Welcome to Solar Generation, where the power of the sun meets a greener future. We are delighted to offer personalized one-to-one solar consultations right here at our new facility. With our advanced PV software, we can remotely analyze your energy bills and property, providing you with detailed insights into the benefits of solar power. And to demonstrate our commitment to solar power, we recently installed a 15 kilowatt hybrid system with battery storage right on our own roof. Imagine the possibilities for your own home or business. By harnessing the power of the sun, you can reduce your reliance on traditional energy sources and contribute to a greener planet. Join us on this journey towards a sustainable future, powering your world today and for the generations to come. Solar Generation.
When plumbing problems strike, who can you count on in the Northwest? Nordic Plumbers, that's who. From boiler services and installation to heating system upgrades, Nordic Plumbers are your first call for all your plumbing needs. Visit us online at nordicplumbers.ie or call 083 38 55 812 and get a free quote today. Nordic Plumbers, just one call or click away. For all your plumbing needs, head to nordicplumbers.ie today. RGI and Offtech registered.
Well, the main benefits transition to solar for us was the savings on the bills, and we obviously had an extra few pounds that we could put into somewhere else in the business. We're a family-run business. We like to give back to the community. Well, I shopped around and got a few quotes from different companies, and I just thought solar generation were the most professional that I came across, and it was a no-brainer at the end of the day to go for solar generation, really. I'd 100% recommend solar generation to anybody that's thinking of getting in solar. Everything was top class. They're a local company. They looked after me 100%. I couldn't have asked for any more from solar generation, and really looked after me very well.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, priced at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
Welcome to solar generation, where the power of the sun meets a greener future. We are delighted to offer personalized one-to-one solar consultations right here at our new facility. With our advanced PV software, we can remotely analyze your energy bills and property, providing you with detailed insights into the benefits of solar power. And to demonstrate our commitment to solar power, we recently installed a 15 kilowatt hybrid system with battery storage right on our own roof. Imagine the possibilities for your own home or business. By harnessing the power of the sun, you can reduce your reliance on traditional energy sources and contribute to a greener planet. Join us on this journey towards a sustainable future, powering your world today and for the generations to come. Solar generation.
When plumbing problems strike, who can you count on in the Northwest? Nordic Plumbers, that's who. From boiler services and installation to heating system upgrades, Nordic Plumbers are your first call for all your plumbing needs. Visit us online at nordicplumbers.ie or call 083 38 55 812 and get a free quote today. Nordic Plumbers, just one call or click away. For all your plumbing needs, head to nordicplumbers.ie today. RGI and Offtech registered.
As a business, we are operating in as green a fashion as possible, so solar panels was the obvious choice. And solar generation, they're a local based company. We've heard good things about them, so they were an obvious choice for us to go and get a quote from them. We compared what they had to offer against other solar providers, and it really just became quite obvious that they should be the company we partner with on this journey to a more sustainable operating system. The grants that are associated with taking on a project like this play a huge part in our decision-making process. They obviously radically reduce the payback period, so the subsidies that you're getting from government in the installation and then your accelerated capital allowances play a huge part, and definitely so far solar generation have delivered everything they said they'd do. Everything's been done in a timely and professional manner, so no hesitation whatsoever in recommending solar generation.
I find solar generation very good to work with, very patient, very friendly, and I think if it was not a local installer, it would have been more difficult to get people to come back and check things up. So shop local was really important for us, but also because the grant was available, and that was a nice incentive. But we love looking at the app and seeing how much money we make every day when the sun shines. The grant application process, solar generation were there to help us, so it was very, very easy relatively. I'd highly recommend working with solar generation. Local firm, great to support, local company and local staff.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
Well, the main benefits transition to solar for us was the savings on the bills, and we obviously had an extra few pounds that we could put into somewhere else in the business. We're a family-run business. We like to give back to the community. Well, I shopped around and got a few quotes from different companies, and I just thought solar generation were the most professional that I came across, and it was a no-brainer at the end of the day to go for solar generation, really. I'd 100% recommend solar generation to anybody that's thinking of getting in solar. Everything was top class. They're a local company. They looked after me 100%. I couldn't have asked for any more from solar generation, and really looked after me very well.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, price at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
Welcome to solar generation, where the power of the sun meets a greener future. We are delighted to offer personalized one-to-one solar consultations right here at our new facility. With our advanced PV software, we can remotely analyze your energy bills and property, providing you with detailed insights into the benefits of solar power. And to demonstrate our commitment to solar power, we recently installed a 15 kilowatt hybrid system with battery storage right on our own roof. Imagine the possibilities for your own home or business. By harnessing the power of the sun, you can reduce your reliance on traditional energy sources and contribute to a greener planet. Join us on this journey towards a sustainable future, powering your world today and for the generations to come. Solar Generation.
Very welcome back here to the Clayton Hotel. 16 minutes after 5 o'clock. You know, with all this excitement, you'd forget it was the 1st of December. It's Christmas run in, but it's far from on anyone's mind here at the minute. We've got a number of candidates eliminated. Paddy O'Rourke was the latest. His vote is currently being distributed. Let's go for some more predictions, and let's maybe concentrate for a moment on the AI angle here. And Paul Ricard, you're continuing there to mix up the research with AI. Edmund Gray, I know, is working tirelessly on this as well. You're constantly adding in information there. Any news now or from the latest conversions that you're using? What's the state in play?
Well, Edmund is back out at base working with the AI bot, and he's been ably assisted by his daughter Karen. And we're really getting dug into it, and we're updating the knowledge base for the John AI, as we've called this bot, because obviously got a lot of the early information from John Comiskey as well. And we asked the AI bot, what influence would gender have on the transfer of votes? And this is very significant. It had started by giving 800 transfers to Marion Harkin. And when we updated the knowledge base and we asked the gender question...
This is from all the candidates, is it? Or
yes, but we asked about what influence gender would have on the transfers, having updated the knowledge base. And John AI came back in the conversation with us and updated it and said that there will be between 200 and 400 of difference. So it started off with 800, and now it's somewhere between, it's saying there's somewhere going to be between 1,000 and 1,200 of a transfer to Marion Harkin. And that's significant.
It is significant.
It is significant, but John, it's a second significance is that there's still a very high-profile candidate remaining, a female candidate remaining as well. And if that trend of gender influence on the transfer continues, it's bringing the two candidates, Marion Harkin and Michael Clark, very, very close indeed. So I'd say that it's all to play for now. And John AI is still continuing saying that Harkin is in with a big chance.
Now, John McCartan, let's pick up on that.
I don't know. I think maybe John Ellis's only prediction that he gets wrong today is that John AI didn't know what he was talking about yesterday. he's still in the game, John AI, for a prediction. Look at it. I guess all messing aside, there's as Mark alluded to, there is the mathematical possibility that this gap closes. Mm-hmm. If there is a gender bias in the way that Edel McSharry's transfer breaks, well then, you know, who knows? We've seen one or two shocks during the day. It only takes one at the end when the numbers are this tight to change it. Paddy O'Rourke's distribution will soon be announced, and it will tell a tale. I've been speaking to people around the count floor. Some people saying that that Marion Harkin is beating Michael Clark 2-1. Some people saying 3-1. We were sort of guessing here because of the rural and agricultural.
Marion is picking up 3 three transfers from Paddy O'Rourke to everyone that Michael Clark has picked up.
Now, our guess here was, without seeing any tally sheets, our guess here was that she would fail to do that because of the rural nature and the agricultural nature of both men.
And geographically, it's Leitrim, it's Sligo. Agriculture, I would have said, would have been the common denominator there as well.
As we thought. But look, let's not rule out any surprises before we see, because if there's one thing, as we said yesterday, that...
and it's not gender either.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not going to be gender in that case. But, if there's a surprise like that in Paddy O'Rourke's distribution, and there's a gender bias in Adele McSharry's distribution, then an upset could be on the cards. But that is not what, in the absence of any hardcore numerical evidence, that is not what we here as a panel have been predicting or seeing.
Okay, it's interesting to say the least. Before I go to the rest of the panel, Pádraig, is there anything you'd like to add on that now? Well, would you say Marion Harkin is still in here with a greater shout than we've been saying over the last number of hours, maybe the last 24 hours, in fact?
I would say that definitely the race and the gap has tightened significantly, and I think she's in with a big chance.
Okay. Strange things happen in election counts. I think it was 2016. I think Eamon Scanlon was nearly gone home and got the call to come back in. Yeah. When transfers from Paddy O'Rourke back then eventually changed the entire landscape on it. Paddy O'Rourke's transfer is taking place here at the minute. John Ellis, we couldn't see Marion Harkin going 3-1 on transfers against Michael Clark. We were expecting the agricultural links, maybe that there'd be similarities between Paddy O'Rourke and Michael Clark, that they would maybe have more in common. Is this a big surprise to you now?
I'd be surprised, but we should have sent somebody down to check to see what's happening down below, and then we'd know. But you see, you have to remember something here. You're now down to 7s, 8s, 9s, all sorts of votes. And then it starts to get tricky for everybody. But remember that Eamon Scanlon and Edel are going to mop up the bulk of it, and Martin Kenny. So what will be left of it to be divided between Harkin and Clark is going to be limited.
It's going to be limited, John. But if the trend continues, we're talking trend more. Yeah, we're talking trend more than actual numbers now here. Yeah. And if that trend, when the wind comes in your back, and John Ellis made a great point there, I think. 7s, 8s, 9s. And 8 or a 9 is every bit as valuable as a 1 was at 10 past 9 yesterday morning.
Exactly.
At this stage. Mm-hmm. It's amazing. 9s are going to be every bit as valuable as the 1 at 10 past 9 yesterday morning.
I'll tell you the big kick here now is that how much is Eamon short of the quota?
Quota is 11381.
Eamon is in 6335, so he needs every one he gets from Paddy O'Rourke.
Yeah, you see, Eamon's not going to have a huge surplus.
He's not going to get to a surplus.
Yeah, so that means that, there's no double bounty there. There's no counting of a surplus to give you back that slag of vote that came to him. However, okay, let's just look at it this way. So, Paddy O'Rourke gets eliminated. He leaves behind him 4,000. What was it?
Would it be?
4,400.
4,400. And we say that half of that goes to Fianna Fáil. Yeah. That's 2,200. And we're going to say now that Martin Kenny will put his paw in for the half of what's left, being
25%.
Yeah, so that there's 1,000 left.
All right, I want to go to John Perry for a minute.
Well, wait now, John. There's one thing we're forgetting about. Edel McSharry and Michael Clark are second cousins.
Correct. Just mentioned there by Mark.
And that's where the kick is going to come back to Michael Clark, because every vote that she got from Ballysadare Tinniscrone
is going to go back to Clark.
It's going to go back to Clark. You can be sure of that.
Yeah, that family connection, second cousins.
Like, what do you call it?
Yeah. Well, from a tally that I heard earlier was that the amount of votes, and we're going to check this now. Our people back on the polls, on the tallies. We're going to check to see how much vote did Edel McSharry pick up in the Scrone entirely, in that West Sligo. So, and we'll see if that's significant, John, because the significance of that transferring back to Clark is going to be huge.
Will it be dependent on what she picked up in West Sligo?
In West Sligo versus the amount of vote that she has picked up in Sligo, and from our own first preference, but also from all those female candidates that have been eliminated. I'm thinking that the gap between West Sligo votes of what she's picked up and what she has gained in Sligo herself and what she has picked up from the other female candidates who have now been eliminated, that's going to be the significant difference.
No.
And it's going to bring them through.
You're forgetting one thing.
Yes, John.
Eamon Scanlon is there for the mop-up because he's going to need everything he can get from Edel. So it's a hardcore Fianna Fáil vote, a lot of what Edel McSherry would have.
All right, hold that thought for a second. I'm going to come back to it. John Perry, I want to bring you in on this.
Well, just in reference to Johnny EI, but when you look at there's 1,181 votes of a difference between Michael Clark and Marion Harkin, right? If you take it that is, if it's taken that is 1 in every 3 votes, that would mean that Marion Harkin would be getting 1,200 votes, right? So, but that would also mean that that Michael Clark will be getting 400 votes. 400 votes.
Mm-hmm.
So, if you add, if you add on that while Marion Harkin would be effectively gaining by 600 or 700 votes there, but Clark is also gaining by 400 votes. So that and that's 3 to 1 now. If Marion Harkin Harkin is getting 2 to 1, that would mean that she'll be getting 2 to 1. It would be sizable, but I think I wouldn't expect the transfer be any higher than 1,200. And if Michael Clark is getting 400, that gap of 1,181 would increase up to.
The gap is only 500. Is that right?
Yeah. The gap is 5. John, you might have been looking at the previous count. The gap is 5 between them now.
Yeah, 500 here. The gap will be at the moment. We're going to bring Mark McSharry. He's back with us here at the minute. Mark, we're looking here and between AI and the family connection that you just mentioned with Edel and Michael Clark, and we're hearing a rumour now as well, unconfirmed from some of the tally figures, that the Paddy O'Rourke surplus, that Marion Harkin is 3 to 1 on Michael Clark. For every 1 vote Clark gets, she's getting 3.
I did say it was mathematically possible earlier on. That wouldn't surprise me.
Okay.
But I would imagine whatever proportion of when you get to Chris McManus, will favour Clark over Harkin. So it depends now. It is.
And just
certainly the potential to get closer. But just at the moment, till I see more figures, I still see the same outcome.
I'm inclined to agree with Mark, but because the one thing is, I would expect Michael Clark to get more. I know what Mark thinks from Edel's.
Yeah, the Edel transfer.
Yeah.
Well, but there's still 1,000 votes there that Edel will have picked up along the way, which, I hate to use the word, women's vote, but I mean, it was. So definitely Marion is in play for those. And, it's a Sligo town vote, but there's an awful lot of Sinn Féin votes that will have been collected all over the constituency, predominantly Sligo, Donegal, West Sligo, South, that would be more of a natural sort of fit for Clark, would it?
Well, yeah, definitely.
That family connection that you alluded to a little bit earlier on, Edel and Michael Clark, could you see that being anywhere significant in transfers?
I mean, we're sort of a large family, so I'm sure we gave each other a tick after our own.
Mark,
but I mean,
when Edel got out of West Sligo, I guarantee you that 80% of that was number 2 Michael Clark.
Oh yeah, I'd agree with that. I'd agree with that. But I mean, the vote would have been well down in West Sligo.
Yeah, but say for instance she has 1,500 votes.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just saying that she might. I don't know that's what she has out of it.
Yeah.
But if she has 1,500 out of it, Michael Clark is going to get 1,000 of them. Because there's no one except himself and Eamon Scanlon for them to go to.
Yeah, but Eamon is there too, like.
He is, but Eamon isn't going to be picking up at the same level in West Sligo as would Michael.
John Parry, you have something to add to this?
Well, no, I just say, I think if you're just going on the ninth count, I asked for a coffee, that's included. The margin is 506, the difference, but I still think the point of, if you look, I looked at the West Sligo box, the boxes in the votes across from the screen back in, and that vote will be the transfer of Dale McSharry's will be certainly will be predominantly will be going to will be definitely going to Michael Clark and Eamon Scanlon, and I think
it'll be going to Eamon Scanlon. The lion's share will be going to Eamon Scanlon, no question.
Okay, well, I tell you, we'll give you an opportunity to ponder on that for the next few minutes or so. Let's go back to the floor. Let's get some more reaction from there. Claire Ronan is standing by, and she's going to be speaking to the former Sligo Fine Gael councillor, Imelda Henry. Claire, it's all yours.
Thank you, John. Thank you very much indeed. And I'm delighted to be joined by former Senator Imelda Henry. Thank you very much indeed, Imelda, for joining us. An extraordinary campaign for Fine Gael, starting with the loss of 18 and some very senior ministers. Did you expect it to be as successful from the word go?
Well, a lot of the... first of all, Claire, lovely to see you, and fantastic job that Ocean FM are doing on the coverage, and people at home are really, really enjoying watching it. We've had a lot of new candidates and of very, very high calibre. So we're delighted that a lot of them have got elected. And, a lot of the TDs stood aside that had served a long time. Also, they felt they wanted to do something else. But it's a fantastic day for Fine Gael, and we're thrilled. It was a difficult campaign. It had its ups and downs.
It certainly did. And I mean, what I think is sort of interesting, Simon Harris, of course, we all know about the famous incident that happened in Kanturk, and really it seems nearly irrelevant now, because when you see how successful Frankie has been so far today, it didn't seem to have any effect on that.
Well, first of all, can I say, I know Frankie Fegan for over 20 years. I knew him before politics when he had a pub in Boyle. And you hear a lot of people saying yesterday and today what a decent, nice fellow he is, which he is, of course. But can I tell you, there's a lot of gathering of 9,000 number ones, and that is definitely from sheer hard work, determination and delivering for this constituency. And Frank has really had a great election, and he's very deserving to get re-elected.
I heard them panel discussing him yesterday, and they were saying that you couldn't have an argument with him. He's obviously just a really, a person that just keeps a very even keel all the time.
Yeah, and he also, I would know from Leinster House, he gets on with all parties and none. He's very popular there, and really, I know from his office, he's done a lot of work for people, and a lot of work for people that may not be Fine Gael. But that's Frankie. He likes to help people, and certainly over the last 4.5 years, he has helped a lot of people in this constituency. And you can see 9,000 number ones. It does pay off hard work.
I do think that a lot of us forget the work that goes into an election campaign, like the one that you have just run with Francie, and somebody who's always been very important. But I'd like you to just tell us how important Enda McGlone is in the whole thing.
Well, Enda, of course, is someone I know for a long time too, and he would have been Director of Elections for Jerry Reynolds in the past, so he has a lot of experience in running campaigns. He's a very organised person. That's without a shadow of a doubt, and he gets on great with people. I mean, he did a fantastic job in this campaign, and it's not easy. It's not easy to be Director of Elections and to organise everything, but he did a wonderful, wonderful job, and I know that Frankie is very delighted to have had him by his side.
I asked Rosaleen O'Grady the same question earlier, and I'd be lax if I didn't ask you the same. Some of the political commentators and people on the streets are saying that Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil are merging into the one party. Now, you, Imelda, have a massive political background, including with your father, Peter Henry, who everyone listening will know, and we wish him very well. Is that the future? Is it going to be just one party, do you think?
Well, I don't actually hear a lot of talk about that, but there are a lot of similarities. And I think the coalition with Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil has worked very well. Now, can I say, a lot of work has been done, but a lot more to do. And I've heard Frankie saying that a lot on the doorsteps. Listen, we've got a lot of things right, but we still have a lot more to do. So the answer to your question is, I'm not really sure, but certainly there are a lot of more similarities with Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael than there would have been in the past. It's, yes, definitely getting closer together. And I think as well, they've worked very well as a coalition in putting the country first. I mean, if you think of, things that have happened like Brexit, COVID and the economy. And, I know it's important to talk about the economy because, we've got full employment and people, I know there are people struggling too, but it's important to keep the economy good. And we don't know what's coming down the tracks. As I heard Simon Harris saying, with Trump coming in as president, you just don't know. We've got to protect the economy.
Well, they are saying that everything will have to be wound up and all our decisions made before the end of January, because that is when Trump coming in, so that's going to have a huge effect on all of that. I just wanted to talk to you about the future of young people. There does seem to be, even though they complain, and I know myself, a lot of them contacted me with regards to the train, the Sligo train, but it's not increasing. You don't see them coming through the parties, any of them actually.
Well, actually now, Claire, I did notice a few younger people and new people getting involved. I did notice a big difference in this campaign, and I'm not so sure knocking on doors how much longer we're going to do that. Social media plays a huge part. I mean, take for example Instagram. Simon Harris has over 220,000 followers. I think Micheál Martin has about 60,000 followers, and I think Mary Lou has over 50,000, in and around that. I mean, that's where it's at. But it is engaging young people. Social media is engaging young people in politics, and I think that's a good thing. Now, sometimes, it does get a little bit out of hand, and sometimes I see things on Twitter that it goes, that's not nice and all that. But, I still think, I even see my own son, Peter, he's been out knocking on doors. He did it for Fergal Neal in the local election. He did it again for Frank. And, probably taken after me, Claire, because I love canvassing. And it's been a great campaign, and people were so nice, and it's important to listen to people. And, and I feel that's a great way. But I'm just wondering, you hear a lot of people saying, oh, nobody knocked on my door and nobody asked for a vote. And, I hope the knocking on doors does continue but social media does seem to be taking over.
It's a double-edged sword, Develda. I mean, social media, they call Simon Harris the TikTok Taoiseach, and yet he's the very one that suffered literally, so badly because he had the altercation with the lady in Kanturk. So it's hard to know what the future will be, but you do feel that it's going away from like the traditional poster and the traditional door knocking.
I do feel it is, yeah. But, there's nothing like engaging with people and, certainly getting back to Frankie. He had a great campaign and people were delighted to see him on the doorsteps. He had a great team of people canvassing for him. Can I just pay credit as well to Councillor Fergal Neal, who organised a lot of the canvassing and brought out a lot of new people. And I just was so thrilled to see so many new people canvassing for Frankie compared to the last election. So anyway, it's just fantastic. It's a good day for Frank Vigan and it's a good day for Fine Gael.
Okay, well, former Senator Imelda Henry, thank you very much indeed for joining us this afternoon. And over to you, John.
Many thanks, Claire. Before we go to a commercial break, let's bring Pádraig Hart back in. You went to establish maybe what the Edel McSharry vote would be, say more or less in Clark territory, and you've got some information from that in Clark Heartland.
Okay, in Clark Heartland, Edel McSharry picked up 37 votes in Enniscrone. She got 18 votes in Eastkey and 14 votes in Dromore West. And I think doing a quick calculation on that, I think that's 69 votes. Okay? Right. Now, here's where it's significant. Across all the transfers so far, Michael Clark has picked up 1,318 transfers. So that'll tell you how friendly the transfers are going for him. Marion Harkin has picked up 2,444 transfers. So that would indicate that she is more transfer friendly than Michael Clark. And we're talking about a catch-up race here. So that means that even though Clark is ahead, Harkin is coming very, very fast behind because she is more transfer friendly. And I think, and one other significant thing is that I think we've calculated in the Sligo region 924 transfers for Harkin as well. So we can see now the gap is tightening and hearken that second is coming more speedily.
Okay, I'm going to go for a quick commercial break. The gap might be tightening here. It's anything but in the Premiership in case you're looking for a scoreline on the big game. Liverpool are leading 2-0 against Manchester City. We can say the league is over, hand the title to Liverpool. We'll take a break, we're back after these.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
When plumbing problems strike, who can you count on in the Northwest? Nordic Plumbers, that's who. From boiler services and installation to heating system upgrades, Nordic Plumbers are your first call for all your plumbing needs. Visit us online at nordicplumbers.ie or call 083 38 55 812 and get a free quote today. Nordic Plumbers, just one call or click away. For all your plumbing needs, head to nordicplumbers.ie today. RGI and Offtech registered.
Well, the main benefits transition to solar for us was the savings on the bills, and we obviously had an extra few pound that we could put into somewhere else in the business. We're a family-run business. We like to give back to the community. Well, I shopped around and got a few quotes from different companies, and I just thought solar generation were the most professional that I came across, and it was a no-brainer at the end of the day to go for solar generation, really. I'd 100% recommend solar generation to anybody that's thinking of getting in solar. Everything was top class. They're a local company. They looked after me 100%. I couldn't have asked for any more from solar generation, and really looked after me very well.
General election coverage, the elimination of the distribution of the Paddy O'Rourke vote following his elimination, currently ongoing at the minute. We'll be going to the floor to Clare in just a couple of moments' time. Pádraig Hart, I want to bring you in here. Some more data?
Some more data. Well, first of all, the actual votes that Adele got in West Sligo are the figures I was giving you were the exit poll data, but Mark there has the actual votes that you got in West Sligo. You might run that one first, Mark, for us, please.
The Enniscrone, and I'm looking at the tally here, but they were more or less correct. About 150 in Enniscrone. In Eastkey, about 36. In Dromore West, 17. In Dramard, 13. And then there's Ratley, 17. And Stoke-on,
I used to get two in it.
Yeah.
Well, just bear with us for a moment because
Okay.
this is significant.
10 in Stoke on. Kilglass 33 and 27.60. You're way off, my friend.
No, but as a percent, it's as a proportion versus Sligo on the exit poll.
I'm not looking at exit.
No,
I'm
you're
looking at the tally.
Sligo. Yeah, but if you go over and look at what Adele got in Sligo there and make a comparison. But in the meantime,
You wanted to know
John Ellis raised.
Tally figures
John Ellis raised a question, John, about looking at Paddy O'Rourke's transfers and how they were breaking for Marion Harkin and Clark. And our tally people out there are telling us that they're breaking 3-2.
3-2.
3-2.
In favour of Harkin?
In favour of a little bit less than 3-2, but in favour of Harkin.
Of Harkin.
Yeah.
So,
3-2.
So in other words, they're breaking 50-50.
Hold on, Michael.
Michael, you're very welcome back.
Yeah, the figures are kind of definitive at this stage, just for the lower candidates that will be, the candidates that are receiving the lower amounts. So Clark's will be 276.
Okay.
Probably a possibility. It might add one onto that, maybe if the returning officer finds one. And Harkins is 354. So it's 276 to 354.
351.
350.
And the only other candidate we have at the moment is Chris McManus at 51.
Okay.
51.
And what is Kinney?
There's so many, they're still counting. But it's a large amount.
The bottom line
Scanlon is a large
bottom line
amount.
of that
McSherry
is, she's closed at 80 votes, roughly. Not enough.
Correct.
Okay, so the gap is closing.
Yeah, but there's only 80 votes. She's only closed at 80 votes. So if you take 80 votes of 500, he's still 420 ahead.
Is that 276 the total? That's the total transfer for Clare.
Well, at the moment that's there, but there could be some doubtful ones that might have to be added. No, there's no substantial amount more to come.
Okay, but
that would indicate, John, that the transfer, that Harkin isn't getting the rampant transfer that was expected, really.
No.
If you look at 354 and Michael Clark is 276, that is.
It's 3-2 as opposed to 3-1 that we're hearing initially.
But that's an awful difference.
That's a big difference.
Chalk and cheese.
That is a big difference.
That's chalk and cheese. And when you look at the,
if you take it and you move it on. It means that Michael Clark is going to go up 276. So if you put 276 on to 7.3 roughly, so he's going to go to 7.6.
Correct. Can I just cut out for a moment because I want to get back and get the right tally figures on the rest. Just an indication for you. Obviously,
and
Kenny is getting a very large amount.
Yeah,
looks
had
like.
to happen.
And so is Scanlon, large amount, up on possibly 1,000.
Okay, well,
could be between 900 and 1,000 for both of them.
Is very much
and
geographical.
McSherry is going to fall between maybe 600 to 700.
That's what we
and don't have Fians, but we'll have them in about 10 or 15 minutes.
All right. Okay.
Thanks,
well,
Michael.
Right. We might even get some reaction to Paddy on that as well. Paddy O'Rourke joined us there, and I'll tell you what, we'll get reaction to your transfer after, and we'll go to Claire first of all on the floor and see what's happening. Claire, over to you.
Okay, thank you, John. I'm joined here by Councillor Barry Gallagher. Councillor Gallagher, you've been working with Eamon Scanlon on the campaign. How are you feeling right now?
Currently, it's looking good. It's all down to transfers, how transfers is going to go. Eamon ran a good, strong campaign. I feel he had a great team around him this time. I know there's people giving out. There was 3-1 originally, Adele ran a mammoth campaign. And then Eamon was at it, and then Paddy O'Rourke was at it near the end. So people are wondering, was 1 the right decision? Was 2 going to be enough for it? 3, was that the right decision? For us, I'm South Sligo based, so I have to kind of look after my people in South Sligo. And Eamon was elected before in there. This is my 3rd time campaigning for Eamon. And I will always say Eamon is one of the best you can get, because you ring him, you have a problem. When he was in Dáil Éireann, he'd come back to you, and Anthony, you asked him, he was always come back to you, whether it was the good answer or a bad answer, or what you wanted to hear. But he would also, just it was tough for the Scanlon family too, because he buried his brother on a Thursday, and 2 days later he was above in Curry and Balahi with me. energy levels were low, but he was doing it for the greater good for the people of South Sligo. So it's looking good. I'd be delighted to see him get over the line.
Yeah, it's very hard when personal situations like that. You'd have to admire somebody who 2 days later was getting out on knocking on doors, and I'm sure that the people's houses that he called to were grateful to see him.
Definitely, and look, that goes for everyone that was on the ticket. Like, you're taking a lot of the councillors there, Gino, Edel, Marie Casterly, Nessa, Michael Clark. They all done it in June, and they were going back out again. Like, energy levels, you're running adrenaline at the end. But definitely, people in South Sligo, when we lost Eamon the last time, knew that we couldn't let it happen again. So we got out everyone behind them. We got the vote in that has him where it is. So hopefully now it'll be another couple of hours. We should be in a good position.
But I mean, I wonder, Barry, do people understand how much time actually goes into canvassing? You know, I've spoken to a lot of people today. I mean, you're obviously working as a councillor yourself and your own work as well. So, I mean, is it every evening you go out, rain, hail or shine? Is that what you were doing?
Yeah, weather wouldn't matter. Weather doesn't come into it, and if you have a cough or a cold or a sneeze, get on with it. You have to hit as many doors. I did hear earlier on today people giving out that they didn't see anyone coming to them, and people have to understand this was the shortest ran, we'll say, election for us anyways on Eamon's side, because we'd only 28 days to get around to every area, and I spent 3 months in South Sligo trying to cover it and still didn't get it covered. And like we were trying to, now we had a great team. We met in Ballymote and in Tubbercurry, and the team, I believe, was bigger this time to get out on the doors, because we do need a strong voice, which Eamon will be for us in South Sligo.
You know, we've been talking all day actually about like the TikTok, Taoiseach and social media and everything. But let's be honest about it. Eamon is an old-fashioned, run-of-the-mill politician, and he's still popular without being on TikTok every night of the week.
Definitely, yes. Social media is taking over. I don't know what his feel would be to be on TikTok at the night times or evening times. Yeah, but it's the people on the ground. Like, and I know, unfortunately, with Edel, probably felt that councillors weren't going with her, and it's unfortunate because in South Sligo we have to back who's beside us, and like I've the greatest respect for Edel, and what she put in this campaign was unreal for her first time elected to Sligo County Council, along with myself. Then to go out 7 months later and to contest a general election, and if things fell different ways, it could be totally different this evening.
Looking at it from the outside, I have to tell you, I think even from some of the messages we've got and people I've spoken to, they actually think that, you know, for Edel, it wasn't really fair.
Yeah, and there was 5 ladies running, and you'd be asking yourself, like, we want more females in politics. Why aren't the females coming out, or why aren't they being voted for? It's a question I cannot answer. People, bureaucracy in this country is that you vote for who you think is going to be the strongest for you. I can 100% see where Edel would see her done by. She went to a convention, she got it, 2 others pulled out, and then Eamon was at it, and a week or two after Eamon, Paddy O'Rourke was at it in Leitrim. So look at, everyone is there. I don't know what ways it works mathematically above in the HQ, but they had their ways and reasonings for doing it.
Well, I suppose it's always easy to criticise and comment in retrospect. But so far anyway, Barry, the Eamon Scanlon camp is quietly confident.
Quietly confident, yeah. And look at over the next few hours when the transfers go. Could be going on for a while yet. People are saying 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. But if the surplus is to go round, we could be here to the early hours.
Well, that's what's normally the case, so we could be chatting again. Councillor Barry Gallagher, thank you very much indeed, and it's over to you, John. Thank you.
Barry, thank you very much indeed for that. Now, let's go back to the Paddy O'Rourke transfer, or maybe who better than to talk about the transfer of his votes after his elimination, Paddy O'Rourke. Paddy, you're very welcome. Thanks a million for joining us. First and foremost, officially the race is over now. The transfers, where are they going to head, Paddy?
Yeah, the race is over for me on this occasion, but the issues in County Leitrim remain and will have to be addressed. So, to your second part of your question there, as to where, I suppose in the north of the county where I did manage to secure a share of the vote, it might be understandable that some of that might drift to Marion Harkin.
Yeah.
And but I mean, in the main body of the vote, I'd be surprised if there's a huge slippage from within the Fianna Fáil family.
You reckon it would stay within the party?
I reckon it would stay within the family. And the thing about it is, Michael Clark, I know Michael Clark, I've known him over a number of years. He and I shared a cross-border committee, he representing Sligo and me representing Leitrim respectively.
The agricultural connection between yourself and Michael Clark?
Yeah, well, it was through the committee really that we got to know one another, and naturally on the fringes and meetings and whatever, we would always have conversations, and occasionally I would bump into him in cattle marts or wherever, and he used to be teasing me about running and whatever, and I said, well, you better have a word in Sean Durgan's ear. There's no point in me talking to him. And he said, oh, well, I've long left that space, he said, and I won't be going back. So anyway, I'd imagine that he probably will get some, but I just, on the geography of it, it's hard to see how it would flow outside the family, because I mean it was after all a relatively tight vote, and there is a limited amount of them. It's difficult to see how, when they're divvied up, that they'll make a huge impact on any candidates other than Indel and Eamon.
All right, John McCartan geographically would know that into the country very well.
Yeah, and look at far be it from me, Paddy, to argue with you about where your vote is going. But I would say one thing to you. You had very little time in the race. You were contesting against two very high-profile candidates within your own party. Yet you pulled a very substantial vote together, and that accounts for more than what was the Fianna Fáil share of the vote. So if you go around to the areas around me, Newtowngore and Dramila and those areas, you got more than the Fianna Fáil vote in those areas. You got a personal vote in those areas. So I think, and you have to remember, you were contesting against Martin Kenny, a man from 4 or 5 miles up the road from you, went to the same school as you. So I think some of those votes that you took are not Fianna Fáil votes. You took Fine Gael votes in some of those places, and they will come back to Fine Gael in your after your elimination. So I would be predicting that yes, your Fianna Fáil family vote will stay, the half of your vote might stay with them, but there will go a chunk to Frank Feehan as well, and then from that, it's the interesting thing of what happens with the balance and how much of that can Marion Harkin hold on to over and above what Michael Clark will take. Paddy has alluded to the fact that there's the connection.
3-2, John, was the figure I think we were getting a few moments ago.
Yeah.
In favour of Marion.
Yeah, but so it's 3-2. Well, if it is, supposing it's 3-2, it's 3-2 of minus half of Paddy's vote that goes to Fianna Fáil, minus maybe, a third or a half of what's left that might drift off to Frank Feehan and Martin Kenny.
Juicing all the time.
And so it's 3-2 out of a small pool of Paddy's own.
And that backs up the point that Paddy is making. John Ellis, next I'd ask you to address your Fianna Fáil colleague here. A number of factors here in this. Paddy came late to the party. We heard that a few times last night. Mark McSharry has already made the point here that if Fianna Fáil were serious about taking 2 seats, it needs to be one strong candidate in Sligo, one strong candidate in Leitrim. John Ellis, pick up on some of those points.
Well, I definitely agree with that. I think that you needed a 2-candidate strategy if anyone coming out of Leitrim was going to have a chance, because divide and conquer was the oldest game in any war, and it's no different in politics. But the big thing, in my opinion, here is that I estimate that 50% of Paddy's vote will stay with Fianna Fáil and divide probably 60-40 or 70-30 between Eamon Scanlon and Edel McSharry. But the balance of it, how much is Martin Kenny going to pick up, seeing that it's a Leitrim vote? And Paddy did take votes off Martin Kenny vis-a-vis the last election, because Martin Kenny's vote in Leitrim was down considerably and they went to Paddy. So will they go back to Martin Kenny, or will they stay with Fianna Fáil? That's what we don't know. But it's all going to be down to, we heard 3-2. 3-2 at this stage of the amount of votes that will be left to be divided.
Pool.
Yeah, divided between Marion Harkin and Michael Clark. It's back down to probably maybe 500 votes max.
All right. Mark, I'll come to you in a moment. John Perry.
Yes, I want to compliment Paddy on an outstanding campaign. It certainly proves his work rate in South Leitrim and in Leitrim indeed, and the huge recognition he got. It's a fantastic, well done, a remarkable achievement. But if you look at if you apply the figures that were mentioned, the 276 to Michael Clark and the 354 to Marion Herkin, and if you separate the difference, it would mean that Michael Clark is still an advantage of 428 votes after those transfers are applied. So I'm not looking at all at the Fianna Fáil transfer. I'm looking at of the remainder after Fianna Fáil. If you say the 354, it brings up to I tell you what, it brings up to Michael Clark to 7573 and Herkin up to 7145, and the difference of 428 votes. So that would mean that the advantage is going for Michael Clark on that transfer.
Okay, I want to bring in Mark McSharry on this as well. Mark, again, another Fianna Fáil connection here to Paddy O'Rourke this time.
Yeah, Paddy did exceptionally well. Again, just to reiterate what we said last night, Fianna Fáil are serious about it. Their strategy should be one in Leitrim, one in Sligo and the Story. And again, Paddy, with very, very short time to campaign, has pulled it out of the bag for his colleagues, and will be the kingmaker again for, not just Fianna Fáil, but indeed others. And, I think Fianna Fáil will be the biggest winners from his. Certainly, Kenny is going to get a share, and Marion will get a share, and Clark will probably get a smaller share. And that's what I expected to see. I think when Edel goes, it'll probably favour, aiming 60% at that stage, and ultimately it'll come down to Chris McManus, and my best guess, without seeing anything, is that transfer will favour Clark sufficiently to keep him that little nudge ahead.
Yeah. Before I go to a commercial break, and Paddy, I want to come back to you for a minute or two. When it comes to quantifying how successful this campaign has been for you, you've polled well in Leitrim, you've taken a good vote out of there. The fact that you will have played your part here as a three-candidate strategy in ensuring that Fianna Fáil takes one seat, looking like Eamon Scanlon at the minute, will that be enough for you? Will you say quietly, job well done, or obviously you wanted to be elected, but is this the next best thing?
Well, obviously I would have liked to have been elected, the same as I would have done in 2016, but that's where we are now. But I was just thinking on the way over that this affair, if you call it, or my attempt at international politics, bears a strong resemblance to that of when I set out to get a council seat, because it took my third attempt to get a council seat. And as I said on the day when I finally arrived in Carrick-on-Shannon in 2004, I said I left home 13 years ago to get here, and now I'm here 13 years later. Because remember, at that time I was cornered in southeast Leitrim, up again Big Beast. You had two people who were Oireachtas members contesting the same election as I was. And the view was that there had never been representation from my area for 75 years, and there never would be. That was said to me, and that I was more or less banging my head against the wall. I was defeated by the narrowest of margins on the first occasion, which seemed narrow, but not narrow compared to the second time, when I was defeated by a mere 7 votes. Fortunately, I got elected in 2004, and we know what has occurred since. I was comfortably returned at each election, thankfully to the people of the Ballinamore area. But I'm just saying to you that there does seem to be a remarkable resemblance. And to those who say that it is impossible to have representation for Fianna Fáil in County Leitrim, I would just say, just take a look back at my epic struggle to become a councillor and represent those 10,000 people of the Ballinamore electoral area.
Do you feel geographically where you're situated in a Sligo-Leitrim constituency on the Cavan border that's going to always make a difference?
Well, you could not believe. I mean, you can see how my vote has increased across North Leitrim, and you could not believe how that gap seems to have narrowed in the 8 years since I ran the last time. The last time it was a big issue. Oh, you're away down in Carrick-on-Shannon, whatever. And as I said to one lady, and I only had to say it to a couple of people, The wires run both ways. It's only a phone call. I might as well be in the next parish as being in Carrigalan because of the improvements that there is, we'll say, in telecommunications and email and all that. So it hasn't been, and I don't foresee it being an issue in the future.
On the back of that, finally, Paddy O'Rourke, I take it from what you're saying, you want to contest future general elections?
Well, I mean, the circumstances within which they are called and the circumstances, we're going to have a new census, or, we will have a census within the lifetime of this Dáil. There are any amount of questions that will give the answer as to whether my candidature at another outing would be appropriate. But could I put it to you this way? My appetite to represent the people of Leitrim and to try to put to right the many deficits that have occurred in County Leitrim because of the fact that we didn't have anybody in the government party for the last 18 years, they're still there. And I would say to the incoming deputies, and the very best of luck to those who succeed here tonight, I would say, please don't forget Leitrim. It's one thing to come into Leitrim and hoover up votes out of it, but I would appeal to them not to forget our county, because there are a lot of deficits that need to be amended.
All right. Paddy O'Rourke, thank you for all your help throughout the campaign and for joining us today. Mark, figures before we go for a break. Here we go.
So, Frank Feehan, plus 848, that brings him to 11,064. Martin Kenny, 1,020. Michael Clark, 276.
Wait, now, what does that take Martin Kenny to?
9927.
Yeah.
Michael Clark, 276 to 7573. Marion Harkin, 354 to 7145. Chris McManus, 51 to 6698. Eamon Scanlon, 977 to 7312. And Edel McSharry, 672 to 6062. So what that says to me is Frankie Feehan will be elected on the next count, because I think there'll be a sufficient transfer from Edel to him. And on we go then. It'll be very interesting to see Edel. I expect Edel's transfers to break down 60% of the transferable vote in favour of Scanlon, or thereabouts.
All right, okay, so that is an interesting situation.
John, it confirms the differences. The difference is the 500. The difference is the 354 applied, and the 276. That's the difference is there on the.
Okay, I see loads of messages coming in about various tally figures, whatever. All is available on the Ocean FM website. I'm way behind for a break. I'm going to take that back with further reaction to those tally figures right after these.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
When plumbing problems strike, who can you count on in the Northwest? Nordic Plumbers, that's who. From boiler services and installation to heating system upgrades, Nordic Plumbers are your first call for all your plumbing needs. Visit us online at nordicplumbers.ie or call 083 38 55 812 and get a free quote today. Nordic Plumbers, just one call or click away. For all your plumbing needs, head to nordicplumbers.ie today. RGI and Offtech registered.
As a business, we are operating in as green a fashion as possible, so solar panels was the obvious choice. And Solar Generation, they're a local based company. We've heard good things about them, so they were an obvious choice for us to go and get a quote from them. We compared what they had to offer against other solar providers, and it really just became quite obvious that they should be the company we partner with on this journey to a more sustainable operating system. The grants that are associated with taking on a project like this play a huge part in our decision-making process. They obviously radically reduce the payback period, so the subsidies that you're getting from government in the installation and then your accelerated capital allowances play a huge part, and definitely so far Solar Generation have delivered everything they said they'd do. Everything's been done in a timely and professional manner, so no hesitation whatsoever in recommending Solar Generation.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
The Ocean FM car giveaway for 2024 is now live. You could be driving away in this stunning Hyundai i20 Deluxe Plus worth €25,000 for as little as €10. Fitted with all mod cons such as 16-inch alloy wheels, privacy glass, wireless phone charging and lots more. Grab your ticket now, price at only €10. You can get 6 tickets for €50 or 10 tickets for €80. To get yours, just go to oceanfm.ie and click on the car giveaway. Best of luck.
You're very welcome back to Ocean FM's live coverage of the 2024 general election count here in the Clayton Hotel in Carrick in Sligo. We're waiting up at the podium. We're expecting now we should be having another count coming up here very, very shortly indeed. We brought you the tally figures just a couple of moments ago in relation to the surplus vote of Paddy O'Rourke. Now, the big factor that we're looking at was how they were going to break down in relation to Michael Clark and to Marion Harkin. And the breakdown was Clark 276, Harkin 354. Briefly, John McCartan, when we're waiting here for the returning officer to take his position on stage again, that breakdown again not large enough, not significant enough for Harkin's cause.
No, it still leaves a margin of 428 that you have to draw back from somewhere.
The following is the result of the 10th count, which consisted of the distribution of Paddy O'Rourke's 4,406 votes. Clark Michael, Independent Ireland, plus 276, a total of 7,573, 7,573. Fihan Frank, Fine Gael, plus 848, a total of 11,064, 11,064, 11064. Harkin Marion non-party plus 354, a total of 7,145, 7145. Kenny Martin Sinn Féin plus 1,020, a total of 9,947, 9947. McManus Chris Sinn Féin plus 51, a total of 6,698, 6698. McSharry Edel Fianna Fáil plus 672, a total of 6,062, 6062. Scanlon Eamon Fianna Fáil plus 977, a total of 7,312, 7312. Non-transferable papers not effective, 208. No candidate has reached the quota on this count. As there is no surplus for distribution, I will now exclude the lowest candidate and distribute her votes. That's Edel McSharry, 6,062 votes. Goramagev.
So the distribution of Edel McSharry's vote will now take place, and I suppose significantly it will be going to clear in just a couple of moments' time. We're getting very close to someone being elected now at this stage in Frankfegan.
Yeah, certainly. And actually quite a surprise in that was 848 votes from Paddy Rourke's 4,000 odd votes.
Well, that's again the work maybe that Frank Feehan would have done in South Leitrim over a period of time.
Yeah, well,
it's the Fine Gael protest vote against no candidate in Leitrim, and they voted for Paddy and voted number 2 for Frank Feehan, and that has always happened.
I wouldn't call it entirely. No, John, I'm not trying to disagree. I wouldn't call it entirely a protest vote.
No, but
there is a personal vote for Paddy there among his neighbours and among the people who live in the parish of Carrigallen and Ahavas and Ballinamore, and they voted for him personally, but those votes came home.
All right, okay. I'm getting loads of messages that we're not getting enough Sinn Féin representation. We're not getting enough Sinn Féin views on the panel today. Let's put that right straight away. Let's go back to Claire Ronan. She's joined by the one and only Sligo councillor there, Arthur Gibbons, to address the balance.
Good evening, Arthur Gibbons, councillor, Sinn Féin councillor. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Okay, so it's getting very close for Martin Kenny.
It's getting very close for Martin, and in fairness, we expect to see Martin elected. It'll be straight after, I'd safely say, Frank Feehan, and Martin will be next in line for that. And in fairness to him, like Martin has always been a vote getter, and it hasn't surprised us at all this time, the vote that he has got. And we used a strategy there that we'd run Martin, and we used Chris McManus here within the town. Now Chris isn't totally gone yet. In reality, there's everything to play for. It depends on how the town candidate Edel McSharry's vote split up at the moment, because we've seen it there in the past that it doesn't necessarily mean that her vote is going to follow party lines. We've seen that in the past. So if it is a thing that he can pick up enough of a vote for her, it still leaves him in there with a running chance. And realistically, this has been a very short campaign. It's only been the last 3 weeks. We worked very hard to get the vote out, and that's evident in the vote that we have got. The fact as well that it was a low turnout, and to see the vote that we have got between our two candidates, I think it's phenomenal. And hopefully, and I know it's an outside chance, but hopefully we could be leaving here this evening with the two lads elected, both Martin and Chris. That'd be what I'd love to see, and I think it might be a bit wishful, but it isn't over yet until we see how the distribution of Edel's votes.
As they say, it's not beyond the realms of possibility. Arthur, I always sort of felt sorry for Chris McManus at the last election, because there was a lot of feeling on the day, and you were there and we talked about it, that he was sort of robbed.
Well, what happened with Chris at the last time was because the polls didn't indicate in time. We were after coming out of a fairly bad presidential election. A local election wasn't that great for us, and then we went straight into the general election, and the polls didn't really show in our favour until about a week beforehand, and it was too late. And Chris took the honourable decision, put the party first, and says he was afraid that it would kind of interfere with Martin's vote and that it would dilute Martin's vote and that none of them get elected, so he stepped down and he didn't run. It was regrettable that he didn't, because Chris would have been elected as a TD at that time, and we would have achieved the two. But look, Foresight is a great thing. But in relation today, I think we have everything to be proud of, whether Chris is elected or he's not elected. I think we have something to be proud of, that especially here in Sligo and in Leitrim, that we were able to get out the vote. Like, as everybody knows themselves, we had a brilliant crew, we had a brilliant work crew. We canvassed every house. We canvassed Strand Hill, Sligo Town. That was my responsibility. That's what I can speak for. And we knocked every door. Now, I know some of the evenings that we got out were very bad evenings, and people wasn't inclined to open their doors. You were going into areas where people was a lot of elderly, and you didn't get to talk to those people. But for the people that we did, everything was so positive. Everybody says, we want change. It says things can't go on the way that they were going, and change was the main thing. That was the message we were getting.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because it seems that you've huge support among young people. They really, really want to change. Now, how many of them came out?
Well, I know within our own end of it, and people that we had been talking to even on Friday evening, that we called around, on Thursday evening, and we called around in some of our main areas, and we asked people to come out and whatever. The amount of support that we got, text messages from people and whatever else, and an awful lot of those young people. And it was young people that's concerned about the fact that they'll never own a house, as well as that they're in college and the whole thing, their education, what is it for? They get them that the value of is taken up in some other country, because there's no sense in them staying here in this country, because the jobs are there, but they can't afford any houses. That's what it boils down to. Cost of living is out through the roof, and there was an awful lot of youngsters there that really got involved with our campaign and canvassed for it. So I wouldn't really look at the young people and say that it wasn't the young people that kind of didn't come out to vote. I think myself that it was probably the older generation, and the older generation will be set an awful lot in their ways, and it kind of follow tradition and the way that they vote. Now, in fairness, and it has to be said as well, is the turnout was very low.
It was disappointing, wasn't it, Arthur?
It was very disappointing. But look at the vote that we got out of that low turnout. It's normally the other way around. It's with a high turnout that we make grounds, and realistically, we've made fantastic grounds all over the country. It's not just even in Sligo and the vote that Chris got, like Chris and Martin has got between them. Like, it's all over the country. We are looking at, and keep the fingers crossed, I hope I don't kind of put a Medusa touch on it or whatever else, but we're looking at anywhere between 39 TDs, 39 to the early 40s in TDs, maybe 42, 43 TDs, which is a massive increase on the last time. And I think myself, look, at the end of the day is we will keep persevering forward for our people, for people's rights, for our housing is the main thing, cost of living, try and get it down. And in fairness, who's ever going to form the next government, and I'm not ruling us out of the equation in that, the one other aspect that needs to be looked at is just the middle earner that's out there, the ordinary worker that's out there, those that's earning in around 35, 40,000 a year, because they're overlooked with everything. Any bonuses that came out, even in the last budget, all it meant to those that was earning around 40,000 a year was an increase of €7 from the government, and that's as much as it didn't even come in line with inflation and the cost of living. So the likes of that needs to be addressed. The price of petrol, the fuel or the taxes that was put on the likes of coal and oil and all of those things need to be addressed, and they need to sit down and they need to start putting that back into the reach of people. I know even through the county council, I know staff within the county council, and it might be grade 3s or grade 4s, but maybe travelling in from Inniscrone into work every day, and because you don't have a right public bus service or whatever, have to depend on their car. And that car is costing them a fortune every week. And it's not a thing that there's any major increases in their wages to match this cost of living out there. So there's things that sacrifices has to be made. Let it be breaks for the children, let it be different food standards, whatever else, cut back on electricity, cut back on heating. And these are the things. And these people will always work. And I think that they're held nearly at ransom. There's one family that I was actually talking, and they'd be close enough to myself, where there's 5 children in it. And their dad is working. He's the only salary coming into the house. He's an average wage, being about 35, 40,000 a year. But that family is worse off than they were 3 years ago. They are not entitled like the fuel allowances or anything else that others get out there. And he'd been better off if he was earning in around 20,000 or 21,000, or even if he was unemployed. There's no incentive to get people out there to work. And he insists that he couldn't sit at home, he always has to work. But yet it's his kids and his family, and they just get on with it. And they're the ones, it's the silent ones like that that's not being heard out there. They're the ones that need to be listened to. Reality to it. It's not just those, the big knobs at the top that's earning 100,000 a year or whatever else, that the likes of the government bonus that they gave, their increase in their wages or whatever else. They're the ones out there that's making on this and creaming on it. But it's not just the ordinary worker, and it needs to be addressed regardless who goes into government. Let it be Sinn Féin that's in government with, hopefully that is Sinn Féin and the left can make up a government in relation to it. But regardless who it is, these are the issues that do need to be dealt with.
And what do you think of the fact that Micheál Martin has been quite adamant that he doesn't want to go into government with Sinn Féin?
Well, Micheál Martin speaks from both sides of his mouth, and that's the reality. After all, coming into the last general election, what was the first thing that Micheál Martin says? That there was no way that they were going into government with Fine Gael. Fine Gael had ruined the country. Their policies was completely different, and that there's no way that Fianna Fáil could sit down and do it. And what did he do? But they went in and they joined in with Fine Gael and they joined in with the Greens, was to stop Sinn Féin from getting into government, which was the people's choice at the time, and that's where it is. So like at the end of the day, the next week or the next couple of weeks now will actually show, right, who wants to get into government with who.
It'll be very interesting to watch. Councillor Arthur Gibbons, thank you very much indeed for joining us.
You're more than welcome, Claire.
To you, John.
Claire, thank you so much. Arthur, thank you very much indeed for that contribution. So, the state of play here, we are now into the distribution of the Edel McSharry vote. John Perry, I want to come back to you first of all on this now and see where we're going to move from here.
I'd first like to compliment Councillor Gibbons. I know that what he says there about the families living on the wage packet week to week, he's very right. I think that whichever government forms, these are the cost factors of cutting down the cost of living, cost of expenses, wages and all that goes with it. I think he is very salient. He's a very effective councillor, and I think he's really a people's representative. And what his contribution was quite very comprehensive and covered a lot of the pertinent issues that are very relevant. Just on the question you asked, I think the difference there still is 428 votes of a difference between Marion Harkin and Michael Clark. It's 428 in favour of Michael Clark. When you look at the transfer of Edel McSharry's, I believe there was over 500 votes cast for Edel McSharry in West Sligo, Germany. And when you look at the gene pool there in that area of South and West and East Sligo, Germany, I expect to see Michael Clark canvass extensively in that South, West and East Sligo. He put in a huge campaign there, and people when they have, when you go to that ballot paper, it'll be, I have no doubt it'll be he will be very high up in the papers, and I think that I expect quite rightly that Eamon Scanlon will get a huge transfer from this as well. But I genuinely believe that Michael Clark will get more of a transfer from this than will get more of a Michael Clark will get more of a transfer of this than Marion Harkin.
Okay, this Fine Gael angle I want to take on this with you as well, John Perry. And I know we spoke briefly to John McCartan about it and John Ellis. Frank Feehan take in 848 votes in a transfer there from Paddy O'Rourke, a Fianna Fáil candidate in Leitrim.
Well, I think that, Frank, as I say, that John McCartan, he was a TD for South Leitrim and Roscommon. He had an office in Ballinamore. People are very familiar with him, Jeremy. And I suppose he had a track record of being a TD Roscommon and South Leitrim for 5 years, and people knew him on the ground. He's very affable. He's on the ground, and I think that it doesn't surprise me one bit that he's getting that transfer from the Ballinamore into Carrick-on-Shannon, because it's a huge area, and then it certainly reflects on his work that's done to date, really.
All right, okay. It's interesting to note on that. John Ellis, just to break down those Paddy O'Rourke figures a little bit more, I made it 1649 votes stayed within the Fianna Fáil camp that went to between Eamon Scanlon and Edel McSharry.
Yeah, that would be the breakdown. We said at the start roughly 50% of
yes.
It. That's the way it's gone. As John said, there was personal votes from Fine Gael people that went into it. And you see, you also have to remember that Martin Kinney's vote in Leitrim dropped probably the 1,000 or so, and they have he lost them to Paddy. A lot of them, I'd say, on a personal basis because they'd be local to each other. And they went back to Martin Kenny once Paddy was eliminated. Like, we all know that county loyalties is there. That might be taken at the start, but when it then comes to move on, that loses weight as you move. So I know it would be the sort of natural breakdown that you would have expected.
I would have expected. All right, John McCartan, we're now very much going to be focusing in on the distribution of the Adele McSharry vote. Obviously, when we get some tally figures on that, it'll give us a clearer indication. But in relation to the overall picture, to the destination of the 4 seats, what type of trends should we be looking for from this transfer?
Well, obviously, it's that Marion Harkin needs to close this 428 vote gap. Now, she's been closing it as we've been moving forward through the count. But is there enough time, and are there enough votes left for her to do that? Adele McSharry's vote is certainly going to break 50-50 Fianna Fáil, so it's not all going to be transferable to her. John Perry makes an interesting point there that 500 of them came from the west side of Sligo, meaning that if one is to believe that those are votes that Adele managed to sneak out from under Michael Clark, they're quite likely to go back to Michael Clark, family connection and all. So if Michael takes 500 off them, that hardly leaves room enough for Marion Harkin to take back a 428 vote gap. After that, you're waiting for the Chris McManus vote to tell us what the last seat's going to be. And just talking to the people around the count centre, the general feeling is that there just won't be enough in it for Marion Harkin, but nothing is impossible at this stage of the count.
There's just one thing that we want to look to here, John. That is that once Adele McSharry's votes are transferred, now it will, in my opinion, elect Frank Feehan. Yeah. I think he has to get elected out of it. Whatever surplus Feehan has isn't going to be sufficient to prevent the next elimination, which would be McManus. So that means that we're heading into the second last count.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are. It's near a game set a match now, to be honest.
Yeah, you could well be looking at it. That's been the penultimate count of the night, couldn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, of course, after that, any other.
Well, the only thing is Martin Kinney's surplus, which could be very big.
Yeah.
May have to be distributed. It will, actually.
Yeah.
But Martin Kenny's surplus will be counted from Chris McManus' contribution to his vote, which will be a Sligo distribution.
Yeah.
And again, from the overall picture of it, again, it's difficult to see it sway. And anyway, I suppose what we're looking from here, from a Marion Harkin perspective, and her and her followers will be analysing this and just wondering, is there any particular trends, any extra crumbs of comfort that they can maybe identify?
Yeah. If you were asking me to bet, and it's been a guessing game all day, I don't think that a Chris McManus voter from Sligo, we'll say his vote has been carried over to elect Martin Kenny, gets transferred on. I don't think that Marion can take significantly more of that vote than Michael Clark will take.
Okay.
And remember, Eamon is still going to be there looking for some of it.
Yeah.
We're forgetting that.
Just hasn't got across the line yet.
Well, you see, Eamon can't get across the line now. He's on 7-3. So
he's not going to get. He's not going to head the poll.
No.
He's not going to hear the vote either.
And like you take it, give Eamon 60% of Adele's. So that would give him 3-6. So.
We might get someone in from Eamon Scanlon's camp just to give us. I know Keith Henry is there as well. Could we get Keith in for a moment? Maybe on Eamon, just someone on Eamon Scanlon's camp if we have. But look, we can come back to that. I know Paul Taylor has joined us here in the Count Centre as well too. So that could give us an idea here from the Eamon Scanlon perspective. Councillor Paul Taylor, thank you very much indeed. A man who's well familiar with doing interviews with us. Paul, you're very welcome. Thank you indeed for joining us. I'll give you a chance to put on the headphones there. We're just looking at when the likely the likely confirmation will arrive now time-wise for the various candidates. And we're just talking about looking at it from an Eamon Scanlon perspective here. So give me your view of what's just going to be needed now over the next while to get him in that stage. I know John has painted the picture of John Ellis, John McCartan here in relation to what he's going to need. Maybe just a recap on that, John. What's Eamon Scanlon going to need here just to confirm it?
Well, you see, Eamon Scanlon to get to the quota needs approximately 4,000. Now, there's the 6 to be distributed. But if he got half, which would be exceptional, it would take him to the quota or maybe just beyond it.
Yeah.
But it's a tall order to take 50% of it.
Yeah, Paul Taylor, just to bring you in on that.
Well, just first of all, John, can I just pay tribute to yourself and Niall and the lads and the team here over the last 2 days. It's been absolutely fantastic. I was watching most of it from home, and I have to say I was tuning in all the time, and it's certainly addictive, and I'm sure there's people around the county and around the country addicted to it for the last number of days, so well done to you all. Yes, look at as we're delighted for Eamon. We're delighted in South Sligo that we're going to have a TD back, and we are going to have a TD back now. However, you know, it would seem, as John was saying there, and the lads have been saying, you know, that Eamon will get a good transfer from Edel, and he got a good transfer from Paddy, but he probably won't make the quota. He probably will be elected without making the quota. That's
no. He'll make the quota out of McManus.
Okay, well,
he'll be that close to it that.
And just take the McManus vote just to nudge him
tip him
over.
If it takes the McManus vote to put him over, I suppose that's coming before too long as well. And look at, can I say well done to everyone who has put their name on that ballot paper. It's not an easy thing to do, and everyone that does it, you know, they're putting themselves out there, and they have all done very well. And I've heard them all, most of them speak over the last 2 days here as well, and they've spoken very well. So well done to them all. Well done to our councillors as well.
And you know, you could have been in the thick of it here, Paul. You had given serious consideration, Councillor Taylor, to running as a candidate yourself in this general election. You had even gone as far as declaring your interest to seek the party nomination at one stage. What changed?
Well, I suppose a few things changed personally for me in my personal life as well. You know, one, my father stopped working. I continued with the business. Which I've always done. I've always been into construction, and I like it. My children are still young, and I felt, you know, that I'm enjoying my work in the council as well. I feel I have a good handle on that, and I like it, and I enjoy it here. And I just felt, you know, that I would be leaving for want of a better word, I would be gone a lot of the time from home with the kids. As I say, business is fairly good, and we're well supported as a business as well, locally and around Sligo, and I just felt that it wasn't the right time for me. I'm not ruling that out in the future, but it just wasn't the right time for me right now.
It's a huge choice for anyone to make, to turn their back on their own business and pursue a life in politics. Say, if you lasted, what did John say, the average 15 years?
15 years.
So even to try and go back, then obviously your business is gone in 15 years' time. You have to start something else. So it's a big gamble. It's a big choice to have to make.
It was a big decision, and it was a big decision for us all. Like we spoke as a family, and I spoke with my supporters, and I have to say a lot of my supporters would have rather if I had made the choice to go the other way. But look, I probably had to be. It was a personal choice for me and for my family in what I'd done, and I put the family first before everybody else. However, I'm not ruling that out in the future. As I've always said, you know, I'm very proud of where I come from, and you know, I would like to do something significant for where I come from. So maybe there's a future in that, maybe there's not.
All right, okay, the door is left ajar. Let's talk about the other big story from that neck of the woods in this general election. That, of course, is Michael Clark.
Absolutely. Look at Michael and myself and other councillors were all very friendly. We all get on well together, and you know, he put in a fantastic campaign. There is no doubt about that. He was out early. He pulled out all the stops, and I think that has shown in the vote that he got. But again, as the lads here have alluded to over the last number of days, you know, he's known everywhere. The Clarks are known everywhere. They're a big family. They've connections everywhere. You know, if it's through agricultural connections, and he's a lot of work done as a councillor as well. But the campaign that he ran was, I think, the best of the whole lot, and it got his name out there. And I think we're seeing that coming across in transfers now. And I know it's starting to tighten up a bit, but he's still that little bit ahead, and hopefully he stays that far ahead. And look at it. It's great. It'll be great to have. We had no TD really in, as you could say, in South Sligo. I know Mark was working the area, Frank Feehan was working the area, and all the TDs were working the area, but I suppose there was nobody from there. Now we're going to have Eamon back, and I think that's very important. And if we could have two, it would be as more significant even. So look, I hope that happens.
The makeup of future governments, are you predicting again it's going to be probably Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael? Overall, from a Fianna Fáil perspective, not a bad election.
No, absolutely not. And you know, I would think that's the government we're looking at. I don't think there's anybody going to be thinking any other way. I think that's the way it's looking. You know, that's probably what the people voted for as well. You know, they voted to put that government back in there and to continue the work that they're doing. Yes, it's not simple. Are they doing everything right? Probably not. Do we all agree with everything that's done? No. But there are hard decisions to be made, and they're making them. And look, as has been said as well, we would hope to have a bit more this side of the country for the next 5 years or however long that government lasts. And I think that's important. And it's important that our TDs that are going up there, that, you know, they're fighting for that as well, and along with our help as councillors.
A significant day as well for Colera Strandhill.
Absolutely fantastic, to be honest. Like, you know, when you go back to that semi-final even against Ballina, like, and the way that those players worked on that field, and again today, the shift they put in was absolutely unbelievable. Best side.
Did you get up to it? Yeah.
I actually watched it on TG4, and I was watching this as well. Best side won the game. To be honest, probably should have won it in normal time as well. But you know, even the, you know, you have with Colera Strandhill, you have your seasoned campaigners there. You know, they put in their shifts. They have done their job over the last two games as well. But I think the young lads really stood up today for Colera, and you know, it's a massive achievement for a Sligo club. It hasn't been done since, is it back in the 70s? St Mary's, 83 St Mary's, and like that was a well-established St Mary's side that time, you know, when you look back on that. Like, so it's a super achievement. It's a big lift for Sligo football, and you know, we're delighted for them. We're delighted for them all over the county, and they have an All-Ireland semi-final coming up, and I can tell you one thing, I wouldn't be betting against them in any game, and I certainly wouldn't have been betting against them in the semi-final or the final today, because they're in winter football as well. You know, they're physical, they're tough. My old buddies Johnny Mack, Neil Carew and Con O'Mara, you know, I'm delighted for John McPartland, absolutely delighted for him, and the family as well. Like, I mean, they have a job done on them, and I know those lads, there's a determination through them lads that seems to be coming out on that side now, and the best of luck to them. But I tell you, I wouldn't be backing against them.
Absolutely, it's a phenomenal day. Maybe to our panel here, what advice would you give to maybe somebody, and you've been there very recently, Mark, somebody like Paul who was contemplating maybe throwing his hat in the ring and contesting a general election? The fact that he comes from a self-employment background, has his own construction company, was it the right decision to stay away from it?
Well, we've discussed this privately, actually, and he told me of his reasons. He's after putting them all out in the air there now, and I think he absolutely made the correct decision for now. Definitely for family, number one, Naomi, his wife, and the children. For his business, number two, and they're the priorities because, and John alluded to it. You know, you could go in, top the poll this time. Everything is cruising. Sacrifice your business, you know, to prioritise your work as a politician and end up losing both in 5 years' time. So it's the right decision for now. And look, as kids get older and whatever, sure, these things can be reviewed. But so he definitely took the right decision. If you asked me to give advice, I'd say run from it.
I thought that was coming.
And here we're having all this conversation how it's difficult to attract people. John Perry, what advice would you give him?
Well, I certainly think he has plenty of time. I have no doubt Paul has his time on his side. It's good that him and his back in. So he's
only a young lad, yes.
Yes, absolutely. And I think there is a price to pay for politics, without a shadow of a doubt. But having said that, if that's what you want to do, you enjoy it, and it's a risk that you take. But I suppose nothing beats the eye of the boss in any business. And if Paul was delegating that job to somebody else, and I know from experience myself that that when you delegate a function and the proprietor isn't on the board, there is always a high risk. And I think from the point of view of running a construction company, from the QS point of view and pricing, if you're not on the job, it just ain't going to happen. So if you had the politics, if he was going into politics, he'd be very wise to close down the construction company, because the two of them wouldn't work.
Yeah, you have to be on site. John Ellis, what would your advice be?
I'd think that Paul was a wise man, to be honest, because there's two things you see. As I said this earlier on, if you go into politics now, you're lucky. The average is 15 years that TDs are surviving. In that time, you'll fight three or four elections. If you're lucky, you might get 20 years. Now, you go into it at 30, and you're 50. You come out of it at 50, you have no pension. You have to wait until you're 65 before you have a pension. So what do you do for the 15 years? You're to be crude about it, you're actually unemployable, because you're neither skilled at anything.
Stop saying that now.
What?
I'm not unemployable. I'm not unemployable.
But wait now.
You didn't do yourself any harm this weekend anyway, I can tell you.
I'm not unemployable.
Wait now. You'll return. I know where you were going to return. You'll return back to Ray Jr.
No, I will not. I've got out of the beef industry too. The two toughest industries.
But what I'm saying to you is that to be able to encourage people to go in, there's going to have to be protection for them. And I said this earlier, and I know I'll be shot for saying it, but Michael O'Leary had a certain amount of sincerity in what he said. He wasn't criticising teachers, but unless that you're a public servant or a multi-millionaire, you cannot now afford to head for politics. Because if you have a business, I'll guarantee you, no matter how strong that business is, that the minute you go out the door, it starts to move away. And as Paul said, his business is a business that it's hands-on. You can't go up and look at a laptop in Leinster House and say, well, this, that or the other. If you are not there to see who puts down the concrete or to see if it's whatever Newton it's supposed to be, and if the job goes wrong,
it could suffer. John McCarthy, you come from an extensive business background as well. You faced this dilemma, I would presume, as well in your own career.
Yeah, obviously I had to make a decision at one point whether or not to move forward or move out. And but Paul, what age are your kids?
My youngest lad will be 7 next month, and then the two girls, 13 and 11, and we've an 18-year-old as well, Robbie. So
straight away, you've made the right decision. Just straight away, out of the bat. I don't need to know
not even
your work or your business to tell you you've done the right thing. From their point of view, you could waste 20 years of their lives, not your life, 20 years of their lives, and come home and meet strangers in the house, and you don't want to do that. So I would say, yeah, and definitely from the business point of view, there's probably a majority of people sitting at this table that have seen family businesses frittered away and wrecked through politics. So
it wasn't a simple decision, and I know, as John and the lads have said there too, that it was the right one to make, but it still wasn't a simple one, because I like the politics and I like what I do, and I like helping people, and I want to make a difference, and I feel I am making a difference, and probably could have made more of a difference, at a higher level. And genuinely, I felt there was a seat there for me. It wasn't that I was running from it because there was no seat. I genuinely felt there was a seat.
Yeah.
And from talking,
that's been proved, Paul.
Yes, yeah, and from talking to the wider people in the wider communities around Sligo and Leitrim, and even talking to someone in South Donegal, there was a seat there for me, but it still wasn't a simple decision. But I'm happy with that decision. We're happy with it, and it's great to be down here, as I said. And I'm still, I'm nervous for the people I know, complimenting everyone that has gone through this election. But there's a great buzz about it, and we all love it. And as you said, it is addictive.
Yeah. In relation to Eamon Scanlon, obviously you'll be relieved when he finally gets there, and the whole thing is signed, sealed, and delivered. Eamon's campaign, it's been a difficult campaign for him as well. He's had some family tragedies over it, and that has, I suppose, that puts everything into perspective.
It's been a tough time, and I would talk to Eamon very, very often, and I have to say, over the last 5 years, there were still people calling to Eamon's office because, I might have been getting a phone call to help out. Martin Baker, I'm sure, was getting a phone call to help out, and some of the other Fianna Fáil councillors. Eamon was still always helping people, while, some that had experienced what he maybe experienced in the last election of not getting there, and we couldn't understand how he didn't get there, because he had two good offices. He had a great office in Tubbercurry and a great office in Ballymote, and he is a super ground worker, and he has good offices and good people in them, so we couldn't understand, but he still never went away. He still continued to help people, and I think that alone helped him coming into this as well, and he came into it under no illusions as well, and it was a tough time with his brother passing away and that, but look, he's getting his reward today. As we said, we're delighted to have somebody back. I certainly am anyway, because it probably eased the workload a small bit as well, and look, maybe we'll have two before the night's out, but we're certainly going to have one, and we're delighted for him, and I'm delighted for him, and I was out helping him out and canvassing with him, and he had a great team behind him too, and we're on about Michael Clark's campaign and other campaigns, but I can tell you Eamon Scanlon's crew got to a lot of doors over the last 3 to 4 weeks, a lot of doors, probably more than in other elections, and I think we've seen the benefit of that as well.
All right, okay. Councillor Paul Taylor, great to catch up with you as always.
And well done to everybody and the whole team. Well done.
Well done. Well done. Thank you so much indeed. All right, I think we'll take a break. We're probably overdue again at this stage. And then, do you want to do that reaction now? Okay, I think we can go to Claire just before we head to a commercial break. Claire's got Fergal Nealon standing by. Of course, the Fine Gael councillor in Sligo. Claire, it's all yours.
Thank you, John. Thank you very much indeed. Am I switched on? There I am. Thank you very much, Fergal Nealon, for joining us. Well, first of all, congratulations, because you're a fairly recent county councillor.
Yes, yeah, since June this year. So just fresh in the door and enjoying it so far. So thanks very much. And I must say, it's great to see you again, Claire.
Oh, thank you very much indeed. Delighted to be back. I've been off for a little while, so I'm delighted to be back. So, Frankie's campaign, you were very involved in it. How did it all go?
Yes, yeah. Took on the running of the organisation here in the Sligo Strandhill district area, my own district. Look, it went great. Frank is a very easy man to get behind. I suppose I took maybe half of my own team over, so we'd a lovely mix between the old Fine Gael stalwarts and sort of a newer generation coming. So that brought a lot of energy into the team. Which was great. People may have noticed, we went very hard on the social media in the last week. We had Bob Coggins came in on that, who's a brilliant marketeer. So we were really able to direct our message to the right target audience. We got the postering streamlined, and we managed to hit more doors than I did in the locals, even in this area, which is a great achievement considering like the wider constituency is so huge. There's so much ground to cover. So we're really happy, really good energetic campaign, and we good fun on the doorsteps as well.
Yeah, everyone seems to love canvassing. You either love it or you hate it. Yeah. Interesting when you mentioned social media. I was going to mention to you. So the night before voting, you put out a post about the train that you were going to put on, that Frankie was interested in putting on an hourly train from Dublin to Sligo. Now, we have spoken about it earlier on, but that is really what young people are looking for who have moved back to Sligo. And how optimistic are you that will actually happen?
Yeah, well, look, it's something that obviously should have happened a long time ago. I put a motion through myself in the county council, which got unanimous backing for that second line from Longford, and that seems to be the key blocker there, because they can't run these early morning and extra services on the one line, because if there's a breakdown, then every other subsequent service is gummed up. So we need the second line, and I think you need to you've 60% of the students in the ATU now are commuting from as far away from Longford. So we need to be able to get them into McDermott station before 9 o'clock at your 8:45s and get the workers in as well. and it ticks the boxes environmentally, reduces traffic, and also on the other side of it, your nightlife. We're talking about increasing the nighttime economy and helping the bars and restaurants out. Give them an option to get back to your Clooney, Ballymotes, as far as Longford after the evening's entertainment. So it's something I'd love to see happen, and we should be pushing.
Definitely should be pushing. Was it a mistake not to run two candidates in this area? What are your thoughts?
Not at all. It's such a great question, Claire, because I think any election subsequent to this in Sligo-Leitrim, and possibly any election going forward in Sligo-Leitrim, it may well have been a mistake, but not in this specific instance when we have Frank Feehan running. Because we could see from the results, Frank topped the poll in the tallies in Mercy Boot 1. He topped the poll in all of the Scull Ursula boots, topped the poll in most of the Strand Hill boots, Ballastadair, Carrow. But he also topped the poll in Anna Duff and Carrick-on-Shannon. There's no other person in this constituency that could do that. So it's a very unique situation with Frank. And I think really it's a testament to Frank as a candidate, to what he has delivered in this term of government, which nobody else can claim, such as the investment in the showgrounds. What he has delivered, and also the fact that we lost in the local elections 6 councillors in this constituency. 6 councillors. Now, the old saying traditionally was a councillor was worth 500 votes. Frank Feehan, not only from the last election, lost at least 1,300 votes from Boyle being taken out, but he also lost 6 councillors on the ground. And he's increased the combined vote of the old Walsh-Feehan ticket. He's increased it by 500 votes. That is a phenomenal achievement. So what we're looking at now is Frank being the most, I'm not sure if Bernard Durkin is in or out, but if he didn't make it back, Frank is the most senior Fine Gael politician back at the table, when at a time when we have no returning TDs in Roscommon, in Donegal, in Cavan. So he is in a great opportunity, and he should get a senior ministerial role in the next government.
Okay, so I would be lax if I didn't mention to you that a lot of people are watching you and wondering about the future of what are your aspirations? Would you like to run, following obviously in the footsteps of your dad?
Well, look, I take these things. I'm going to roll out the old cliche, one day at a time here. I'm loving active politics so far, and it was funny. It was something my partner at home, Siobhan, said to me. I said, "How come I've got so energised by this role more than any other project or campaign or job I've had? What is it?" And she said to me, and it really resonated, because it's all I saw growing up. It's what I worshipped. I was in the counts in the Glooly Hall, and I was watching Ted on the back of a truck and after mass speeches in your Enniscrones and your West Sligos and your Tubbercurries, and I absolutely worshipped him. So for me, I've just taken to it. I love it. I love doing the reps. I love representing the people on the ground. I love the chamber and everything about it, and the canvas and meeting people on the doors. So look, one day at a time, you know.
Okay, well, we'll be watching this space. We'll be watching this space. Councillor one more thing.
Remiss not to mention Killera Strand Hill Abu.
Oh yeah.
It's a massive achievement. We're talking about only the second club in Sligo to win a Connacht championship, and it's huge, and it hasn't happened in over 40 years. So just really proud of our boys.
I actually thought Austin O'Callaghan was going to have a heart attack. Not to mention John. Great celebrations here. Thank you very much, Councillor Neeler, for joining us. And back over to you, John.
Thank you very much indeed for that, Claire. Well done, Fergal. Okay, Marion Harkin joins us here in studio. We're awaiting for confirmation of the Del McSharry transfers. That's in play now at the minute. I hate having to ask this question initially. How confident or not are you at this stage, Marion?
To be honest, I feel the same way now as I did yesterday at this time. We had done the tallies and of various number twos, but as you and I know, that only goes a certain way. But we were hoping to be in the position we're now in. And from here on in, it just dilutes a bit, but also trends harden. And if you get a certain number of transfers and then some of those transfers elect somebody else and surplus comes back, you would hope that it would marginally remain in your favour. Look, we felt this time yesterday there'd be about 500 votes. And it's not that different from that. It's 428 or something. So, look, it depends. Edel McSharry's vote, I haven't looked at it carefully enough, but where did it come from? I suspect a lot of it came from Ransborough, from Strandhill, from Sligo, some West Sligo, but maybe not a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And since her first preferences, she would have probably got 600-700 votes from Marie Casserly and Nessa Cosgrove. So they'll all come into play. And maybe there's a woman's vote, maybe there isn't, we don't know. But if there is, it'll be in my favour, and if there isn't, it won't be. So we think that it is possible to narrow that gap to a point where, on a final count, and remember, there probably will be surpluses coming back, and if the vote is going with you, you would hope that the surplus would marginally go with you. But again, it'll be small votes.
Yeah, it's to bring it to a situation where you can also make an impact on the McManus vote.
Yeah, and we don't know, and we've talked to our colleagues in Sinn Féin, and we don't know where that vote is going. We would be hopeful a Sligo Town vote, a left vote, might not favour Clark more than me, but it could be wrong. It could be anti-establishment. Maybe it will, you know. Don't. We actually, that's the one imponderable we're left with.
It's a battle, but you're still fighting.
That is for sure.
All right, John McCartan.
Well, if there's one thing Marion is going to be, is transfer friendly, and always has been. And Marion hasn't made enemies, and she's had a career, as we said yesterday, that she could be proud of. So it's not very difficult for people to give Marion preferences, no matter what side of the political spectrum you come from. And we've seen it today, where Marion's been gnawing away at the lead that Michael Clark has had, and I suppose that's a testimony to the esteem in which she's held in personally. If this trend continues, it's going to be a very, very tight race. And it's all to play for.
John Parry, I'm going to come over to you now to see, Marion's been watching and listening like so many other people. You have been fairly concrete in the prediction that it was probably going to go the way of Michael Clark. What would you say now to Marion Harkin at this stage, on the back of what you've just heard?
Oh yeah, and I admire her determination. She's a fighter at the very end, and I think that clearly when you look at the elimination of Edel McSharry and the spread of that vote, I think it's up to, as I said, 500 votes from West Sligo. Michael Clark put in a phenomenal campaign in South West and East Sligo, where I bring back the whole core of this campaign. I think this is the foundation of the campaign, is South West and East Sligo, really. It will determine and is determined the final outcomes. And I think that when I look at I suppose Michael Clark, he said he had a ground, a land, sea and air attack, really, in every sense. So that, I know I certainly wouldn't like to be in Marion Harkin's position. One can never know exactly how the transfers would go. But really, I rest my case and just to see where
okay, until we get a clear
land,
picture of
sea
the
and
Edel
air
transfer.
attack. The quote of the weekend.
Exactly.
Land, sea, we'll fight them on the beaches. Says John, JP, yeah. We'll fight them on the beaches. Marion, the very best of luck.
Thanks,
Obviously,
Mark.
it's all there in the balance.
It's all in the
Who
balance.
knows?
John, I think Marion, you're definitely going to end up in a tight scrap, one way or the other. There's not going to be too many hundreds in it, one way or the other. The only thing that none of us knows is when the Sinn Féin surplus ends up, where it's coming from. Well, we know where it's coming from. It's coming from Sligo. It's coming off Chris McManus. But you don't know what subtle instruction they have given. And mind you, they were good at it. I discovered it in my grief in 2007. They went in, and that was how I got properly done in Roscommon, because the Sinn Féin vote that normally would have come back to me 50-60% went the opposite way to Frank Feehan, because they had decided that there was an opportunity to get rid of me, and they got rid of me.
Yeah, but interestingly enough on that one, so we're going to say that if Marion is waiting for Chris McManus, the distribution there.
Yeah, will be.
We did have the Declan Bree endorsement of Gino and Chris McManus. So there'll be Gino O'Boyle votes in there. There'll be there'll be Des Guckian votes in there. There'll be votes from Nasa Cosgrove. There'll be votes from all over the place, and particularly from Sligo. So it's a really hard batch to get a handle on what direction they're going to break.
All right, okay. What has been your response to your ability to pick up transfers from the candidates that have been eliminated so far? And maybe I'm particularly interested in, say, the likes of Nessa Cosgrove, Marie Castley, for instance.
Well, look, I was delighted with the transfer I got. I think we expected maybe about 150 less or 200, so that gave us a nice little boost. But the thing with this, from what we've been looking at from the tallies and the figures, and we have a lot of people number crunching and working it out, number one, it all depends on the accuracy of the tallies. If they're not accurate, then you're working on incorrect figures. But assuming that they're there or thereabouts, we were hoping for certain transfers, and both Nessa and Marie delivered just a little bit more than we thought. And we were delighted with that because we needed it. We absolutely needed it. There was no decrease in the gap before that. So that was step one and step two. After that, it's all the eliminations.
Your Rourke transfer again, you did well there.
Yeah, so it's now Edell's votes, and from our tallies and the tallies we're getting, we would have reason to hope we will get more votes than Michael Clark, but how many more, we don't know. And we mightn't. And if we don't, it's probably game over. But having said that, there's still a lot of Sinn Féin votes out there, and we just don't know where they're going. So it's all in the mix. And as I said, some people will be elected in the meantime, and there will be surpluses. And Edell's vote will tell us a lot, because it's her vote will put some of those people over the quota. And if that goes in my favour in any percentage, then it gives us reasons to hope. But that's all we have at the moment, are reasons to hope.
Doesn't it in many ways, when you're in this position now, doesn't it in many ways show the importance of voting right down the ballot paper? And we hear this time and time again before every election, but just from looking at some of the tally figures and watching over the edge over the last day or so, the amount of people that stop at 1, 2, 3, maybe as far as 5, do you feel that with so many names and so many photos on the ballot paper that people get to a certain stage and just, whether they're mentally fatigued or whatever at that particular moment, just decide to stop?
I was nearly mentally fatigued myself, and that's the truth of it. But I do remember going back to the 2014 Europeans.
Correct. I was just about to make that point.
Myself and Pat the Cope. And I remember looking at all those ballot papers that started 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And what was bothering me was Thomas Byrne was the Fianna Fáil candidate, and he was ahead of the Cope Gallagher, and he was ahead of me. So I was always getting a lower preference. So voting down the page sometimes, it doesn't often happen, but it does. And I think that's why, and I've been to schools a little bit and talked to students and to people, and I always try to emphasise that you can both vote for people and vote against them. But it's really difficult to explain it in a way that people are happy with. And I suppose all you can say is, whoever you want to be elected, vote for them in terms of preference. And if there are people you don't want to be elected under any circumstances, don't vote for them and vote for the rest in your possible preference. And that gives your vote maximum impact.
OK, the gentleman sitting on your right shoulder has been a source, I presume, of some comfort, maybe during the course of the day. He's had various predictions, Pádraig Hart here, throughout the course of the day, through AI, through John Comiskey. He's changing formulas all the time, but at the same time, he's ahead of the curve in getting early indicators. Can you bring her any more good news at this stage? And I'm conscious as well that Michael Clark is probably watching on and hanging on every word at this stage too.
Well, all I'd say is that yesterday we built the AI bot, and AI is very good, but you have to train it and you have to keep prompting it and you have to keep working with it. And I want to thank the team of the Greys and all the work that they've done building that bot. I want to thank John Comiskey for his inputs, Pádraig McGorty and all the tally team. We've been feeding it data. But if you remember early yesterday, our AI bot was predicting that Harkin was going to in the shake-up for the 4th seat. And we all night last night we worked on it. We were working on it again today. It took us a long time to come in and sit down because we kept prompting. We wanted to refine it and get it right. And it's now looking more and more from the way the votes are being sorted out there, that what we said earlier yesterday is right, and that Marion Harkin is actually going to take that 4th seat. Looking at the way the votes are being put into bundles, Harkin is definitely going to go into the lead.
All right. How does that make you feel?
Well, of course it makes me feel good, but it is, not actually looking at the votes. We always say it's never over until the votes are counted. But I suppose because we've been in tough fights before and because we get tallies from people and we have people who stand there long after the tallies are done, long after, who are counting votes, that we can have some information. Sometimes that information is no help to you, sometimes it is. So, we're hopeful, but I still think it's the bounce of the ball. But I'm hoping the ball will bounce my way today, or tonight, or tomorrow, or whenever. And what I'm still hoping is that the goodwill we met on the doorsteps, which I think actually most candidates did, but that translates enough into those lower preference votes that you spoke of earlier, that actually, something, a number 5 and a number 6 and a number 7 is as good as a number 1 if it comes your way. So I'm happy to hear that, but I would not in any way feel at the moment but that I'm in a fight.
All right, okay. Thank you for joining us. Marion Harkin will be talking to you regularly throughout the remainder of the evening, and who knows, maybe tomorrow, but I think we should be wrapped this evening. Let's take a break. We're back again very shortly.
Welcome to Clayton Hotels, where every second is yours. Clayton Hotels, where it's personal.
Well, the main benefits transition to solar for us was the savings on the bills, and we obviously had an extra few pound that we could put into somewhere else in the business. We're a family-run business. We like to give back to the community. Well, I shopped around and got a few quotes from different companies, and I just thought solar generation were the most professional that I came across, and it was a no-brainer at the end of the day to go for solar generation, really. I'd 100% recommend solar generation to anybody that's thinking of getting in solar. Everything was top class. They're a local company. They looked after me 100%. I couldn't have asked for any more from solar generation, and really looked after me very well.